Okay. Hello and welcome along to the Racing Pals 6 hours of Spa Spooky Halloween special. 6 hours of dimly lit racing through the night with a wet weather forecast throughout the event. This legendary 6-kilometer or 4.3 mile circuit at Spa-Francorchamps, situated in the dense Ardennes forest, will certainly prove a vast challenge to all drivers, some of whom brave enough to tackle it by themselves. I am your race commentator, Deep Cuts, and joining me in the booth is Racing Pals director and resident fast boy, Darkius. Darkius, how you doing, man?
I'm pretty good, thank you. I'm really excited about this race. I think the
Yeah.
weather is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it's the first wet endurance race we've had, I think. And to do it at Spa is quite a challenge, especially through the night too. It's just that's a whole other element that we just haven't had. So yeah, this should be an epic battle. Really looking forward to it. Tell me, Darkius, while we're here, let's just chat a little bit more about Racing Pals, just while we wind down the last 3 minutes of the free practice session. Tell the good people what we're all about here.
Okay, so Racing Pals is a Discord server and community where we basically organize weekly races throughout the week on both Assetto Corsa and Assetto Corsa Competizione. We have races throughout Wednesdays, Saturdays and Sundays actually, usually on a bi-weekly basis, so we have 4 different championships it is now, I think. So we've got the RP series, which are ACC bi-weekly league. We have multi-class racing in that championship. We have the RP Endurance, which is what you're watching today, with the Spa 6 hours, our longest race yet. And then we've got the Assetto Corsa side with the Formula Pals, which are custom-made Formula car. And we also got recently a mini championship and the now famous Wednesdays Race and Chills, which is always interesting.
Yeah, a crowd favorite, definitely. So yeah, we've got some familiar faces here today, some new faces, so it's going to be interesting to see just where the pace is and how spread out the field is. Not the hugest field, only 3 GT3s, and it looks like we've got about 22 GT3s, sorry, and 3 GT4s. Managing the traffic in the night is still going to be difficult, even though there is a lower number of GT4s. It's going to be a good event. I'm looking forward to qualifying, looking forward to seeing if it's raining. These drivers have been told to prepare a wet tyre setup. It will rain. I did jump on the practice server with a bunch of the solo drivers last night and this morning, and man, every time I joined the practice server, completely different conditions. So it's going to be very, very interesting for 6 hours. Cannot wait to get this started.
Yeah, I think the randomness has been cranked up to the proverbial 11 for this race. So we're going to have a lot of condition changing throughout the race. Yeah, maybe we'll even start under the rain. We'll see.
Maybe, hopefully. As a commentator, one can only hope.
The drivers might disagree.
That's true. That is true. So yeah, looks like free practice just winding down now. We've got a lot of cars out on track still, eking out the last seconds of practice. It's all going to be for waste because it's going to rain and they're on dry setups right now. So we'll see how the qualifying goes. Can you talk us through a bit about how qualifying is going to work today, Doc?
Yes, so quali in Racing Pals Endurance is divided into 2 because we have GT3 and GT4s. During the first 20 minutes, it's going to be a relatively quiet track because we're going to only have 3 GT4 cars going around the track, but they're going to be almighty, and we've got some really tasty liveries to show you today. Yes. So going to be relatively first half, and then on the second half we'll unleash all the GT3s as they will go around the track to compete for the best lap. So that should be interesting to see how, I think it's over 27 cars, 27 GT3s will try to get a lap in just 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. And if it's raining, it's so hard to get a valid lap here. You find yourself running wide at the exit already on a lot. You find yourself exiting Puon a slightly too wide, and that outside curb will just drag you outside. This track in the wet is no joke. Up until yesterday, I hadn't really driven it in the wet, and I jumped on and I was surprised at just how difficult it is. So kudos to the solo drivers for committing to 6 hours of it straight. That's they have my respect.
And here we go. We are going into qualifying. We'll be right back.
Here we are then, GT4 qualifying, all 3 of them, and it looks like the rain has come. Let's see here. So the Alpine, a very interesting choice for such a big track, and I personally love the car. It's it feels like a touring car, man. In comparison to the big GT3 monsters, it's very nimble, very light, be very good through the corners, but it'll be interesting to see if it can keep up in the straights during the race. Let's see. There you go.
And it's actually quite interesting that we're not going to be seeing any BMWs or or any of the sort of meta cars such as the Porsche as well in GT4. We've got 2 Alpines and 1 Maserati boldly driven in the rain at Spa by Mike Bongus and his teammate Jacob Malaysia.
Yeah. I mean, as I was saying, to do this track just in GT3 with traction control and ABS is scary, so I couldn't imagine doing it without it. Those guys have officially the largest cojones on the field. Will Treasure in the chat saying it's looking a bit moist, definitely. We'll see how they handle it.
I don't think
just waiting for the lap time to come in.
I don't think they have that as a condition, moist.
Yeah.
I think that's an oversight by Kudos.
Yes. Yet another one. We were saying they should add it. It should be in between damp and greasy.
Yeah, exactly. That's a missed opportunity. Aris, please.
Yes. Everybody tag him quick. So it looks like McBongus only just leaving the pits. Frederick Schublem also only just leaving the pits. He's just made his way. Making his way down, where is he? He's at Blanchimont, so yeah, he hasn't started his lap too far behind. And it looks like Akos Lovash is about to start his first flying lap. And it's going to be really interesting too, because even if it wasn't raining and it was dry, with only 3 cars on the track, it would take forever for the track to improve, getting away from wet or green, or to get from, fast into green from fast, sorry. Where are my words today? So yeah, it's going to be a really interesting qualifying session for these 3 GT4s.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind as well is that the conditions will be changing throughout the qualification. So sometimes you can get almost a lap on cold tires at the beginning, but if there was less rain, you will still end up faster. So that's right. Part of as it goes loose on
a little slide there.
So and this is something actually that's quite tricky about this Camel Straight, is this bit of this pond basically just at the exit on the right kick, which can sometimes catch drivers.
That's right. And I found the best strategy is to just kind of loosely grip the wheel, let the wheel do its thing, and keep your foot in it. Pretty scary to do, but you can trust the setup to do it. Speaking of setups, how do you prepare for a race where you don't know what the weather's going to be? You know, do you take a full wet setup and hope it rains the whole race? Do you do a dry setup and try and make it work once it starts raining? You know, that's got to probably be one of the biggest headaches for these drivers in preparation for this race.
Yeah, that's the whole gamble, isn't it? How much do I compromise my dry setup to accommodate for the rain, or vice versa? It's
Right.
personally, I always try to go for something that's dry because it's very hard to make up the pace in the dry when your setup is just compromised for the rain. But on the other side, you know, you have to make the car drivable in the rain, and sometimes driver skill is not enough for that.
That's right. And I think the key word here is compromise, especially with setups. It's so hard. I mean, I've had people asking, what setup do I run? Do I run a dry? Do I run a hybrid? It's so tough to tell. Let's have a look here. Qualifying best. Oh, I've lost my timing sheet.
I'm not sure they put a valid lap yet.
That's right. That's why I thought I lost it. As I said at the beginning, it's so hard to have just a valid lap in the rain here.
Yeah, especially here. I'm seeing a predicted 2:45 for Lovash right now, but it's coming up as he's going through the track. Let's see what he's doing at the moment.
Let's see. There you go. So a 2:55.5. Wow. I mean, you think Spa times and you don't think 250s, so that's got to tell you something about just how wet this track is, and more rain predicted over the next 15 minutes, no less. See how he takes a Rouge, and then we can spot that puddle at the camel corner and just how sideways it likes to throw the car. Just kind of babying it through a Rouge there, a little snap on the top of Radion. And then get ready for the puddle right here at pit exit. There you go, you see the car just kind of twitch sideways as it aquaplanes on the big puddle there. That's going to be treacherous during the race if that puddle's still there. And it's also a good marker for these drivers to tell, you know, just how dry the track is. Is that puddle still there at the top of Camel Corner? Is the puddle still there at the bottom of Stavolo? Puddles are a pretty good measure of just how dry or wet a track is. And
yeah, and the drivers need to stay on top of the track evolution, right? Because it's not just about you know, the pace in a 6-hour race, but also about making sure that you're staying off the wall, especially in a track like Spa, where the pit stop is extremely long. I think it takes over a minute to go through the whole pit lane here at Spa-Francorchamps. So it is more than ever very important to stay out of that pit lane unless you absolutely have to go for a pit stop.
That's right. Oh, big slide there at, I can't even tell where that was. Where was that? At Blanchimont. That was huge. That was actually a really nice save.
It's too much fog, you can't see anything.
I know. That's kind of what I like about the Alpine, is that it's just so savable, even in the wet. It's so light. Like I said, it feels like a touring car. Just keep your foot in it, counter steer hard, turn right to go left.
Yeah, and especially in comparison to, let's say, the KTM, which is sacrificing a lot of his engine power because of how light it is, and that is how the BOP has sort of ruled it. The Alpine seems to strike a better middle ground. We can see him weaving there. Maybe he's trying to test the grip there, or whether, you know, trying to get loose some gravel maybe, or some water that's attached. We don't know, but
we don't know. Yeah.
But so far, he seems to be the only one who has put in a lap.
Yeah, that's right. He might get a sweet victory by default here. Wow, through bus stop he goes. Is he gonna pit? No, he's just gonna stay out.
And it looks like it could be a better lap. We're not there yet though. And no improvement for this lap, unfortunately.
No. So tough to just be quick in these conditions, it seems.
That being said, he's quite consistent. He was only 0.6 slower. Maybe the rain is getting heavier. Although as I can see in the forecast right now, in about 5 minutes time, the rain should be getting a bit lighter, and with 10 minutes left in this qualifying session for the GT4s, all is left there to be taken.
Yeah, that's right. It could be just kind of like how F1 is, where it's you just get out at the last minute and try and get the driest track possible. And it looks like Schublum's just set a fastest lap too. He's gone, let's see, he's gone 1.8 seconds faster than Lovash. He's got a time of 2:53.6. So he's made an improvement, so maybe the track is getting a little better.
Oh wow, yeah, that is again an improvement of 2 seconds over Lovash, so definitely in the same car as well, so definitely major improvement. And if things stay as it is, he will be taking pole in GT4.
Right, and hard to tell if it is driver skill or if it is just the conditions. Schublum is a returning face to Racing Pals. He's been with us for quite some time now. I think he's raced in pretty much every one of our RP endurance races. Very good driver. I always like battling with him. Very respectful, and very consistent driver too. He tends to favor the Alpine. He's got the race time machine, which is quite nice to look at. I can't be biased, but I do wish he does have a good race today. I know he was nervous about this race. I know a lot of drivers are quite nervous about this race given the conditions. So no better time than qualifying to just, get them acclimatized to just how wet this track is.
Indeed, and actually in the RP series, Schublum races in a Porsche, and he's been really trying hard to keep up with the Platinum or Pro class. It's very competitive class, and just this year he's been, or this season rather, he's been switching to Silver and has done amazingly there. So really good to see him getting the consistency that he wants with a bit less pressure. He's able to really show his potential.
Yeah, definitely. I'm still not seeing the Mystery Machine Maserati car setting a valid lap time. It looks like they're on a lap now, but it's been invalidated. It could be an out lap, not quite sure. That is a banging livery though. Got to love it. And the sound of that car too, it sounds like it runs on coal.
Yes, that is such a great sound. I think it's a livery from our esteemed friend Trans Baconist, if I'm not wrong.
That's right. It is. And he gets very loose there through into Puon, almost drifting through.
Let's see how he fights with the car, because this is going to be an entertaining lap. No ABS, no traction control, no safety nets. Grab onto your pennies. Yeah,
just pure driver skill.
Yes, this is akin to driving a steam car across a nice skating rink.
Pretty much.
But Jacob is doing really well at the moment. Jacob, I must say, whoa, as he get loose on the exit.
Commentators here.
I'm sorry, Jacob. My bad. He must be having so much fun. What does it matter to get third position GT4 if you're having so much fun? So as I was saying, Jacob is my teammate in the Formula Pals Championship. An extremely consistent driver. Wherever I could not get a decent performance of the car, he was always there. As he gets loose outside of Blanchimont. He was always there to recoup some solid points. An absolutely great driver, and very careful and always measured in his approach.
Yes, I love his driving style. He's so relaxing to watch. Every input is so minimal. He really embodies the smooth is fast.
And there we go.
Mantra.
What a lap!
Wow,
51.9.
Wow, so that's another almost 2 seconds faster than the next fastest GT4 of Frederick Schublum in the Alpine, the 51 Alpine machine. Wow, stonking lap. And you just see how sideways he was through at Blanchimont and everywhere else. So not only is he the fastest driver, I'm sure he also has the biggest smile.
Yes, and what a save! Surely that lap is gone, but what a save!
That was incredible. I can't imagine what that's going to be like at the race start with you know, 23 GT3s in front of you, it's going to be an absolute nightmare.
Yes, because any car that crashes in a GT3 class will end up behind GT4s, which means that then those cars will have to overtake quite soon. So it's very tricky. It's much harder to start in GT4 than it is in GT3.
Yeah, definitely. And just, man, having the first corner of the race being Eau Rouge too. I know in the dry, in GT3, you take it flat first lap. You can most likely get away with it on not the warmest tires. In the rain, with no traction control and ABS and cold tires and cold brakes, wow. I mean, I'm scared just thinking about it, you know.
I can't believe he's got pole position right now in the Maserati in the rain. That's great driving from Jacob.
Yeah.
But Shablom seems to be on the lap, and so is Lovash. Oh, he just cut the corner here, so he's gonna have to go all the way around with 4 minutes left. He'll just have time for one more lap.
That's right, one more lap to try and get ahead of Shablom. Try and start not at the back. It is a 6-hour race, but I think the race start is important. You do want to be ahead. It's so hard to make up time here in the wet. And because the track is so big and the pit lane is so long, it's so hard to time an undercut or an overcut properly. So I think track position at the start of the race, especially for this small GT4 class, is going to be really important. Shablom is on a really good lap, actually. I think he's about a second up on his Delta as he makes his way through Malmedy and down into Rivage.
And now
it's just all about keeping
Bruxelles.
It tidy, yeah. Bruxelles/Rivage.
Oh, it's also called Rivage as well.
Yes.
We're going to do this, aren't we? We're going to call each corner with 3 different names. I think this is going to be a common theme in this race.
Confuse everybody. Yep. I mean, when a track's been around as long as Spa, it's easy to see why there's 100 different corner names for each corner. Even though the last chicane is just called chicane officially now, people still call it bus stop. It's wild.
Same as
just kind of.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, it just kind of speaks to just how legendary this track is, and it's a bit of a Marmite track, really. You either love it or you hate it, and so especially in the wet, it's going to be a real. Who's put the time in, you know, who's put the time in to practice and bake in their setups and their pit stops and get their strategy nailed. Shablom making his way towards the end of his lap, still up on his Delta. It's actually a really, really tidy lap from him so far. I haven't seen him get sideways once. Heading down towards Blanchimont now. And it's so hard. I mean, I haven't really driven a GT4 around a wet Spa, but let's listen. Oh, braking for Blanchimont in the wet too. Wow. So it's going to be really interesting in the race. If he's got a GT3 behind him, he's not. A GT3 is not going to slow down as much as that. So it's going to be really hard for the GT3s to manage traffic at this track, I think.
And he's onto a good lap. Is it going to be better than a 51? Oh, he beats Asia!
He is! By
almost a second.
Wow. Great lap. A 2:51.03. So lap times are tumbling. It could be the track. It does look like it's raining a little bit less. So we could see some faster times still from these GT4 drivers.
Yes, and this is the last lap in the GT4 qualifying, and our drivers have been swapping pecking order since the beginning of the session. So only 3 cars, but still a very intense qualifying session.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tight battle too. Jacob Alicia in the Mystery Machine Maserati also on a good lap time. He's about a second up on his Delta and climbing. Let's follow the rest of his lap and see what he can do with this last lap of GT4 qualifying. Heading into Blanchimont. Oh, I love the sound of that car. Brilliant. Oof, sounds brutal on the downshift too. I love it. Coming up towards bus stop, hard on the brakes, trail in as much as you can. Don't lock up because you've got no ABS, son. Oof. And this is looking like a really good lap from Jacob Alicia. Looks like he will take pole position. He does. A time of 2:50.5, half a second up on Frederick Schoblem. That's a great lap, Jake. Well done. You should be very happy with that.
And still, with 20 seconds to spare in this first half of the GT4 session, so he's got room for one more lap.
He does. It does look like he's going for another lap. He's going for another lap. Meanwhile, behind, it looks like Schoblem's also on a good lap. He's up on enough delta. He's up on his delta enough right now to take pole position. Let's see if he can hold this lap together and steal that pole position from the Mystery Machine Maserati. And I love the sound of this car too. It just sounds so tight. Like a small engine just being ragged. I love it. And the handling of that car too is fantastic. I love it at smaller tracks, but it's an interesting choice for Spa, and we get to have two of them. So at the very least, the two Alpines can fight to be the fastest Alpine if something does go wrong at the beginning of the race, which I sincerely hope does not happen. Schoblem now coming up to bus stop, holds it together nicely. It's a nice entry there into the first right-hander. Get the power on as quickly as you can through there. And yeah, that's another great lap from him.
And he goes
he
pole.
Does take pole. Wow. A tenth and a half above Jacob Alicia at 2:50.3. Great time. He's coming to a stop now. I think, yeah, that's qualifying done, and Jacob Alicia is on the last of his fast laps, it looks like.
Yep, he's the only GT4 still on track at the moment.
Okay. Just making his way through Pief Puff.
Or Lifan.
Or Lifan.
There's three for this one, wow.
I know, yeah, it's crazy. And you do not want to run too wide on the exit curb there at Stavolo. It's very slippery, very treacherous. It will send the car sideways if you're a bit greedy on the throttle pedal. But he's on a good lap right now. He's keeping it very tidy, which has got to be near impossible with a car with no traction control in the wet.
Even when he gets into the AstroTurf, it's so scary. Yeah. It's counter steer everywhere.
Yeah. You probably practice by playing some dirt rally, get used to some oversteer.
That sounds like a
nice
great idea.
Exit there. Yeah, got a really nice entry there, hugging that sausage curb on the right-hand side as close as possible. He's ragging it towards the line, and it does look like he will take pole position by almost 4/10. Dipping, first GT4 driver to dip into the 49s with a 49.986. Great qualifying lap. And I think I called it, man. He was the last GT4 driver on the track, and he got the most out of the track, I think.
What an amazing performance to do this again without ABS, without traction control, in a car that's traditionally never used, especially for an endurance race because of all these problems. But yet Jacob has just really racked out the pace of this car, and it shows that perhaps he might be the perfect driver and the perfect driving style for that car on these conditions.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's going to be really happy with that performance, and it was actually that was a great quali battle. Even though we only had 3 GT4 cars, wow, how close they were at the beginning, constantly swapping positions throughout that qualifying session. Meanwhile, GT3 qualifying has begun. It looks like Sylvain Hubel, if I said that right. I believe this is a team of all French drivers. I can double check that.
French pride. Go on.
Yeah, we've got a team of 2 French drivers in the Helios Community Racing Machine, and the Mercedes not being picked for this endurance race as much as I thought it would be. A very popular car in the meta right now, especially the 2020 version. It's a joy to drive. I do, maybe that's just my driving style. It's very heavy on the right with the throttle pedal. I do find it very hard to be consistent in that car, and you just see him there going through the puddle at Camel, getting you see the traction control really doing its work, keeping him straight there as he's braking now into Les Combes.
Yes, the advantage with the Mercedes really is the anti-dive geometry on the front side of the car. The front suspension is designed in such a way that when you brake, the pitch is not as dramatic as perhaps some other cars, for example the Porsche.
Nice.
So that makes it really, really good at doing long races if you can get the right setup for it, though sometimes it can feel a little inert and perhaps unresponsive to some drivers, so it's really a matter of driving style. But what a great V8 sound.
Yes. Oh, again, another car that sounds like it's running on fuel from the 1600s. Gotta love it. And keeping it very tidy there through Pouan. That was kind of one of the brown corners in practice, as we're now flicking over to Jürgens Oosthuizen, another Racing Pals regular, actually a staff member with us at Racing Pals. Very, very good driver. Winner of the GT4 class in our last RP endurance race with yours truly. That was a great race. That race did end up with the last hour being rain, and Jürgens here managed to get the last stint, and we pulled out first place. We grabbed I think it was about a 16-second gap in the last about 45 minutes to take P1. So Oosthuizen here, a very, very good wet weather driver. I've got him pegged to finish quite high in qualifying and in the race. Another solo driver too. So we'll see just how much fatigue comes into it for him once we hit the kind of 3-4 hour mark. I think that's when the knees start to get a little bit sore and the ankles start to get a little bit sore, and that's when you really got to keep your mind on it, because this is as much a mental game as it is physical.
Yeah, and I do love to race with Jürgens because of his, he's got the right amount of aggressiveness and at the same time trust. Yeah. Ooh, as you can see the slip angle and blush him off. Yeah. That is so beautiful to watch. I think he's invalidated there, but yeah, as I was saying, it's just a great driver who keeps progressing, and also I think his greatest skill, especially evident in the Spa-Francorchamps Race and Chill series, he's very good at being good at any type of car or class. Exactly. He's just a good driver in general, whereas perhaps some other drivers are more specialized. So I'm definitely staying tuned for some great things to happen for this driver.
Definitely. Very adaptable driver, and like you said, just the right balance of aggressiveness and knowing when to take it easy, knowing when to really go for it. Looks like in this Lexus, interesting choice, Nicholas de Gainer. He's put in a best time of 2:34.0. It's hard to say if that's a good lap time, because I can't tell how wet the track is. We saw it in GT4 qualifying, just how much lap times can change lap to lap, and with more than just 3 cars, the water's going to get pushed away a little bit faster than when there's just 3 cars. Now we have 22 cars out there.
Yeah, and according to the forecast, the rain continues to decrease over the next 15 minutes, so we should see improving times all the way from now to the end of qualifying. So this is going to go to the wire. But about this Lexus though, so Degner, apologies for butchering your name if that is not how you pronounce it. He's doing very well, but you have to know that the Lexus is known to be really performing well in the raining conditions. So whilst I am not surprised, this is still a really great performance, as Galbraith goes first position in the Aston Martin.
Wow, pulls up almost 3 seconds, 2.7 seconds ahead of Degener. He's gone back to pits. Looks like he's going to refuel. Looks like he's got the lowest fuel amount possible. Keep that car as light as possible and get the most out of the car. And we see another fastest time from Marcus Ettrich in the McLaren 720S. He's gone 0.024 seconds faster than Galbraith. So it is tight already. Time of 2:31.2. Wow. This quali battle is going to go all the way to the end, I feel.
Yeah, this is very close. And I think, especially with the cars that we have, some cars are definitely better than others in the rain. We're seeing some good times for the McLaren, the Aston, the Lexus, and I can see also there's a Mercedes, but it's not traditionally known to be that quick in the wet. So really,
Yeah.
it's good to see, you know, different drivers really showing their talent in the raining conditions.
Yeah, definitely. And the McLaren is kind of like it's another one of those Marmite cars, isn't it? You kind of love it or you hate it, and those that love it are ridiculously fast in it. Some may call it OP. I don't know about that, but what a great car to look at too. I really like the green on that livery. Really catches your eye. That'll be handy in the wet, so the back markers can see him coming from a mile away.
Yes, it's what you call a high visibility paint job.
Yes, OSHA approved.
So yeah, especially I do love the McLarens look. Especially I have a weakness for the all black McLarens. I just think they look
Yes.
like stealth jets, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
So, but
Definitely.
yes, definitely, I completely agree with your point to the Marmite car because for me, definitely not for me. This car, it doesn't react so well to trail braking, for example, the McLaren.
Yeah. It
I've
likes
never
to
driven in the
coast.
wet. Indeed, it likes to
Yeah.
coast. It doesn't want to be wrangled around the racing track like
Yeah.
some other cars. So
Yeah. And he is actually on a pretty good lap right now. It looks like he's about 7/10 up on his delta as he makes his way towards Blanchimont. Catching some AstroTurf there, trying to open up that corner as much as possible and carry as much momentum through and forward to the bus stop braking zone. Very hard. Can he tuck it in enough? Very nice. Onto the curb. Straighten the car, foot flat down, and let's see his time. Wow, almost a second faster than his previous lap and a second faster over the next fastest 54 machine of Conor Galbraith in that Aston Martin. Great lap time, 2:30.2, and we are seeing them tumble. See lots of drivers, a few drivers now out on track with positive deltas. Let's see. Lots of red deltas as well. Just as I said, so hard to set a valid lap here. On board now with Mark Dizon, an 805 Audi machine, and I love the sound of this car too. It just screams, doesn't it? It's so high pitched compared to everything else, especially the big throaty V8s that we've been listening to so far. Worlds apart. And where is he now? Oh, looks like he's on his way to Blanchimont. He's going to start his next. This is his outlap, it looks like. So it looks like he's about to start. Yeah, it looks like he's about to start a flying lap. 7 minutes left in qualifying. Let's see if he can move himself further up in 6th position. Oh, and then it's really interesting just to see the breadth of cars too. The odd smattering, a couple of Bentleys, lots of McLarens, lots of Astons, but the lone Audi making headway, and the lone Lexus also making headway. So it'll be interesting to see those cars in the race and see how far they can make it over cars like the Aston and Marcus Ettrich up in pole position, you know? Yes.
because usually with this different mix of cars, that's really loose.
That's the puddle biting there.
Usually in Spa, you would see the Ferrari really doing very well, and so is the McLaren. But because of this raining conditions, really the driver skill is really pushed up the pecking order in terms of what is important for a good lap time, and obviously the setup that you've been putting into the car. Some of these drivers may be driving the car with a dry setup or something that's not necessarily optimized for qualifying in the rain, at least.
That's right. And it all comes down to that compromise. You know, do you kind of sacrifice your quali and kind of just go for a stronger race setup and try and just be consistent over 6 hours? Or are you just trying to get ahead of everybody and try and just take off at the beginning of the race, hope it's dry and hope the rain comes in later? Only time will tell. Got just under 6 minutes left of qualifying. Dizon on a actually really good lap right now. He's kept it quite tidy apart from that little slide at the puddle at Camel Corner. Coming up now to some traffic, it looks like. But that traffic ahead of him is also on a fast lap, so that car ahead is under no obligation to let him go. It's just the unfortunate occurrence that happens when you get to traffic. And here we might get a taste of just some chaos here as both of these drivers come towards Blanchimont very quickly. Ooh, so close together there. It's like I crashed ahead has just got a little loose on the AstroTurf on the exit of Blanchimont.
And I think behind him is Kyle Cook, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. That is him that we switch focus to now.
Oh, okay.
He hasn't put in a lap just yet, but he's on his way to getting quicker. You would question, though, the usefulness of trying to fight this hard on a quali lap for overtaking.
Yeah, it's definitely it's always one of those hard, difficult things. These drivers can obviously see how much longer. Oh, and Kyle Cook goes off there. Was there contact with that car ahead? I'm sure he won't be happy with that.
Oh, that is bad news.
Ooh.
That is bad news because he's only got 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in this qualifying session. Probably not enough time to get the car into the pits and then back up to temperature for another hot lap. So he might have to think about either just carrying on with the damage that he's got, or just aborting his session, which would be a massive, massive loss at this point.
Yeah,
because he still doesn't have a lap.
And yeah, just going back to how hard you fight in qualifying, you know, these drivers know that there's only 4 minutes left in qualifying, so we are getting down to kind of last chance saloon here. Cook looks like he's just giving himself a bit of a gap ahead. He does not want to deal with traffic, and it looks like he's going to go again for another hot lap. And Kyle Cook, another Racing Pals regular. Someone we all love racing with here. He's been in many of our races. He's been in pretty much all of our RP endurance races as well. Big shout out to the he's got if you look on the outside of his car, he's got a Diamond Dogs livery, or a Diamond Dogs sticker from the Metal Gear Solid Metal Gear, which is one of my favorite franchises of all time, so I gotta give kudos for that. Looks like he's actually down on his delta right now, which is very interesting to see. We'll see how the rest of his lap plays out, and it looks like he is actually catching up to some traffic ahead of him.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to negotiate that with cool nerves. Hopefully he can still wrangle a valid lap out of this car and out of the conditions. Sench can be really quick when he wants it to. It's just about having this one valid lap. A banker lap would do wonders for him, because the performance is there and so is the talent.
Yeah, and ahead of him, we should know, is the current pole sitter in that McLaren machine. Let's see, that's Conor Galbraith in the 54 Aston Martin, and he looks like he just let Kyle Cook go, which is quite nice of him. Maybe he was kind of aborted his lap there, but Cook looks like he's just carrying on with the lap. Looks like he's just going to set a time and see where it lands him. He may still have enough time for one more lap, it seems, too.
It looks like Galbraith was aborting his lap and didn't think it worth it to carry on. He's still got 2 minutes to finish this lap and try another time. But let's go back to Kyle Cook, who is on his hot lap. Let's see where he ends up.
Yeah, and just coming now to Corbeil Paul Frere. Don't want to run too wide on the exit here. There is that green AstroTurf, and it will spin the car if you are turning the car too much as you're on it. Looks like he's got even more traffic in front of him. We'll see how he deals with that, but he is coming towards the end of his lap. Oh, the car ahead being blue flagged, so we'll see how he gets out of the way. Oh no, you don't like to see that. Oh,
that is a shame.
That's a shame, yeah. Oh my goodness. That is not something we like to see in qualifying. It did look like that car ahead of Cook tried to get out of the way, but it left it a little bit too late. That's really unfortunate. Really unfortunate.
And as now we come back to Barach, also known as Mr. President. I believe today he's got the limo livery. Yep.
He does. The President's Limousine, or Ground Force 1 as we like to call it. Yeah, another returning Racing Pals driver. Very, very quick driver, actually. Can be quick over 1 lap or can be quick over 4 hours. I've seen it myself, so I'm hoping to see good things from Ivan today. And yeah, just the blacked out Aston Martin looks really good. It's another kind of stealth fighter-esque car. And he's on a pretty good lap right now. He's currently sitting 4th in qualifying standings, 1.2 seconds behind the current pole sitter. But he is one of those drivers in the 230. As we see some more shuffling around on the timing boards, it's Thomas Jack in the 374 McLaren car getting 2nd place, being the second only driver to get into the 29s. Meanwhile, back with Badat, where he's looking like he's at Paul Frere. He's going to head towards Blanchimont soon. And yeah, he's still on a good lap. He is almost 8/10 up on his delta right now as we come to the end of this qualifying session. The cars that are out on track, almost all of them have green deltas, so this is going down to the wire. We'll see how close this is in just a couple of minutes here. Hard on the brakes, into bus stop. Oh, we're riding a little bit of the sausage curb there. That will lose him just a fraction of time. See how well he does across the line. That was a really good lap from Ivan. And he puts himself 3rd on the grid with that time. That's another 2:29. So the top 3 drivers all within 3/10 of each other. That is insanely close.
What a lap! What a lap from him to wrangle that just on the last lap. Cold, impervious to pressure, and really the top 4 within just over 5/10, so really close. We might see a lot of battling, and what I see also is 2 Aston Martins, 2 McLarens, so good picks it seems for this top 4 results. And then preceding them will be on P5 Mr. Hubble with this 362 Mercedes.
Wow. And yeah, we'll get to see the spread of the field, but not bunched together and starting in amongst each other. So race start is going to be really interesting, especially as they're unleashed onto the Camel Straight for the first time. We'll get to see just who is, really fast down the straights versus a little quicker in the corners versus the straights, and just see kind of how they've set up their car for this race.
But hold on, we might still see some changes. Matthias is 7/10 forward from his last best lap, which means that if he carries on like this, he could take the pole position on this last lap.
That's right. That is crazy. And we said it was going to go down to the wire, and here it is. He's almost 9/10, almost a second up now. He's gained so much time through Blanchimont into bus stop. A little rough over the curbs there.
He's going to do it.
Straighten the car out. Wow, what a lap. So we did have the top 3 drivers in the 229s. And they're all still in the 229, so less than 7/10 separate these top 4 cars. Incredible.
What a great lap from him. Alright, and let's get now ready for the race. We'll be right back. And we're back.
And here we see, yeah, sorry about that. We had some technical issues as the race started, but I was just saying how clean, for the most part, people have kept it up at the front. Riveting first lap. We're so sorry that we did not have commentary for that. This is our first time streaming to this platform, so we are still working out a few kinks. So we see McKesey here. He's chasing down that machine, that Mercedes in front of him, who is pulling out a little bit of a gap. So as I was saying, I'm sure you guys didn't hear me, but as I was saying, I think the important thing now is to just settle down and get into a rhythm as quickly as possible in order to just kind of feel your way through the track. Don't get too overzealous and everything. You do see Ubel and Oosthuizen ahead battling through Blanchimont. They are currently side by side through Blanchimont. See that ahead. Oh, that's very scary. Ubel taking the Brave line onto the AstroTurf and does lose a position. And McKesey looks like he will charge on Oosthuizen going into bus stop. He's going to keep him behind nicely, and a whole pack of cars stacking up behind him. Look at this pack right here. 5, almost 6 cars together. This is going to be very interesting. 230 by Mr. Galbraith in that 15.4 machine. 230.4 is the fastest time so far. Hubel looks around the outside at La Source and doesn't quite make that move stick. And all of them head down now towards Eau Rouge. Oh, too wide there as Ubel looks like he snuck up the inside of somebody else. And you see McKesey there taking the wide line around Camel to try and avoid that puddle, but I don't think that's going to work. Oh, Gruber slowing down, Dejana making a move up the inside into that corner. I couldn't pick a name that time. There's too many names for this corner. Dejana has made that move stick. He is ahead now, heading down towards Bruxelles. Looks like Hubble's going to have another run at him. Is he going to choose the inside? No, he's going to stay behind. Oh, he's getting very close, and there is contact. Looks like it's okay, though. Not enough of a bump to send the Lexus machine sideways. I'm sure both drivers there are quite scared, quite full clench. Heading a little further behind, Dizon now, he's chasing down Hubel as well. This pack is stacking up. You see that orange McLaren of Reigns heading towards to join the party, and also Van Elteren in the 102 Aston Martin heading up to kind of catch up with this pack too. This is going to be really interesting. Reigns now heading through down towards Stavelo. Which corner name this time, Doc?
That right-hander I actually forgot, but this one is Stavelo or
Porfrère.
Yeah.
Depending on how you depending on how you look at it. He's gonna head down towards Blanchimont, and looks like Dizon's actually pulling away from him quite nicely. Maybe Reigns is trying to just save his tires a little bit, save his pace, and just get a more consistent race out of this.
And as we see here, a battle between Rob Phillips and James Andrews. I think James Andrews slightly came off the track, maybe not. Maybe that would not be frowned upon for track limits from the stewards. And then now break into the bus stop chicane, or just chicane as it is now known.
Yeah.
James Andrews slightly going wider, Rob Phillips getting a bit loose on the AstroTurf. Sometimes you cannot get the traction on the exit of that corner. The gap is a little bit bigger now than it was just a few moments ago. But Rob is still at range for a bit of a draft in the straight, which, even though we're under the rain, still counts.
Still counts, still going to be important. And the straights, the flat out sections are so long here. You have so much time to gain under the slipstream. Andrews putting in a great performance so far. He is pulling out even further from Rob Phillips, who interestingly did not qualify, chose not to set a time, as we see. That's an Aston Martin pulling out of the pits there, making an early pit stop, perhaps for damage. Maybe get the super mega undercut on everybody. I don't know, we'll see. But Rob Phillips choosing not to qualify, well, it's a bold strategy, and we'll see how that pays off for him. So far he's doing okay, up to P11. Again, you can see on the timing screen on your left-hand side, anybody with a white name plate, that means they are driving as part of a team. That means they have, at a pit stop, they do have another driver to turn the car over to. These silver nameplated cars are the Braves solo drivers. Those guys will not have anybody to hand over to, so no breaks for them. Maybe they will not have the drink. They certainly might not have some comfort breaks. So a bold decision, brave decision to go 6 hours solo. And here we see Goodman just making his way past the GT4 of Shublum. He's gone very wide at Lacombe. Shublum's going to overtake him going into Malmedy. Goodman chooses the outside, onto the AstroTurf, not getting that traction and almost sending the car sideways. Wheel to wheel now through Rivage, very close. Good respectful racing. Looks like Goodman's left Shublum enough space. The GT4 cars, the slower cars, are not obligated to pull off the racing line. They are under no obligation to let the faster class go. It is the responsibility of the faster car to overtake safely.
And it looks like Goodman may have some damage actually.
Yeah, that front end does look quite beaten up there. And it looks like now he'll get a good stretch to maybe pull ahead. No, Shublum really pushing his line there. Goodman finally makes it past, but he's very wide through the first part of Le Fan. Gets it back online for the second part, and he's away. I'm sure he'll pull away now after Stavolo and Paul Frere. First bit of multi-class action. Oh, he's wide through Stavolo, catches some gravel, and that will allow Shublum to get a nice drift from him, a nice slipstream while they're on this flat out section. Both of them will be braking for Blanchimont. As we go further up the grid, we can see Dejana and Hubble and McCasey still going at it as McCasey goes wide at the first part of Lacombe and gets it back for the second part, and all three of them head now towards Bruxelles. This is a very tricky braking point to get right, especially when there's other cars around you. Almost nose to tail here for three cars as they go through into No Name. Don't hit the curb on the exit because it will spin you. Dejana taking the line straight over the entry curb, and that's what I'm talking about. That's what happens when you touch the outside. It will just send you around. That looked like the McLaren there of McCasey got a little sideways. Or another McLaren, I should say. Wow. Things heating up already, and McCasey is ahead, so that was a different McLaren that we did see spinning off at the exit of No Name. He's a little bit wide through there, pulling it together nicely. See Thomas van Elteren is making up good places. And we see Reigns battling with McCasey. McCasey through, he goes wide on the exit of Stavolo. That gravel will punish you so hard. Dejana and Dijon are still going at it. They are side by side through Blanchimont almost. Dejana goes ahead. Good line through there, carrying a lot of momentum. And we'll just see how faster the Audi is under braking than the Lexus. See if there's any difference there. Oh, he caught up quite a bit. Dejana running over the sausage curb, quite sketchy in the rain. Both of them get away. Oh, and losing a little bit of traction on the exit there of the chicane. Down into turn one they go, close to the wall as you dare. Try not to touch the exit here. That big yellow sausage curb likes to spin the car around as well. Both of them now flat out down towards Eau Rouge. We'll see if they brake or lift. Looks like they're braking just a little bit, sending it over the top of Radeon. Maybe flirting with track limits there, but it's all right. You've got 6 hours to avoid going over the track limits 4 times. We'll see how that goes.
And it actually poses an interesting question as I'll mute myself. This will likely be an issue, especially after a couple of hours, the number of track limits. But it does sound like the track limits do sometimes get resets. I'm not sure what the cutoff point for the track limit resetting. I've heard it was sometimes when the car gets passed over to another driver, or sometimes it's been a few number of hours. I'm not so sure, but you have to work on the assumption that any track limit is one too many.
Yes.
Because again, the drive-through penalty here is such a long amount of time, definitely much more than any tenths you would save on trying to extend the track as much as possible to get a few tenths.
Yeah, definitely. The pit lane is so long here, even just a regular green flag pit stop takes too much time. Well, I can't remember how much time it takes, more than a couple of minutes, so you lose all of that time to all of the cars that are still on track while you're in the pits. And to basically be given another pit stop, a drive-through penalty, go through, they tell you to go through the pits with the pit limiter on, that's 31 miles an hour or 50 kilometers an hour or thereabouts. So you lose so much time on a drive-through. So all of these drivers will be looking to avoid that at all costs. See Van Elteren here is catching up to the McLaren in front. Through Blanchimont they go, and closing the gap a little through the apex, going a little wide. That's quite brave. And we see Dizon off there at the exit of Blanchimont. I wonder if he spun. He had a good race so far. Looks like he's lost quite a few positions there. Van Elteren making a move around the outside, but doesn't make it stick, doesn't have the traction around the corner. Rob Phillips not too far behind these guys either. He will catch up. And Van Elteren with a 5-second penalty, so that time will be added to his next pit stop.
Yeah,
Van Elteren making the lunge down the inside there, not quite making it work, but A for effort.
Yeah, and that sort of penalty is usually for some kind of minor contact where perhaps the position wasn't given back. So something that we'll definitely have to keep in mind. I don't know which car. Ooh, as he gets loose on top of Freddy, he took the executive decision here to just go straight and avoid the massive crash and the puddle. Oh my goodness, the puddle every time. What a clutch moment on this track.
Yeah. Wow. And to have the car suddenly slide like that with other cars around you is just so terrifying. It's about one of the only curbs you can take that inside curb at Les Combes. Go ahead, Dark, you were about to say about Galbraith?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but Galbraith has got a 10-second penalty and is 8 seconds in front of Oosthuizen. So,
wow.
Technically at this moment, he is P2. It's just dependent on whether he can continue to build the gap with Jurgens behind him. He's been very quick during this race, so it is definitely not out of his reach to be able to build that kind of gap and just to continue as business as usual. But it sounds like he had a first 5 seconds penalty and perhaps another one added on top of it. So I'm not sure if it's two separate incidents or just one.
It looks like he was given a 10-second penalty for causing a collision, so it looks like we missed that. It might have been 3 or 4 laps into the race, but yeah, as you said, that 10-second time penalty is really coming into play.
Well, he was battling with somebody for P2, wasn't he? It was when Aston Martin and a McLaren, I think, fighting at the front. So
that's right. He did pull that gap away at the beginning of the race. We did see, so he might have gotten caught up in something. Maybe had a little off-track moment there.
As Barrage, I see, is in the pits. He was doing very well, and I wonder what happened there. Maybe he's fixing some damage. It looks like he's been there for quite a long time. What an unfortunate circumstance for the president.
Oh yeah, that will be a shame. He will lose a lot of time, and depending on how much damage he has, he might lose even more time. And we do see further up the field, Hubel battling Oosthuizen. They are going to make it into Eau Rouge, almost nose to bumper, or nose to tail. Both of them through. Looks like Oosthuizen dragging the brakes through the apex, and both of them make it over cleanly. We'll see how they deal with the big old puddle right here. Quite nicely, actually. It's maybe that water's being pushed away, and I don't see any more rain. It looks like this rain amount is going to continue for at least the next 15 minutes. Hubel there having a look up the inside. Wasn't close enough to make that move. And I think his strategy here should just be to just bide his time, wait and see. Let's see where this driver makes mistakes. Where is he quick? Where is he slow? You've got 6 hours to make up a position, so why not just spend a couple of laps learning your opponent ahead of you?
Yes.
I think that would be a good strategy for him right now.
And it looks like Galbraith is not running away that quickly at the moment. Oh, and here's the overtake. What happened?
There you go.
Was there some contact or just some race management from Jurgens?
It looked like he ran a little wide and just lost a bit of traction towards the end of the exit of that corner there.
And now Hubble is now in P2 when the leaderboard will update soon enough. Sometimes it takes a bit of time for this leaderboard to update, but yes, as you can confirm, not only Jurgens is now P3, but now right behind him is Matthias Dietrich, who's very close.
And very fast in that McLaren, as we saw in qualifying. Wow, yeah, 2 green cars heading through Blanchimont. Don't touch the green on the outside of the track. I think that is what happened to Oosthuizen when Hubel overtook him. He just ran a little wide, caught some of the AstroTurf and sent the car into just a little bit of a spin. And even the tiniest amount of spin, you stand to lose 2-3 tenths. Oh, and Etrich makes a big lunge up into the inside and takes out Oosthuizen. Oosthuizen's trying to get himself sorted as quick as possible, and I'm sure the stewards will take a look at that. That was a bit of an aggressive lunge there up the inside. Wow.
Yeah, it looked
and I'm sure Cookie won't be happy with that.
It looked like there was a very little reason to put that nose there. I don't think the damage was major, but the loss of time was. So I think we'll see a penalty from the stewards coming soon, perhaps a 10 or 15 seconds. We'll see. This is up to the stewards to decide. But luckily, Jurgen still is driving okay. He doesn't seem to be too flustered, so he just needs to make that time up. He's got plenty of time to do it.
That's right. That's right. And P4 Dejana closing in on him, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to make a move. He does catch up under braking, but I know the Bentley has just such great traction on exit here.
Yeah, and also Bentley sometimes not the best car in the wet, but it seems that Dejana is definitely trying to overdrive the car to try and pull that gap back from Jurgens. It's tricky in these conditions to push the limits because the safety of what your comfort zone is something that can take you from that can keep you from crashing out in these conditions. So
that's right.
Extending the now he's onto the grass now after a bit of AstroTurf. Every side of the corner is a valid reason to gain some time. Let's see if he can actually put that to good use as he brakes for lift fine. Jurgens is a bit wide, he stays tight, Dejana stays tight to the corner. He's taking both curbs. The curbs can get very slippery under the raining conditions. And now braking
especially that exit curb on the on the right hand side of Leifan. It's very treacherous, and normally you do want to run the car as wide as possible through the exit of that corner to get the most traction out of the car. And Dejana dropping back a little from Oosthuizen. It looks like Oosthuizen looks just a little bit more comfortable in these conditions. Oh, miss it. As I say, he's missed the apex for Blanchimont. He runs wide onto the AstroTurf, but doesn't look like he's lost a huge amount of time. Dejana is closing in at the braking point for bus stop. Oh, he's gone a little bit deep there. He'll lose some time on the exit.
Definitely
he's gone very wide. Yes. And the Lexus has quite a strong front end, as we see Cook is just making a pit stop. I wonder if that's for damage or anything. And it looks like Galbraith has been given a 10-second penalty, as well as Van Elteren has been given a 5-second penalty. And Fantania in the 420 AMG Mercedes has been given a drive-through penalty. So I wonder if that's for track limits or for another infringement.
That one is going to sting. We can check in a moment what the stewards have said, but judging by Blanchimont that he just took just now, it could have been track limits because it's very easy to extend on a few corners. I think Blanchimont is definitely one that comes to mind. I think and he's taking the drive-through right now. Oh, this one is going to hurt. The exit of the Lake Complex, the last right-hander, you can definitely easily come out the track on the left side. Sometimes Pouhon as well, depending on the car, the mid part, the first left-hander.
Yes.
Sometimes that can also be a reason to come out the track. And finally, the Courbe Paul Frère, which is the right-hander before Blanchimont. In the dry, almost flat out, if not flat out, sometimes can be very hard to also keep it in check.
That's right, and we saw that in qualifying, lots of drivers struggling to get a valid lap in even for qualifying. So with other cars around you, it's even harder, as we see Rob Phillips chasing down McCasey in that Ferrari. Gotta love the... he gets very sideways through Pouhon, and he's lost it. Oh, he's gone onto the grass there. Oof. That's... unfortunate. It looks like he just lost the back end on the entry to Pouhon, ended up going through the grass, and that was it. Once you hit the grass here, that's it. You are sideways. He's lost a couple positions there. That's going to really sting.
What a shame for Rob. Before this incident, he had gained 15 positions since the start of this race. Really good show of talent to go through the grid safely in the rain in this Aston Martin. We know that Rob prefers to not take part in qualifying. Whether to avoid the trouble of qualifying or maybe for the enjoyment of overtaking cars. That's something perhaps we can ask him down the line. But he still has overtaken 12 cars at this moment.
Yeah, and it looks like he's got decent pace too. He should, based on his pace, he should be around this 9th, 8th position, so that is going to really sting for him that he's lost about 3 or 4 places in that accident at Pouhon as he makes his way through bus stop, and he's just got a whole bunch of cars in front of him to try and chase down.
And as another bit of statistics, it seems that Dejner in his Lexus, perhaps proof of the performance of the Lexus in the wet, has been speed trapped at 258 kilometers per hour, which is about 3 kilometers an hour than any other car. 3 kilometers an hour faster than any other car, and a lot more than most other cars. Most cars sit around the 250 kilometers an hour range. So definitely a great performance boost to have when it comes to overtaking, to have a very solid straight line speed.
Definitely, and with so many big flat out sections in this track, he's going to have lots of opportunities to make that happen as he chases down Estreisen once again. Through No Name they go down into Pouhon. Ooh, getting a little bit sideways on the exit there, touching the AstroTurf on the outside. Oh, and it looks like he just braked a little late there. It looks like he had a tiny little lockup. Oh, I thought he was going to hit the back of Estreisen there. That was very, very sketchy. And it's so hard in this track and these conditions because, you know, you could have grip on one lap at one corner and come around it at the next lap, and there's no grip. So being adaptable to these conditions, knowing how to fiddle with the electronics in the car, get the best out of the track that's present at the moment.
Talking about changing conditions.
Very tight with cold breath. Go ahead.
Sorry, and talking about changing conditions, in 50 minutes the rain is set to increase.
Just saw that, so we're going to get even more treacherous. I wouldn't really want to be battling in this weather, so more rain, and don't forget we have the nights to come. So not only will it be raining, it'll also be dark in about, I would say about an hour from now. We do have a 2 times time scale set to this race. So about an hour from now, it'll start to get dark, and Spa has a really late sunset, or really late, it's dark now. It seems to be pushing 10 p.m., 9:30, 10 p.m. is when it gets truly dark, pitch black. So Estreisen dealing with a back marker in Lovash there. That's a GT4, that's one of the Alpine entries. And looks like he's just going to hold his line and let those guys go through. He does need to pull back onto the racing line, and Dejena's going to be stuck behind that GT4. Lovash actually pulling off the track. Let's hope he lifted up enough to get not get a track limits warning there. So that would be frustrating for Dejana, even to get caught behind traffic for just a couple seconds. You see how much of a gap Oosthuizen's pulled out in that time. So once you start hitting the GT4 traffic, a lot of the GT3 battles become about managing the traffic instead of just flat out pace. If you have more GT4s than just 3, it's obviously a bit more exaggerated. But even with just 3 GT4s, 3 slower cars, the GT3 drivers will encounter some sketchy moments while trying to overtake. Going a little bit back towards Lovash. He put in a good qualifying. He's currently P2 out of the 3 GT4s, and it looks like he's heading into Puan. It looks like he's keeping the car quite tidy. Looks like he's almost driving a little bit conservatively, trying to just keep the car on the road and keep the times as consistent as possible.
Yeah, and it seems like he's doing quite well at, you know, managing the pace of the car ahead in terms of not getting too far. It seems the gap is coming down. Oh, and the gap is coming down very suddenly. Was there a problem with Jacob Adelisia's car? Oh, there's damage!
There's damage. It looks like he might have gotten caught up in that lead battle, and Lovash now very close behind will be in enough gap maybe to get a little bit of tow down the Camel Straight if he can keep it together. He's going to get a little bit of a tow here, but yeah, unfortunate there for the Mystery Machine Maserati. Looks like there is some damage on the front of that car. I wonder if one of the GT3s overtook them into a braking zone and there was nothing Alicia could do about it. It's so hard to stop a car in the wet with no ABS.
It looks like Jacob may have maybe taken a curb. I was not able to check the replay, but Goodman, who was the previous GT3 car that overtook him a few moments ago, seemed to be well ahead at that point, so it might have been just a solo error for Jacob, which is very, very easy to do in the Maserati. As they come close, they're only half a second now apart. It looks like the damage that he has sustained is slowing him down ever so slightly.
Yes, very sideways there on the exit of La Source. Wow, keeping that car under control and again making the traffic work for him. But McCasey will pull ahead into the entry of Rouge. That was quite a move there. And Lovash now right on the tail of Alicia as they both head through Camel and onto the Camel Straight. Puddle looks like it's going away, but with rain coming back in about 10 minutes or so, it will become a factor again. As they're running almost side by side now into Les Combes. Does he have the inside? He does. Oh, but he's braked a little late. He's gone very deep. He makes it work. Alicia will have a better exit. Will he get the outside at Malmedy? Trying. Oh, so close. Almost wheel to wheel through there. And they've got another GT3 behind them. Let's see if the GT3 will be patient or if they'll just try and send it. So Lovash making the move stick in the end to Alicia. That was quite a big lunge into Les Combes, but he made it work. And Alicia now will have to go into chase mode as this GT3 of Van Elteren chooses the inside into Puan. That's quite scary. Ooh, very close. And no fatalities. That's okay. That can be a very hard place to pass a slower car because the GT4s have to slow down so much more than the GT3s. And now this GT4 battle is now being plagued by GT3 drivers all wanting to get past as quickly as possible. They don't want to lose any time. Phillips has caught that gap back up to Dizon and looks like Alicia going very wide. Careful on the exit. Oh, he's kept that together quite nicely, but he has lost a bit of a gap. Trying to keep it wide as the GT3s make their way through. Rob Phillips getting very close to Dizon. He's going to be right on his tail into Blanchimont. All three of those GT3 cars going for it into the fast left-hander. And Dizon's off. Was he pushed? Oh, I wonder if he was pushed or if he just lost a little bit of traction and ended up going wide. That is unfortunate. Rob Phillips makes up that place and continues his charge through the field. Wow. What a drive from him so far. Loving seeing the no qualifying strategy pay off, as he's right on the tail of Andrews as they head down towards La Source. Lovesh has pulled out a big gap over his GT4 rival Alicia. Looks like he's got one GT3 separating them as these two cars come down into the braking point. Andrews gets a lot of traction away on the exit. He's going to pull out of a little bit of a gap into Eau Rouge. Exciting stuff. Dizon there finally clearing Lovesh.
Yeah, and Alicia clearly having lost quite a bit of time through this whole ordeal, not only with the crash but also with the GT3 train catching up. That being said, he's got plenty of time, himself and his teammate have got plenty of time to catch up to the Alpine of Lovesh that's currently running away with a 2-second lead at the moment.
Wow. And I mean, 2 seconds, it sounds like a lot in any normal circumstance, but in this 6-hour race, it's really not a lot of time. You can lose that time on one corner in these conditions. So it's all about consistency. It's all about keeping it together, and we'll see how these drivers cope. More rain, 15 minutes. Looks like it's been pushed out a little bit further. The track is getting a little bit cooler too, so trying to keep temperature in the tires is going to be key. So we see this battle now unfolding.
Daniel Lohr in the Bentley. Oh, he's braking very late. He's almost crashed into the car in front of him as he goes into Les Combes. The Mercedes of YPKR, I'm sorry if I cannot pronounce this name, the Talksport WRT racing car, Mercedes AMG that's now going to Bruxelles. It seems like he's running away from Daniel just right behind him.
Yeah. Pulling out a little bit of a gap, but as we've seen time and time again, this race already only 13 laps in, it's quite easy to make up a gap, especially when you're trying to battle your way through traffic.
And talking about battling through traffic, Mr. Phillips is now P8.
Wow.
Ahead of Andrews. And he's running away.
Yeah. Wow.
The Aston Martin like he's really showing its colors in the raining conditions.
Yeah. The car is great in the rain. It's kind of what I was practicing with earlier. I just thought I would jump on the practice server and get a really good feel for, what these drivers are up against. And I did choose the Aston. That is my favorite car in the game. And it's so pliable through the rain. It's you can really throw it in. Traction control in that car is very good. Doesn't bite in too much. It's great. I love it. And Rob Phillips really putting it to good use here.
Yes, and the chronic understeer that you might experience in the drive for the Aston Martin might not be such a problem in the rain, depending on obviously how you set up the car. But it seems that Rob has got not only the setup of the car sorted, but also his driving is steady, and he's avoiding, making big mistakes with the number of overtakes. Any of those overtakes could have been a move that could have ended his race or somebody else's race. He seems to be penalty free and damage free at this moment. So great job from him.
Great job from him. Yeah, so difficult to be penalty free in the wet. Talking about those track limits again. And Rob Phillips, just what a journey. Like 15 positions in the space of 13 laps, 14 laps now. Quite impressive. And we see Ettrich up ahead.
And now, Ettrich seems to have caught up to Galbraith by quite a bit. They are now only 8 seconds apart. Ettrich has got a 5-second penalty. Galbraith has got a 10 seconds penalty. There's no clear winner. It could go any way still at this point. With just about 38 minutes have passed now in this race. And the first 2 cars have got penalties that could push them back further down the order. So Hubble right now is the first car that's penalty free and is 6 seconds behind Ettrich, which is just 1 second above the penalty that Ettrich has. So one thing to keep in mind though is that whenever you stop and spend that extra time in the pits, there is more time spent stopping, which sometimes can be converted into even more time once you actually start moving and get out of the pits, because time you spend stops is not as, it can be more time than you're just losing whilst you're driving at speed.
Yeah, that's right. And the amount of time in the wet too it takes to get your the heat into the tires, and the brakes as well. You lose that time as well, and it's all heating up here. Third place, penalty free. He's gonna close his gap quite nicely, it looks like, come the first pit stops, which we should expect to see in about 20 minutes or so. Be interesting to see if any teams go for a double stint strategy or just 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, change the driver every pit stop.
It's a good question, because oftentimes when the conditions like this are so treacherous, it might be a good idea to keep the driver who's most familiar with the current conditions in the car as long as he can handle it. That being said, driving for so long under the rain is something that really forces a lot of focus. And, you know, you're forced to make corrections all the time. There's very little resting time. Even in the straights you can crash because of the puddles, as we've seen in this race.
We've seen, yep.
So there's very little resting time. You have to be completely focused onto your lap at all times, and that can really tire drivers. So we'll see how that goes, especially for our solo drivers today.
That's right. And Dizon, he's had a couple spills already, but he's holding his position quite nicely now in P10. It looks like he's got a little bit of a gap behind him, and he's not too far away from Andrews ahead of him. Running a decent race so far. Was going up to Oosthuizen and McCasey battling at the front.
I think he was just overtaken, or he just overtook somebody. He just might have overtaken Oosthuizen. Sorry, McCasey. So it's a close battle now. They're only 0.6 of a second apart, but who is gaining time, who is losing time, not sure yet. Right now the gap seems to be stabilized. It's Ferrari versus Bentley, and the first top 6 car that we have right now I'm seeing are all different. Aston Martin in first, McLaren in second, Mercedes in third, Lexus in fourth, Ferrari is fifth, and Bentley in 6th position. So a very eclectic mix of cars in the top 6 cars.
Yeah, not something we kind of expected to see. You know, the pace of that McLaren in qualifying, I had it pegged for a good race start, and it did have a good race start. I was kind of expecting it to be leading. I saw its Sector 2 time was a little bit quicker than that of the Aston Martin currently ahead of it. But yeah, interesting to see all top 6 cars from a different manufacturer.
Yes, and all there. I mean, everything is yet to be decided. You know, for these top, at least the top 5 cars. There's so much time left in this race. The penalties are still all over the shot. We don't know how many track cuts each of these cars have as well. And at some point, I could bet, we should probably have a bingo at this stage, but I could bet that one of the top 5 will have some kind of drive-through at some point. And Jurgens is really close to the car ahead, coming into Les Combes. He's not making the move on the braking. Very hard to do that with the Bentley, especially in the rain, but he's definitely making his presence known.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure McCasey will see a rear mirror full of big green Bentley, and he'll just try and keep it as tidy as possible and try and not look behind him as much. But it's so hard when you have a car that takes up the whole of your rear view mirror like that.
And McCasey, I think a newcomer to the RP Endurance series, really holding his own in the Ferrari racing car in the rain, which is not a small feat. I wonder what he has done. What he has done to the setup to make the car drivable and quick and consistently quick. He seems to be staying out of the trouble at this moment as well. Yeah,
he had a good qualifying pace. It looks like he's just pulling away from Oosthuizen just a little bit there. So we'll see how that goes over the course of the next 5 hours and 17 minutes. I can't believe it's only been 40 minutes so far. It feels like so much has happened already.
Yeah, a lot has happened, especially. Oh, and he gets loose. We've cursed him.
Oh no!
We've done it again.
We're sorry. Yeah. Oh well. What's a Halloween special without some commentators' curses?
Oh no! He seems to have had a bit of damage. I think he hit the fronts first. He looks to have some front damage. I'm not sure about the rear. Sometimes rear, especially in the rain, can be worse. But he seems to be carrying on okay. Let's see if he goes straight into the pits or not.
That's right, and he does now have Van Elteren right behind him, but he does have a 10-second penalty, so they will take that at their next pit stop. Not into the pit, so he will stay out. Looks like it's not enough damage to worry about. And maybe he fixes that on the pit stop, maybe he doesn't. You can lose so much time repairing damage in the pit stop. So we'll see if he tries to fix any of that. If he's got, you know, maybe less than 10 seconds worth of damage, you could probably take it and not lose too much time, depending, you know, if the car behind him also has a 10-second penalty, then that might be a good move to do, just to kind of shore up the balance of that car as he heads through Eau Rouge. A little bit of slide on the way through, but keeps it quite clean through Radion. And that's a cool livery. I like those colors. Oh, and it looks like he's cleared a slow GT3 car that's necrotic in the background. Rob Phillips catching up to him. I wonder if he's slow because of damage or slow because of an off.
The car looks very much damaged. That windscreen is looking in trouble. I wonder if he can even see out of the car. He can, but it's still very dodgy, and you can see that he's really trying to save the car. We can see also a few drivers have already gathered some stop-and-go 30-second penalties, which means they have likely sped into the pits.
That's right. That's quite difficult to do here. That breaking the pit limiter board always comes up a little bit quicker than you think it does. Unfortunate, because 30 seconds added to a pit stop that's already seems like an eternity. Oh, McCasey getting very wide there and very sideways. That was actually a decent save.
Oh, and the car behind the background is off.
That's
it's
right. Oh man, so he's lost even more time in addition to his 10-second time penalty. That will sting.
What a shame.
What a shame. He was running a good race too. Plenty of time to make it up. He is in P7 ahead of Rob Phillips, who's on that charge across the field, who looks like Rob Phillips has a 5-second time penalty. So I'll have to look into that and see what that was for. Most likely causing a collision.
And now Thomas is now P9, which means that Rob and Mark have been bumped up one position. Rob Phillips is now P7, and Mark Dyson is now 8th in the Flyboys Audi with the beautiful blue colors. Ooh, coming out of the track there. It seems to be getting more loose as we're coming to the end of the stints. The tires are wearing out, people are crashing, the focus is wearing off. It's all coming a bit loose at the end of this first stint.
Yeah. And with more rain on the way in 5 minutes now, this is gonna get really wild. Imagine a lot of these drivers will hit their first stints after that first changeover and have even worse conditions than race start. You can already see the rain getting a little heavier, and you see the exhausts of the Audi there glowing red hot. That's just so cool that they put that in the game. I love seeing the little details like that. Through Eau Rouge, a little wide at the first apex. Somebody's coming out the pits there. And wow, puddle there, not being much of an issue anymore. Yeah, maybe.
I think it was Hudson is in the pits, but I don't know if he's still counting as in the pits. No, GT4 order seems to be the same. And by the way, Shablom is catching up to Jacob. He's now only 2 seconds behind Jacob Elijah, who's himself 5 seconds behind Lovash. So the GT4 field is fairly close, as Shablom is just in front of a GT3 car. This looks like which car is that actually?
It's Galbraith. That's the Aston Martin of Galbraith,
who's now leading the race.
Yeah, so he sneaks through quite nicely. He's gonna split the GT4 traffic, and Shablom is just gonna want to get his head down and try and close that gap to Alicia as much as possible. See Galbraith now coming up to the rear of that slower GT4 car. This is not a place you particularly want to try and force a move.
He's being patient.
He is being patient. Good on him. And he'll wait to get unleashed onto the Camel there. Bit close for comfort there.
He got a bit loose as well on that curve on the left side.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you take a bit of a atypical line, you know, something a bit different than you would because you're behind another car, you get onto that much more wet patch, especially when it comes to curves. You know, the wet curves can be so dangerous sometimes, and they can be the cause of, you know, a very sudden spin or crash that you just have no hope of recovering from.
That's right. And you lose so much time when you spin here. Sometimes just even getting back onto the track is a chore in itself, and you do have to wait for other cars to come through. You do not want to rejoin the track and mess up anybody else's races. So the amount of time you can lose if you lose it, especially with traffic around you, is to be avoided at all costs. Galbraith looking very smooth through Pouan.
Yeah, and Matthias continues to catch up. He was 8 seconds last time we checked their gap, and now he's 5 seconds behind. Just the right amount of time for that. Once the 2 penalties are computed and taken into account, they should end up right next to each other, side by side on the exit of the
neck
pits.
and neck.
Yeah.
And we'll see too. We'll have to see if Galbraith pits. We'll have to see if Ettrich, to see if he reacts to it or comes in the pits too, or if he stays out another lap and tries to push and get a gap for when they do inevitably meet up again. So yeah, strategy now with the hour winding down, first hour of this race almost finished. Strategy now is really going to come into play. When do you pit? Do you pit early? Do you pit late? And a reminder that these drivers do have a 70-minute stint timer, which means the longest time that one driver can be in the car before entering the pit lane is 70 minutes. So we're not going to see any first pit stops until after that. So Necrotic now, that car looks like it's in a real sorry state. And he's got Reigns behind him in that orange McLaren catching up. Oh, Necrotic there, a little wide. Is he going to get the exit? Oh, he's onto the grass. He's going to lose a lot of traction, and it looks like Reigns will just sneak up the inside through No Name.
It looks like his steering is a bit broken.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, he's turning left to go straight, which is never a good sign. That might need a bit of a servicing.
Yeah. So, I mean, all the time he continues to stay out on track. He's losing time. He's very wide through Pouan, and he's lost it.
Third curve
to Pouan. So easy to do, especially with broken steering. Oh, that's a shame. I'm sure now that will be his cue to enter the pits and try and get some damage repaired.
Yeah, it's definitely, you want to be in a position where you want to limit damage. He's not that far down the order. He's only still 15, so
yeah,
he can still salvage a decent race.
Right. I mean, it'll be interesting too to hear some of the drivers' goals for this race.
And as Goodman is doing a bit of lawn mowing on the exit of the Double Gauche, and now coming into the Piff Path. What a nice livery! I really like those colors on the McLaren.
Yeah, they're quite cool. Like the blue is on the wheels too, makes them pop. And I'm a big fan of white wheels. White wheels on a racing car is chef's kiss.
Yes,
love
indeed.
it.
I think I'm a bit biased because it's got that turquoise, which is very similar to the Spectre livery, which we run on the RP series. So I'm very much biased for this schema of colors. Oh, and as he goes way outside on Bolshimo, that's a bit far. Hopefully, he does not collect a track limit warning for that track extension. We'll know if he gets a drive-through in a couple of laps.
Oh. And wide again on the exit of bus stop. He's got a lot of bravery stamping on the throttle on that slippery green AstroTurf. Even some of the curbs, you just can't touch in the rain.
Oh, and the McLaren almost practically stopping, and Aston Martin just behind him. Who was that? Was that... I think that's a car that's slapping them, because I can't find them in the order.
Benjamin.
Oh, so Benjamin, which is currently... in P20? Yes, that is him. So it seemed to be an actual overtake then. Or he's just a lap behind. Oh, he might actually be a lap behind. It indicates 1 minute behind Hudson. So this looks like Benjamin unlapping himself and trying to make the time that he's lost a bit earlier. I don't think he's stopped yet, so there must have been some major contacts near the beginning of the race.
Maybe. We did see a lot of drivers falling down the order around lap 3, lap 4. He could have been caught up in that mess. That's a cool livery too. He's all radioactive.
Yeah.
14 radioactive. Makes sense. That's very cool. Stay back, radioactive. I like that on the back of the car. Very cool.
Yeah, that's a nice way of, and a nice skeleton middle finger as well. I don't know if you noticed that. That was nice and cheeky. I like those kind of things.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of damage as well. The car definitely looking weathered, perhaps appropriate for the car. Bit of a post-apocalyptic look. But I'm really enjoying seeing the Aston Martin drive around here. It looks planted and really good at what it does here.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting to see who's the faster of the Astons. We do have Rob Phillips up in 7th in the Aston. And like I said, we have McCasey in the Ferrari, not too far off of him, P1. And Galbraith as well in P1. So the Aston really is a strong choice at this track, it seems, in the wets.
Yes, and Matchas continuing to catch up. I was just checking the gap right now. The leaderboard says 4 seconds, but my real-time gap says 3.5 seconds. So soon, Matchas should be able to see in his front view. Yep, he can see Galbraith right there far in the distance. That's the leader. And now he's probably telling himself, he's over there. I can get him. Do I need to just push as hard as I can before the end of this stint when the car is light? And the tire wear with the wet tires can sometimes not be that bad. Sometimes you can carry the wet tires for a very long time. It's definitely a lot more progressive than the dry tire wear. So we'll see how this goes on the exit of the pits, because depending on the damage numbers, there's a very good chance that Matchas might take the lead after the pit stops.
That's right, and he's got such good pace to begin with. Even without these time penalties, you would have bet that after the first pit stop these guys would come out pretty closely. And it'll be interesting now with the stint timers coming up. These drivers have about 15 minutes left of their maximum stint time, so it'll be really interesting, like I said, to see who reacts to who pits first, and how the time penalties play out. 10 seconds versus 5 seconds for the McLaren.
And also, who gets in the car? Because I believe the top 3 car, if I'm not mistaken, the platinum signs or the white cars mean a team driver, yeah?
Yes, that's right.
So, yeah, thank you. So, that means that in the first 3 drivers, they might pit. It might be a different driver, it might be the same driver. They might have different pace. They might go even quicker, or they might go a bit slower at first, whilst it takes for them a bit of time to learn the conditions in a safe manner. So this next pit stop could yield very, very different order for the front of the grid.
That's right, and don't forget we do have 4 more pit stops after this one. So the pit stop battle will continue for the rest of the race. A lot of these drivers quite close together with time penalties. Looks like Oosthuizen now has a 10-second penalty. We'll have to see what that was for in a little bit. Ettrich dealing nicely with the conditions, and Oosthuizen now putting in a good performance too. I knew he was a good wet weather driver, but he's really letting his colours show. Very consistent performance from him too. So that is definitely very handy in a 6-hour race. You want that consistency. You need to be able to keep this up for a very long period of time as he makes his way through Rivage. Is he being blue flagged, or somebody else? Somebody else behind him is being blue flagged. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
A little bit wide there. A little bit sideways on the exit of No Name, but he's got it all under control.
And also, I think with Jurgens, he's got a lot of experience with this endurance races. Definitely not his first rodeo. The Bentley, not necessarily being the easiest to wrestle around here, it tends to have a good amount of wheel spin, and I can't imagine, in the rain. So
yeah.
So despite its bold qualities, the Bentley in the rain sometimes not always the easiest pick, but
yeah,
he's just chugging along, and he's by far the quickest Bentley at the moment. The next one is the car of Laura in 12th position. which is currently 19 seconds behind the car of Reigns, which is a McLaren. So the field right now is starting to be split into small sections. There's definitely a block near the front, and then some wider gaps, for example like the one that we're seeing with the car number 100 behind Reigns, about 20 seconds behind now at the moment, and behind him the car is 2 laps behind apparently, so definitely a big gap there. And I'm still surprised to see some GT4 cars that are not currently still leading, in front of GT3 cars, but that's what happens in the rain. Some major incidents can sometimes put you so far back down the order, and then you have to use the rest of the time you have to make the order back up, and anything can happen.
That's right, and it looks like the number 85 mystery machine of Bingus McBongus. Well, they've changed drivers now, so it looks like they made their pit stop a little earlier than the hour mark. It could be smart to do given the weather conditions changing up momentarily, it seems. Got more rain forecast in 5 minutes. That will definitely come into play.
And if I recall correctly, also Jacob Aleja, who was also in the same car before he gave it to Bingus McBongus, had quite a bit of damage from that incident that caused him to lose the lead. So I wonder if they thought, well, maybe let's stop a few minutes earlier, maybe try to save the car during this stint, try to extend the stint a bit longer, and then we can regain perhaps some of that time that we lost through that damage. And I wouldn't be surprised with all of those overtakes that are currently happening, that anything can happen with this first 2 cars, the GT4s, which are now the 2 Alpines, fairly close in the space. So yeah, perhaps not surprising to see the Maserati, sooner or later having had a mistake that's caused them to lose a few position. But now the Alpine in second position of Schablom is medals with a couple of other GT3 cars. They're taking it safe though, so good driving all around.
Yeah, and you see him just take a big wide line, give the GT3s as much space as they can, and he'll let them all go, I'm sure, after Stavolo and into Porphyre. And yeah, with the pit stops that the Alpines still have yet to make, I'm sure that the Bingus McBongus can close some of the gap, or if not all of it, on that first pit stop. So it looks like he will try a bit of an undercut to try and make up some of that gap. And when we were back on Bingus McBongus, you saw the damage on the front of the car, you saw the bonnet bouncing up and down. So it looks like they've elected not to repair any damage. So interesting to see how that will play out. Yeah.
I thought they did, you're right. Because that would have been a reason to stop early.
Yeah. And we now see Oosthuizen into the pits, as well as Etrich with the McLaren. So GT3 pit stops are starting to start. Lovash, current GT4 leader, into the pits. Who else do we have in the pits? Fantania in the pits. He's going to serve his penalty. Goodman in the pits. And looks like Badats is in the pits, but I believe he has decided to retire from the race. But Etrich now in his pit stop, losing a lot of time.
And Etrich is, I think, a pit stop that we need to watch, because on the exit, well, Galbraith hasn't pitted yet, but whatever happens after his exit, and he's staying in the car, by the way, might cause him to take the lead.
That's right. And it actually looks like they have chosen to change drivers. Maybe give a second for the UI to update.
Oh, you're right. LA's Rocher is now driving. You're right. The leaderboard hasn't updated just yet. Nor has race control. So, okay. So we'll see a new driver getting into the car for the Invictus Sim Racing McLaren car. Let's see how they take to the raining conditions, which are set to not improve in the next 5 or 15 minutes.
Right. Set to get even worse, if anything. Looks like increasing rain 5 minutes out, increasing rain 15 minutes out. So it's only going to get worse. And we're about half an hour in real time away from complete darkness. maybe 45 minutes or so. But you can tell it's getting quite dark already, and there will be a point where headlights come into play.
I mean, what could be better? An absolute deluge scenario at Spa with the night falling, cars all over the shots, a sprinkling of GT4s to spice up the mix. I mean, we are in for plenty of great racing, I'm sure.
And it looks, I'm just seeing on the timing screen, looks like Lovash has got on a stop-go 30 for something. Probably speeding in the pit lane as he was on his pit stop.
Lane. Yeah.
That is a big shame. That will allow Bingus McBongus to overtake at some point, seeing as he's already made his pit stop. Shublum not yet pitted, and he is currently sitting P1 in GT4.
Wow, what a loss for this team, the Faskivan Alpine car. Stop and go 30 seconds, that's practically a lap. That's going to be very painful. They have the pace to catch up, but the GT4 field is quite closed up. So who says they can't catch up? Now it depends just as much of the other cars than Martin Nagy, who is currently driving the car at the moment.
Yeah,
they just have to bide their time and not make any further mistakes.
That's right, and he's currently got that GT3 Lexus of Dejana right behind him, so he'll have to deal with that. Be interesting to see if Nagy comes into the pits this lap, serves his stop, go 30, and then he can just get on with it for the next hour, or if he'll wait for a gap and try and make the most out of it.
I believe Nagy was actually the driver that got in the car, so I think Lovash was in the car before, so we'll see how that goes. But now currently, Phillips just right behind Macasey. Phillips is in 4th position. That's
crazy. Absolutely insane. Someone who didn't even set a qualifying time, started about 23rd, 20th, I think. I can't quite remember. But he's made his way up considerably through the field in these treacherous conditions, making overtakes left, right, and center. Yet to pit, I think.
That might be why. Okay, but still, but still,
the pit stop here is so long. You can make up time on this push lap. So if Rob Phillips pushes now, push. He's only got 4 minutes left on his stint timer, so I would expect to see him pit this lap. He will take that 5-second penalty for causing a collision, but I don't think he stands to lose too much from it.
Indeed, and I'm watching closely for when Galbraith comes into the pits. It might all come down loose, to that moment where he comes out of the pits with that extra 10 seconds stopped, just watching his mechanics look at him and just feeling sad, just waiting for that timer to finish. And once he comes out, especially in the exit of Eau Rouge, it might get dicey depending on where Roscher, who is now currently P7, has ended up. Which would suggest that everybody in front of Roscher would likely not have pitted yet.
Oh, Rob, that's a bit wide. And he has pitted this lap, so don't hit the wall, don't speed into the pits, don't get more penalties.
And
looks
so
like he slowed it down quite nicely there.
So is Macasey now in the pits.
Wow, so we could see a pit stop battle here. Who can get out ahead? Rob Phillips with that 5 seconds, but Macasey might elect to repair some of the damage on his car. You can see the front end is quite bumped up. As Rob Phillips doesn't have as much damage, but he will take that 5 seconds. And the pit, you just see now how long the pit lane is and how much time you lose just getting to your pit box.
And here, do you keep flat out with the pit limiter here in the rain? I don't know if I would do that straight away. I know the dry, you can completely keep flat out, take the corner. I think it's at 50 kph that it is on GT3 cars, the pit limiter.
Yes.
So we'll see how that goes. And now, at the front, we got Dejner, who's 34 seconds behind P1 of Galbraith. And behind them, Dyson is 1 minute behind Dejner, so it's quite a big gap between the first 3 cars and the 4th car. I don't think Dyson has pitted yet, so
it doesn't look so.
Yeah, so I think within the next 2 minutes we're going to have a different top 5 order, and we're going to have a better representation of what the true order is.
Yes, hard to tell the true order when some people have pitted, some people haven't. We see Rob Phillips still in the pits. lots of cars coming into the pits now, it seems.
Yeah,
The stint timer's about up, so yeah, now or never.
and Dejna comes into the pits, and looking at the times to the leader, the gap to the leader, so Russia is about 1 minute 45 seconds behind the leader, which would suggest that is about the time that it takes to pit. At least that's what I venture a guess, around the 1 minute and 45 seconds. So over
more than a
90
lap
seconds.
time. Yeah, over the current average lap time. Which is,
well, actually, I think the lap time at the moment in the wet is let's see, actually it's about 2 minutes 30 seconds, so it's a bit less,
almost,
but still
a bit less, but considerable amount of time. Yeah. So Dejna making his way out of the pits right now. It's another solo driver, so I'm sure he took that 30 seconds to get a drink, stretch his legs, stretch his arms, take a few deep breaths, and try and get back into the rhythm of things as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, further back, it's the Invictus sim racing machine of Russia. He's coming up now towards the bus stop. He'll complete a lap, and it'll be interesting to see. He'll catch up to Dejna, I think, but not by a huge amount.
And he's overtaken Dyson before Dyson just went to the pits, so he's now currently P3. But what I'm wondering is, where is Galbraith? Has he pitted yet, or is he just behind and about to pit? Because he's running out of time.
He is.
He's got 45 seconds to get into the pits. I think he will make it because the stint timer.
Yeah, he's at Blanchimont now. I think he's good. I think he's good.
He should be fine. But the stint timer ends just at the moment that you go past the line. I think what he's doing here is, he's pushing the pit stop as much as possible, because if he comes into any trouble down the line, it means that he can pit a few minutes earlier. To try and perhaps save a few seconds. So definitely cutting close. I wonder if he's got somebody to help him with a strategy, because that's some fine calculation. 15 seconds before the end stint timer.
Cutting it down to the wire, bold move. And yeah, what a race from him so far. Good drive, great first stint. It'll be interesting to see if he stays in the car or if he hands over to somebody else. So Russia just behind.
Yeah, and now we are seeing Russia, who now had a bit less time, if you remember, in terms of penalty, and was about 5 seconds behind. So there was basically a 5-second difference that was going to close up in the pits due to the difference in penalties. So once he comes out, and depending on how much traffic is encountered, it should be fairly close to Galbraith, but we'll see in just a minute's time.
Oh yeah, through Pouon here, he's got a backmarker and Kyle Cook ahead of him.
Yeah, I think so. I can recognize that livery, the purple and the greenish.
It's very purple and it's very green.
It's very Halloween.
Being blue flagged there. Yes, very Joker. So yeah, he's actually been shown the blue flag there, so it'd be interesting to see. Ooh. Yeah, there you go. He just kind of pulls off. I don't know if that was intentional or if that's what he just ended up doing because he lost a bit of traction, but Russia gets through. He'll be happy to clear that back marker, and he'll push now on this last sector of the circuit to try and close that gap of Galbraith, who is still in the pits. So just like you said, it is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, and Russia got loose a little bit on that exit, and not necessarily through Sencha's fault at all. Cal Cook, who's known as Sencha in Discord, just because he was trying to turn a bit more to make the overtake, and he got loose on the curb. He's probably lost a few tenths, and he's coming close to the end of the lap, and in just 2 corners, going to be at the exit of the pit stop.
That's right, and it does look like, has Galbraith left the pit lane? No, he's still in his pit box, it seems. So yeah, now just the pit stop symbol next to Galbraith's name has changed, so he's out of the pits, coming to pit exit, while Russia behind has just cleared La Source, so he's on his way down to Eau Rouge now, and it looks like there'll be about maybe a 15-second gap or so once the timing board sorts itself out.
Yeah, I can see in real time now about a 10.5 second gap, 10.6 now. So it looks like this hasn't played at all in Russia's favor because it seems like Russia fell into a bit of traffic on the exit, and perhaps the pit stop wasn't as good. And we can see also that Galbraith has changed drivers to Ben Litherland, if I recall correctly.
That's right.
The sharking Jockey. I don't know how to pronounce that car name, but that's a great team name.
Yeah. Yes. And Litherland has raced with us a couple of times now. Seems to be a very strong, very composed driver. As we look now, it's getting darker and darker. It's getting harder to see the liveries, who's who. And yeah, nightfall, probably about, I'd say about 20 minutes in real time away from us. But yeah, it just looked like Galbraith was able to just push on that lap. And it looks like extending that stint timer as much as possible really played off for him. And he's now got a really nice gap to the car behind. So settle down, get yourself into a good rhythm and keep it up, men. This team's done a great drive so far. We'll see if Litherland can carry it on through this second stint here. As he gets very sideways there. Ooh, good save. I'm sure those tyres need a little bit more temperature in them. The rain's gotten worse, and it's still forecast to get even worse. So through Blanchimont he goes, coming up to it now. He's looking very composed, looking like he's gotten comfortable fairly quickly into that car. As he's a little wide at Blanchimont. Oh, he kept it together. Yeah, that will definitely be a track cut. Keep an eye out for any penalties coming up.
Yeah,
he's coming up on some back markers now too, so he'll want to clear those as soon as possible and put even more traffic behind him for Russia to try and deal with.
Ooh, let's see what kind of move he makes in the first corner. There's 3 wides.
Wow.
On the entry to La Source, but everybody's
Brave.
being... Oh!
Little hip shake under braking there. He makes it stick. And yeah, through cleanly. That was very brave. He could have waited till Camel. He could have waited till Les Combes, but needs must.
Yes, and it seems like there's definitely a big difference of... Oh! He got loose!
And he's gone very wide.
He's recovered it!
Wow, what a save. Oh my goodness. That was insane. It looks like Goodman. He's lost it over the puddle. It's the puddle. The puddle on Camel Kite's back. And you can just see Russia behind in the background. He's about to clear all this traffic behind him. So he's made up a considerable amount of time thanks to that. Wow, what a save through Eau Rouge.
His teammates
completely sideways.
His teammates will be watching this with bated breath and,
I'm
clenched
sure.
buttocks just in preparation for that Eau Rouge corner. What an amazing bit of car control on the exits. Sure, he got loose the first time, but it takes even more skill to catch up this kind of slides. And with minimal damage, it looks like.
Yeah, that's right. And Russia now only 3 seconds behind instead of the 10 that was at the beginning of the last lap. So yeah, he's made up about 7 seconds or so just because of those 2 slides. It looked like the puddle got him at it looks like the puddle got him through Camel Corner too. It looks like it just sent him off into the grass, but thankfully the wall was there to stop him. Otherwise he would have gone straight off, he would have spun, and he would have lost even more time. But Russia putting together a very composed stint so far. Hasn't really lost any time since the pit stop. So good on him. As he's trying to clear this back marker into Stavolo, he looks up the inside, and there you go, he goes through. And yeah, the weather getting even more treacherous here.
We might end up with a flooded track soon.
Yeah. And we were trying to avoid a flooded track. We didn't want it to be undrivable in this race, but when you pump the randomness up so much, there's only so much you can do. You just kind of cross your fingers at that point. So yeah, he clears Goodman on the entry to Blanchimont, and Laura is catching up to Goodman behind, so that'll be a good little battle. I think they are on the same lap. Russia now only 1 second gap between Russia and Litherland, who is currently P1. They make their way around the bus stop and they go down towards La Source. And we'll see, I think we'll see here too, just the speed difference between the McLaren and the Aston Martin, especially through Eau Rouge. You'll be able to tell who's a bit more composed through there. So let's keep an eye on the gap. 1 second right now, and we'll see how bigger or smaller it is after Eau Rouge.
And look what is happening here. The spray combined with the lights and the darkness, it's becoming critical.
Yeah,
It's becoming very, very hard to see now for these drivers. Roscher is 1 second behind the leader. He's getting loose on the straight. He's got a blue flag car in the middle as well. This is the battle for the lead very soon as they approach Les Combes. Roscher is making slightly compromised way, but he's off the rubber line, which sometimes can save you a bit of time on the braking distance. And now they're approaching to the Aston Martin. He can see the rear of the car. He's almost through the spray. It's almost behind him, so he can almost see better. And now they break into Bruxelles.
Wow, yeah, great battle through there. Again, all about managing the traffic. I think if Roscher could have cleared the slower Aston in front of him, I think he would have been ahead of Liverland by now, but we'll see if he bides his time or if we're due for a big send up into a braking point. Touch of yellow flag there, it's gone. There's a white flag, there's a slow car somewhere. Oh, it's right ahead of them, it's Appleby. That looks like the Reigns' machine, the orange McLaren, sorry. They've switched drivers. And yeah, almost making things really difficult for Litherland there, but both P1 and P2 of GT3 class keeping it on the road, keeping it nice and tidy. Through Piefpath they go in towards Stavelot, and it looks like Litherland is just pulling out a couple of tenths this lap. So I wonder if the traffic has done that, or if that's just the pace we're to expect. Bouncing around the 1 second mark, and it does look like Roscher is going to have a nice little tow. Yeah, he's got those couple tenths back already, and I think into the bus stop we'll see them close up a little bit more. And now as well, Hubel in the 362 Mercedes machine is only 3 seconds behind P2. So we're going to have a three-way battle for P1, it looks like, really soon. If Hubel can get that car a little closer to the rear of that green McLaren. Wow. So the pit stops really jumbled everything up, and we've got potentially a three-way battle for P1 coming up. Oh, as Roscher gets very close to Litherland on the exit of La Source, and both of them looking to get as much traction as possible on the run down to Eau Rouge. And the gap now only 3 tenths as they head into Browntown. Eau Rouge in the wet. Litherland very wide again. He's lost it completely, it looks like, into the wall, and Roscher just goes through. How unfortunate. We saw him save that same spin a lap previous, but wasn't able to repeat that great driving skill. And he loses it through Radion, hits the wall, and Roscher now pulling out a 2-second gap over the next fastest GT3, which is now the 362 AMG machine of the HCR, the Helios Community Racing Car. Wow. Oh, I have to take a deep breath there. That was insane. Great to see the battle kind of playing off. That's quite special. Hubel now 2 seconds behind, so I think he'll want to keep his kind of cool, settle into a rhythm, and just kind of go for it. Almost pitch black here. It's going to be very treacherous.
Yeah, and it looks like Ben Litherland has picked up some damage through this incident. So that impact was quite a severe impact. Let's have a look if he's still driving the car straight. It's hard to say, but I wouldn't say so. I think he's picked up enough damage to warrant going to the pits perhaps sooner than planned. So this was a big crash, and it's interesting because it wasn't just the first time that he got loose at that specific corner. There must be something there with the line that he was taking, or perhaps just with the new conditions. Perhaps there's more water and the front is maybe diving under the water a bit more at that spot after hitting the curb, which is making it, you know, he lost the car twice, exactly the same spot. The first time he saved it in very, very gracious fashion. This time it is costing him a big amount of damage.
That's right, and now he's got a battle to keep P3 as Dejana actually goes through at Blanchimont. That was quite crazy. What a move.
Yeah, and
wow.
Ben seems to now be struggling really with the car. It looks like this damage is really hampering him down. And and there you go.
He goes into the pits. Yep. Okay, so he stands to lose even more time. So there goes. I mean, he was overtaken before he got to the pits, but I don't know if that's race over. But it's certainly going to make a big dent in their time.
Oh, I don't think so. I think with the pace this team has been having, you know, a leading car like this with the gap there was after P5, I think these guys are good to come back to the order throughout the race. They might even make it back to the podium. So watch this pace. I think this is going to make for some great racing, great overtaking.
That's right. And we do see Oosthuizen in that green Bentley. He's coming up to bus stop now, so he will actually overtake Ben Litherland while he's in the pits. So P4 for Oosthuizen. That's a very good race so far from him.
Yeah.
Again, looking very confident in the rain.
And now as we move on to Thomas Jack, who's 5/10 behind the next car of Frederick Goupil in a 360 Bytown Express Ferrari. They seem to be battling for quite a while, but Jack is biding his time. He's being patient, and you can hear the water just skimming on the underside of the car, and you know when you hear that sound, hold on to your wheel and to your dear life. Because things might go swinging very quickly, and it's getting close on Blanchimont.
Oh, it's gone wide there. He's kept it together. Nicely done. So there are two mid-engine cars battling out in the rain. Into bus stop. Oh, Jack going a little wide there. Trying to carry through. He's trying to emphasize the exit, I think, in that purple winds machine. And they head down to Los Osos, almost nose to tail. Will he make a move up the inside? Will he choose outside? Goupil making his car as wide as possible on the inside. He's going to force Thomas Jack on the outside, and they're side by side, and Goupil just gets ahead, but they're still side by side, and Jack goes through into Eau Rouge on the rundown. Hold on to your hats. Both of these guys going this close through Eau Rouge could end quite poorly. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Nice move. That's very difficult to do in the rain. Get the traction down at the exit of La Source on the downhill. Goupil there getting a little splash at Kemmel, and Dizon behind him also getting a little twitchy across the puddle at Kemmel. So it looks like those the puddles have come back into play. I know there's the big one at Kemmel, there's one at Stavelot, and I believe one on the entry to the first left-hander of Blanchimont. But it looks like we could get a flooded track as, even more rain for the next 5 and 15 minutes.
I mean, it is on brand, right? This is Halloween edition. It should be scary, and I bet you our drivers at the moment are getting very scared of these conditions, at least some of them, as they try to stay alive, you know, racing around this track. I mean, we've seen some great racing so far. I thought, you know, we'd get into a lull and have to slow down in the middle of the race, but as you know, we're already an hour and a half into this race, and all we've seen is just non-stop action.
And I'm just looking at the stewarding channel, and there are a lot of open tickets right now, so there have been a fair amount of incidents that drivers do feel warrant some steward intervention. Let me just check this.
So perhaps explain to the audience. So what happens with these stewarding incidents? The stewards have a way of checking the incidents that currently happen in ACC in an automated manner. So the stewards will always prioritize these tickets and go through them. Sometimes though, if you have a teammate and you've been involved in incidents, you know, the teammate wants to doubly make sure that, you know, the incidents will be looked at, especially in scenarios where perhaps you feel like you've gotten the wrong end of the stick. And this is what sometimes gets raised into the Racing Pals Discord for the stewards to have a look at. And the stewards, as of this moment, doing a great job of, you know, not necessarily punishing, but, you know, enforcing a strict and clean driving standard as much as it is possible. We haven't seen many outrageous punts in this race so far. So great job from everyone.
Oh, and that's is that Rob Phillips off, I see?
Yeah, I seem to have lost my what's it called? My spectator has been bugging, so I don't know what's going on. Are you still able to see what's going on?
Yeah,
in the
I'm
race.
seeing what's going on. Rob Phillips is not off. He is actually in P5 right now. So I think your real time is accurate.
It's not just that, it's just my ICC that's been bugging out. So we'll be right back.
Okay.
And we are back. I'm resuming this stream as we are catching the battle between second place Hubble and first place Rusher. They are now less than half a second right behind each other. We are now battling for the lead once again in this race. First it was the Aston Martin versus a McLaren, and now it is McLaren versus Mercedes, as they're now going up into Eau Rouge and Radio, and next onto the Camel Straits. Night is well and truly here in Spa at this moment. The rain is also increasing. Temperatures have come down, which will have an impact on tire pressures. We're now standing at 18 degrees. A lot of wind actually. Ooh, as the Mercedes gets loose and Hubble is gone. Hubble has spun it completely around, and that's going to give a welcome breather to Rusher. Is he gonna be able to restart the car? Oh, he's spun it a few times, but now he should be on track to resume. What a shame, he was just behind, but sometimes that's what happens. You see the carrot, you're closer to the carrot as ever, and then all of a sudden you lose a bit of concentration. The arrow doesn't work as well because you're close to the car in front, and the car goes.
Okay, I'm
Hey,
back.
we resumed the racing as there was a battle between P1 Rusher and P2 Hubble. They were very close, less than 0.3 of a second, and then Hubble spun it at the entrance of Lake Combe.
No.
So Rusher now has got quite a bit of a gap ahead. I think he's about 14 seconds ahead.
Yes.
So definitely lost a
Almost,
lot of time.
yeah. Almost 15 seconds. Wow. And yeah, the only people ahead of Russia now are back markers. We've got Dizon ahead in P9, 8 seconds ahead of him. So looks like he's got some nice clean air to just get the hammer down. As here we see Dejana and Hubble battling. They're about 2 seconds apart as Dejana heads towards Blanchimont. You could just see Dejana in the distance there. Keeping it nice and tidy through there, not going as wide as we've seen him go in on other laps. So looks like he's really getting into the rhythm now. Even though there's a car only 2 seconds ahead of him, he looks quite calm, quite comfortable, which is what you really want to be once it gets dark and rainy here. I'm sure these drivers can see next to nothing, especially if they're following another car.
Yeah, and you can see here, you can see where the gap extends. It seems that Hubble, even after the incidents, is able to get away once again. So maybe he's got a bit more pace at the moment, but Dejner in the Lexus is definitely there in case any mistakes happen, like the one that just happened.
That's right. Seeing a yellow flag here. It looks like there's a car that's just spun a little further back at bus stop. That's why you're seeing that yellow flag at the top. Was that Ben Liverland spinning or somebody else? No, it was somebody else.
I think it was somebody else, but Ben Liverland, you know, maybe this is the beginning of the great comeback of this team, of the shocking Jockey team. I've said it, I went for it. And now they're P8s and just a few tenths away from Gisbert's right ahead in the other number 102 Aston Martin. So
that's
we might see you overtake.
That's that's the old Dutch team. That's a triple manned team. So I'm sure his teammates now will be biting their fingernails as Liverland is right on the rear bumper, heading into where are they? That is Paul Frere they're at now, side by side. A little bit of door paint rubbing, that's okay. Rubbin's racing, and Liverland ahead on the entry to Blanchimont. Nice move.
Yeah, that's clean enough. It definitely. Ooh, it looks so impressive, Blanchimont with this.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's gone.
That was a big snap of oversteer there. Oh, it looks like he wanted to change directions at the last second and just try and get ahead, but it looks like the back of the car just started to pirouette. Unfortunate. He hasn't lost too much time. It looks like he's gotten back together pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think that was a good real situation there. He tried to make the move, try to move the car to the left side, try to move it in a different line. But sometimes when you make that change of direction and brake at the same time, once you hit the brakes, it's like you pull the handbrake and the car just goes.
Yeah.
So well done for catching the car, at that speed when you make that braking maneuver on the wet like it is right now. It's done very well to keep it together. And Netherlands continues to catch up to the cars ahead. Already he's right behind Jack.
Right. That's right, and it looks like he's going to make a move up the inside maybe. Nope, thinks twice. He's going to try and just keep it together. He breaks a little deep into there, but that's okay. Not taking the second curb, interesting. I kind of favored taking that left-hand inside curb at Les Combes there, but looks like he wants to. I mean, that's just the thing with the Aston, it just eats curbs in the dry, so it's hard to tell your muscle memory. Oh, very sideways there, catches it. Will lose a couple seconds, I think, to Thomas Jack, who is pulling away. 1.3 seconds the gap now.
Oh, and he's gone again!
See now. Oh, and he's gone again! Oh, is he? Oh, he's not completely spun around, so that's okay. It's not the worst thing.
And I don't
but
think
he does have
Gisberts
Gisberts behind him. Yeah, looks like Gisberts is going to catch up through the exit of Pouan. Oh, he's onto that. He's gone very wide, Gisberts. Behind a little twitch, and Litherland is just keeping it ahead.
And it's now looking very hard to drive around here now.
Yeah.
The conditions are becoming extremely treacherous. The spray is not yet too bad. Oh my goodness, look at this exit!
Ooh.
The car just got loose on the exit as he just pressed down the throttle, and it now looks like the drivers really have to stay off the AstroTurf, maybe even at the curves of certain corner, because if you're pressing that throttle and you're not pointing straight, the car is going to go.
Yeah. And such little grip to begin with. I think the keyword is available grip, and there's so little grip available at the moment. You can see drivers, he looked like he almost babied it around Blanchimont there. He really doesn't want to lose it. And same braking zone as he lost it the last lap, but he's got it nice and tidy together. So it looks like he's regained some composure. Very hard to do in these 6-hour long endurance races when you have an off and just keep it together mentally.
Cook is gone.
Oh, Kyle Cook sent around. Was that an incident with the Mystery Machine Maserati? It looked like it could have been, or it could have been from his own doing. He's letting more cars through now.
It looked like he got loose
Wow.
on his own just after making the overtake, just on the exit of Blanchimont, maybe taking a slightly compromised line.
Ooh.
And then suddenly the car just, the rear spinning out. This AstroTurf, we need to talk about it, because in the rain, some surfaces get really, really loose, especially more loose than they already are. Sometimes even in the dry, the AstroTurf is not a good place to be, especially when you're trying to put a lot of power down in these GT3 cars. But in the rain, some of these just become patches of ice that you want to really avoid, unless... Oh, and he's gone again!
As we see Cook doing exactly what you said. Oh, and it almost collects Hubel, and Hubel does hit the wall, and he's spun around too.
No, Hubel's
what a
P3.
big shame. That's a huge shame. That will be very unfortunate for that Helios Community Racing Mercedes. I'm sure they'll be pounding their fists on the table. He's gone again. Oh, conditions getting really treacherous. That headlight's out. He needs to move away from the circuit. Oh, Goopel. There we go. Okay, that was probably smart. Staying where you are, and rather than moving around and making yourself unpredictable.
Look at that steering wheel.
Bonnet, that bonnet is straight up. He only has one headlight, and his steering wheel's 90 degrees to go straight.
The car is crapping.
That is going to be, that car is going to be. It's going to take a lot of time to repair. That could be
a reason to
the end of their podium battle. That could be the end of their battle for the podium. Osthuizen, 25 seconds, 24 seconds, 23 seconds behind. Can't keep up fast enough. He's catching at a rate of knots.
I mean, it's practically...
Hubble looks like he's just gonna take the exit road at Lecom. Yeah. Oh, he's got the meatball. The meatball flag is being shown to that 362 machine. He's gonna let Osthuizen through. Yeah, it looks pretty bad. Oh, Goodman coming out. Looks like he had to take the escape road at Lecom as well. What a shame, but that does put Osthuizen up into P3. Wow. Heartbreak.
What a sad state of affairs. I am not going to make this even worse by filming this whole sad lap, but let's move perhaps to Valencia, as he's just right behind the car head of Gil in the McLaren. And Valencia today is driving the Mercedes AMG, and he seems to be closing up very well in this corner, which is, I'm trying to recognize,
heading into No Name now. There's No Name, and then they're on their way towards Pouon slash Double Gauche slash whatever corners there. Yeah, you can see him just bouncing along the grass.
They both gone off.
Oh, they've both gone wide, and Hubel's gone wide too. There must be a puddle on the entry to Pouon, right at the braking zone, that's just sending these drivers straight instead of letting them turn. And Rob Phillips behind Valencia too, so look for those blue flags to start waving, because Phillips currently in P4.
Incredible. I can't believe I'm saying this. He's soloing this race, and on 2 hours and 40 minutes of race time, he is now up to P4 from starting with no qualifying.
There you go. And he just clears Gil, and he's right behind Valencia now. He's going to look to clear this slow traffic as quickly as he can. He's probably going to try and make a gap up to Osthuizen, so there's a 20-second or so gap to P3 for Rob Phillips. Wow. Yeah. And Valencia has also gotten ahead of Gil nicely. Cleared him, and it looked like his pace, Valencia's pace, was a little bit faster than Gil's, so I would expect to see him pull out over the next couple of laps, pull out a nice little gap.
Yeah, and it looks like Gil was slightly struggling in Blanchimont, not necessarily using all of the track. Not that you do want to get on that curve, but you can see the car getting slightly loose. I wonder if he's got a bit of damage. I'm not sure if it's just the camera not being centered on this view. But yeah, just not. He's staying out of trouble, so that is good for him. And especially as we get into the second wave of pit stops in about 15 minutes, I would say. We'll see where they end up, because they're doing decently well. I'm surprised, or rather, I am glad to say that the Maserati of Bingus McBongus is now P1, and something must have happened to the Alpine of the second Alpine, because I'm pretty sure we're missing one GT4 car.
That's true. So I do wonder what happened to those guys. Let me see. How many laps have they done?
Which car did we lose? Is it the one of Lovash, or is it?
Yeah, it looks that way.
Oh wow, something must have happened. Maybe a mechanical failure, otherwise known as a disconnection.
Actually, it is the other Alpine, the one of Shoblum.
Oh, what a shame.
And yeah, that is a shame because he put on such a good performance early in the race. Had P1 for a little bit. Maybe we can drag him in for an interview quite soon and kind of just see what's up.
Yeah. I see also we've got Mike waiting for us in the interview waiting room. So maybe we can drag them here whenever you like.
Yeah, sounds good. Let me sort my screen out real quick. There you go. Cool. Let's drag in Mike. Let's see what he has to say. Mike. Oh, Mike. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. How's your race so far?
Well, off to a bad start, and currently sitting in P16, which for my first endurance race isn't horrific, to be honest.
That's good.
I'm a lot worse off.
Yeah. How did you find race start?
Sorry?
How did you find the start of the race?
Well, start of the race. Well, I mean, it started off okay until we went over a rouge. Then I had a collision with two other drivers who also had a collision with somebody else who had lost it on the exit of rouge, which is a bit unfortunate, but not the end of the world.
Not the end of the world.
These things do happen. I mean, I've recovered to where I'm happy with. I mean, I was expecting to be last, to be perfectly honest. I am still racing because I am doing this solo, so I'm doing a 6-hour stint straight. With
that's certainly brave. You certainly have large cojones, shall we say? And how do you find the car that you're driving, the McLaren, right?
Yeah, I'm driving the McLaren. So I stopped racing Assetto Corsa for a while. So when I signed up for this, I kind of forgot what car I used to drive. I knew I used to drive like one of 3 cars, and the McLaren was one of them.
Right.
I think the other one was the Aston Martin, and the Aston Martin has been fast around this track. The McLaren has also been very fast, but the Aston Martin has been on a next level from what I've seen from a lot of other drivers.
Yeah, we were talking about the Aston and just how good it is in the wet and how planted it is, especially through places like Pouan and Blanchimont, the faster corners, which normally you would tend to favour the McLaren through the faster corners.
Ooh. Sorry, I'm spinning.
Oh, you're good. Just deep breaths, get it back onto track as soon as you can. You have quite a big gap behind you, so take your time in.
We're becoming budget team engineers in this moment to help you out in this situation. Okay, good rejoin. Good rejoin.
You're good.
Oh, so I don't even know how I lost it there. That was the weirdest lose out of the pool one. I haven't lost it there. I don't think I've lost it there the entire time I've been practicing it.
How do you
very bizarre.
How do you find the conditions? Because right now it's raining a lot more than it did at the beginning of the race. What do you think about that? How do you feel?
I actually can't even see how much it's raining. It is pitch black on my screen. It feels better than it did at the beginning of the race, to be honest. It feels drier, which I don't understand if it's raining more. So
that's interesting. Maybe with so many cars on the track, the drying line is drying quicker. And also the rain. As we go into Blanchimont, the rain has stopped increasing in the last couple of minutes. So it might be a cause for the conditions to improve.
Yeah, and with all those cars pushing through too, they're going to push the water off of the racing line and make each corner just that little bit easier to deal with.
Yeah, better traction out of the last corner. I mean, the bus stop chicane, there is a lot more traction out of that corner than there was in qualifying. Qualifying was horrific. I don't know if you saw my qualifying, I really struggled to get the car to stay on track for qualifying. I was just constantly spinning off. Eventually I got a lap in, but it was not an easy task. Qualifying was awful.
Yeah, qualifying was very close throughout the whole field. I think the top 6 cars were only 7/10 apart from each other. Like the gap from first to sixth was 7/10 in qualifying. So it's been really competitive up the front and in the middle, and even like just the back of the grid too. It's been a good race to watch. So
yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that it's going to get more exciting as time goes on and as gaps. I mean, I'm hoping to be able to recover more time because I know that I'm quite far behind P16 right now. No, P15 actually. Wait, I'm confused.
So you're P17 at the moment. You got a GT4 car, which is about 10 seconds ahead of you, not even. So you'll be catching up that guy very soon, I'm sure. And then after that, you got a bit more time to catch up to Kyle Cook in P15. But you got 4 hours to do it, so you got plenty of time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very confused though with how there's a GT4 car in front of me. I don't recall a GT4 car overtaking me, but it must have been when I had to take an impromptu pit stop after crashing again. Because I've had a couple of spins.
we've seen the pit stops shuffle up the running order quite a bit here, and it looks like another pit window in quotation has kind of come upon us. 10 minutes until the hour, and then 20 minutes until the current stint timer is up for a lot of these drivers. So you never know, the pit stop might shuffle around a lot of people, and you can close the gap quite easily that way. But yeah, thanks for coming in to talk to us, Mike. We wish you the best of luck for the rest of your solo race.
Thank you. I'm around for the next 4 hours. So
All right, man. We'll just let us know if you want to talk some more.
Okay, cool.
All right, pal.
Oh,
careful.
Okay, oh. Wait a minute. There we go.
See you later. So that was Mike. Thanks for joining the call. We'll be pulling our drivers once in a while throughout the race, just to see what's been happening. Some of these drivers I even ready to interview what they're driving, something I could not manage.
That's crazy. Yep. The amount of mental capacity needed to talk and drive this track at the same time, even when it's dry and light, let alone nighttime and raining, that's quite something.
Yeah, and once we were talking, Laura made the overtake on the Team Netherlands, if I recall correctly, car, which is Gisbert's. He's now about 6 seconds ahead, and now we're seeing Victor Borlin, just battling with the car ahead of Duish Velshoff. There you go, I've said that.
There you go.
which is another McLaren.
Yeah, he is that orange McLaren is a lap ahead of Borlin, and Borlin with a 15-second time penalty too. So he'll want to manage that as easy as he can. As he goes off onto the entry of Stavelo, and he's made contact with Fentuzzi, who was a lap down. Kind of careering his way through the field there. That was something.
That was interesting for sure. I mean, he's got a gap now for sure, and he's also got 15 seconds penalty, so I wonder if we're seeing a bit of a trend, but we'll see what the race has to unravel for him. It's still P12, so plenty of time to buy back his time that he's going to lose with his penalty, but that is not to say that he's not going to get any more further penalties. It depends on what comes out of this contact, so we'll see how that goes. Otherwise, near the front, sorry, go ahead.
I was just about to say, I'm sure the stewards will want to take a look at that.
Yes.
God, that's what I needed.
I wouldn't be surprised. Otherwise, near the front, Rocher, perhaps as we do a little 2-hour checkpoints just before the pit starts. Rocher is in first position. He's in a team, and he is about 30 seconds ahead of the next car in his Invictus Sim Racing McLaren. Really solid team. Most of the race so far they were in P2, and lots of things happen. Basically, the two next best contenders, the P1 car and the P3 car, ended up having some incidents that propelled them down the order. Since then, Ben Litherland is now currently in P5, so he has been able to go back the order, and he's now 35 seconds behind Rob Phillips, who we'll chat about in just a second.
He looked like he got very loose there on the exit of Blanchimont. Looked like a nice four-wheel drift, just to wake up his senses in case he's fallen asleep a little bit. Tightly into the bus stop and around, and it looks like he's got Dizon behind him at 16 seconds behind in the 805 Audi, that nice blue Audi we keep seeing all around the track. And yeah, now that pit stops are starting to become a thing, we're going to see this field shuffle up even more.
Yes, and we can see now there's really some big, I would say, blocks of drivers who are racing together as the Maserati downshifts, and it gives me just pure joy as I hear it. Dejner is 30 seconds behind the P1 car, so not necessarily something he can catch up over a pit stop. But then again, Rusher is working in a team, so there's a good guarantee that Dejner, will stay at a relatively similar pace throughout the race. And I don't know if the team that Rusher is in, so this Invictus Sim Racing team, has got three, I would say, fairly even drivers, but if it stays the same as we've seen so far, they're in a really good position to keep this lead throughout this pit stop phase. Then in P3 we got Oosthuizen, Jurgens. He's doing very well at the moment. He's got a bit of a gap, about 1 minute behind P2, but he's staying alive in the Bentley. He hasn't had any major incidents, and that's why he is still, on contention for the podium in this Cookie No Livery Racing Keck Bentley car. What else?
An interesting team name to see the left. Well, behind him, not too far, is Rob Phillips, currently running in P4. Crazy to think about, absolutely crazy. A man that didn't qualify, and he's made up about, I'd say, 21, 22 positions in the course of this 2 hours of this race. Is he pitting right now? No, he's not. It looked like he was about to pit there, but just taking a wide entry into the left-hander of the bus stop.
Yeah, and really the success story of this race so far, with how many positions he's been gaining. I still can't believe, you're able to start a race that far behind, an endurance race, right, where a lot of,
in the rain at night.
a lot of blocks of cars form up, and and sometimes slow you down, even though you might be naturally faster. And yet he's been able to pull this. And here we are. Look at this forecast. Deep cuts. We have decreasing rain in the next 5 minutes.
First time tonight.
First time tonight, yeah. Will we see a drying track? I mean, yes, but will we see a dry track at some point?
A dry track, or even just a damp track. Quite a big conversation. Well, I was saying quite a lot of the conversations I'd been overhearing was, do you stay on wet tires if it's a damp track, or do you keep the wets on and pray that you don't overheat them? You stand to lose so much time with the wrong tire choice. So quite difficult to call. So we'll see if the track does tick over to damp. We'll see what the drivers do, if they all pile into the pits, or if they're a bit more interested in just kind of sticking it out with the wet tires. As we're on board with P6, Mark Dizon coming through a Rouge, a little wide on the apex, and that'll be a track cut through Radion, I'm sure. Look at those exhausts glowing. He's wide. It looks like everybody's trying to avoid that puddle at Kemmel still. We see Benjamin just behind him, slowing down. I wonder if that's to let a faster car through, or if that's damage. We've seen him around the track quite a lot today, but we haven't seen him doing, close to any other cars. So I wonder if this is maybe his first endurance race, or maybe just not being able to get comfortable with the setup. It was, that's obviously something that driver would have to take a look at. Dizon now going through Rivage, I think.
One of those.
Now he's now he's through towards Blanchimont.
Pouhon. I think, at this moment.
Oh, yes, Puan. It's so hard to tell where they are in the dark.
It is very hard to tell. I know, because I had to watch the track map to remember where I was here. And this is why I wanted to show the interior view here, because as you can see, it's hard to see, and you know, we have it good because we have this camera angle gives us a bit more vision, especially to the side of, you know, the left hand side, so we're able to see a bit better even sometimes than the driver themselves can see. But really in the car, especially when you're right behind somebody and the rain is thick and the lights light up the spray coming out from the rear of the car in front, you're really struggling to see clearly, and that can affect your pace and even cost you a really big incident.
That's right. The last thing you want coming up to a fast corner like Blanchimont is not being able to see anything in front of you, which if you're running nose to tail, that will happen. You will not be able to see a thing, and you will just have to trust your muscle memory to take you through that corner. As we see Dizon, he's about 3 seconds behind Litherland. He's got some traffic in between him.
He's catching up very quickly. He was 3 seconds before, and that was barely 2 seconds just on the breaking up bus stop. So
that's right.
If Ben is not able to continue building the gap, we might see a battle very soon for 5th position.
That's right. And so currently behind Dizon, we have Laura in the 100 Bentley. So the second fastest Bentley on the field.
Yeah, and
find him. There he is.
It feels like he's done a very steady race so far. He seems to have kept mostly out of trouble. I think he's still got some teammates to come on. It might be his second stint, I'm not sure. But he's been staying in the car and being very steady with his pace. His last lap was a 2:34, which is just as good as Cookie, who is in a 3rd position. So he's got really solid pace at this moment.
Yeah, and with the track getting better, it seems like these times are only going to start to tumble as he gets a little twitchy on the Camel puddle down the straight and heading towards Les Combes.
I'm absolutely loving that puddle. It's giving us some great things so far.
Definitely. And so P8 behind Laura is the Dutch team, Team NL Racing.
Oh, and there goes another one.
Oh, it's here. Oh, goodness. The puddle, yeah, almost claiming another victim. We've seen it take out a couple of people already. So he's got quite a big gap to the car ahead. So he'll want to just get the hammer down and try and pull in as much of that gap as possible. I wonder if pit stops will start any minute now, I believe. We're already seeing Russia up ahead. He's just come out of the pits, it looks like. Oosthuizen in the pits as well, and Valencia currently in the pits. So some drivers starting to make their stops now. Others may want to leave it a little bit later. They'll probably have another 10 or 20 minutes, depending on when they pitted the first time, on their stint timer. So over the next 10 minutes or so, I'm sure we'll see a lot more pit stops. And yeah, P9 behind Gisberts. Looks like he's almost, if I read that correctly, looks like he's 2 laps behind Gisberts, but it's James Andrews in the 374 McLaren machine, the Wins JT Racing team. I think we've seen some moments from this entry. We've also seen some pretty good driving, some consistent pace. And to be P9, I think this is his first endurance race with us at Racing Pals. Not sure if it's his first race ever. But putting on a good performance so far, as there he goes, passing Mike. I'm pretty sure Andrews is laps ahead of Mike, so yes. Mike will be shown the blue flag and holds his line at Les Combes. They're close together. I'm sure Mike will let Andrews go once they get on the straightaway down to Bruxelles. Or maybe not, because he's pulled out a little gap. So, again, trying to manage traffic, even if it's the faster traffic behind you, is always a challenge with multi-class racing.
And it seems that Mike, despite the initial... Oh, and now he's giving a bit of a gap. Despite the initial the beginning of the race, he seemed to be a little shaky on that car. He was saying himself that he was quite new to the whole thing. It's been a while since he hasn't driven. He seems to be finding his stride and just chugging along, putting in his laps. Yeah, once in a while have a small mistake, but he's still on the track. And as I say that, he just misses the exit of the double gauche by quite a bit, but he's fine. It's fine. It's not a race-ending mistake at all. It's just a small thing that makes you lose maybe a second, maybe a couple of tenths. So it's slow and steady wins the race for this kind of races, and I think Michael is showing that, and so is James. Oh, and now he's gone into the gravel. Maybe I should just stop talking about him.
Just stop talking. Just stop talking. So position-wise, behind Andrews is Christian Mcasey, the 360 by Bytown Express Ferrari car. We've seen some good racing from him so far. I saw him get a little banged up at the beginning, but he's 20 seconds behind Andrews right now. Has a little bit of a gap behind, and actually has the race leader behind him in Dejana. Only looks like less than a second behind him as they come up to Blanchimont. Will he let him by? Oh, he does go a little wide at Blanchimont. He's taking a lot of that outside. Dejana flashing furiously. Let me by. And that's what you want if you're leading this endurance race. Pit stops are coming up. You need to. This is the time to push. If you haven't pushed at all this stint, now is the time to push. And I bet Dejana will want to keep as big of a gap as possible to the McLaren behind him. But Mcasey doing well in the Ferrari. Not an easy car to drive here. Behind him, the Team NL entry. Oh, different ones. This is the Special Relationship McLaren of Düsseldorf. I said it. If it's wrong, don't at me. Sorry. So he's not too far behind. He's about. Well, actually, he's quite far way behind
seconds.
P10.
So I mean, in relative terms, not so far, but it might sound like a big gap.
It might sound like a big gap. That's right, but it could not be. Pit stops. Still, we haven't seen a lot of pit stops. Interesting to see when that's going to start in earnest. Rob Phillips now up into P2. I've just noticed. Wow, I think he's still yet to make his second pit stop, but still. Running P2 in the rain. And surprise, surprise, making his way back from... So he started at the back of the grid. Currently P12 is Kyle Cook in the Ferrari.
Wow.
For Baloney Racing. So P12 for him, that's going quite well. Some recovery drive from him as he makes his way through Les Combes. Drew Malmedy a little wide through there and bravely taking the AstroTurf on the exit. But yeah, we saw him in that unfortunate incident in qualifying.
And you cursed him.
He gets a little sideways. He held it, he's fine, he's good. I didn't curse anybody, we're good. Bruno name. Look at tidy through there, okay.
And as you say, a great recovery from Kyle, because I mean, to be honest, this is business as usual for Sench, also known as Kyle Cook. He tends to have this shaky beginning of the race where perhaps the car doesn't feel that great to him, and then as he goes through the race, he just finds that pace and this consistency that he didn't have at the beginning. I'm going to curse him again, am I? But he's really been able to learn the car and the conditions as the race kept going. So this is going to be, a great undertaking for him to do this endurance race. And I think he mentioned before this race he's got a teammate, but they haven't practiced yet together. And I'm not sure they share the setup yet, so we might be in for a surprise.
Right, we'll see. And they've yet to switch drivers as well. As we see Alicia getting a drive-through penalty. I wonder if that's track limits. But that is second place, only 4 seconds behind P1 of GT4 class.
Is that right?
Now
is that him in front of him? It is.
Yeah. Interesting. We'll have to see. Yeah, I wonder if that's for track limits.
Oh, what a shame.
But he's now. It looks like he's either pitting or just serving his drive-through. It looks like he's just going to serve that drive-through and continue on with his stint. So remember, Bingus McBongus was in the car for that second stint, so they must have pitted a little earlier.
Oh, you got a good point. So Nagy is one pit stop behind. Well, about 30 seconds plus the exit of that pit stop behind.
But this might be quite interesting once Alicia makes his way around. See where relatively he comes out. Oh, there you go. So yeah, HUD updated. So he has pulled ahead of the Alpine.
They are in the same lap. So Elijah, any distance he's driving right now is lead distance. He's driving ahead of Nagy at this moment.
Yeah.
So good recovery from the Maserati.
Yeah, and it looks like they did repair that damage too. The front bumper no longer bumping up and down, or the bonnet I should say. So it looks like they've got a nice fresh car, fresh wet tires, and they can really get the hammer down. As someone's loose ahead of Alicia, he had to kind of spin to avoid that. Oh, and now there's contact. He kind of got collected, kind of lost control trying to avoid the accident ahead, and that's a big shame.
Alicia keep going. Actually crashed.
Yeah, it looks like there was somebody ahead of him that lost it through no name, and Alicia ended up tapping another car in order to get out the way, basically, of the car that had spun in front of him. So
no.
Still ahead of the Alpine machine. He's got about a 40-second gap, so he won't be too mad about that. I'm sure it didn't look like a big damage crash.
It's coming up to 15 seconds now because leaderboard hasn't updated. Race control says at this moment 15 seconds. So depending on the damage that Elijah has, keep in mind this is the beginning of the stint. It doesn't look too bad though. Hopefully, Elijah is not going to suffer too much over the next stint. Otherwise, we might see again another battle for GT4.
Yeah.
The only battle we could get.
Right. It's good to know. It's nice to see that they are. You know, they're close together. Nice to see that they're still able to battle, and they don't have to rely on pit stops to unlap themselves or anything. It's good for them to be on the same lap, even after 2 hours of racing. It's quite impressive. So their pace obviously very similar, and we'll see how the rest of that plays out. Meanwhile, P13, Necrotic, he's just making his way out of the pits.
Yeah, and it looks like he had trouble turning around the hairpin of the pits. I think he's and he's hit the wall there. I think he's having major troubles with his car trying to stay straight, and it's probably high time for him to pit the car, fix that damage that he's been struggling with, and try to start fresh and make some positions back. Though he's not in such a bad position. He's P13 at the moment. He's gonna lose a few positions, maybe end up likely in P15, P16, but still a decent achievement.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, not bad at all. Again, I think that's another driver who's racing his first endurance race with us, if I recall correctly. So yeah, Goodman has just overtaken Necrotic. We spoke to him earlier. He's having an okay race, it seems. Got a little squirrely at the beginning, but he's plugging his way through. Alejandro Gil coming forward now. He's up into P14 as he overtakes Necrotic, making that pit stop. Seen him kind of struggle with the car today. We'll see how he gets on the rest of the race. Behind him, only 6 seconds behind Gil, Adam Benjamin in that radioactive Aston Martin machine. He gets very sideways there through Stavolo.
Yeah, and it's been really a delight to watch this car go around the track. I really like the way it looks. They've been doing, I think, just not as quickly as the other teams, but they seem to be relatively free of incidents, at least from what we've seen. Perhaps we missed a few. So, you know, just trudging along, and we can see now the track is really drying, and we'll see if that advantage, you know, that the Aston Martins and perhaps the Lexus had so far is going to change or not. So let's see where Benjamin ends up in this race. He's solo driving.
And it's crazy. I still can't get over how people think 6 hours of Spa in the night, in the rain. Yes, I want to do that by myself. And then we see behind Benjamin, former podium battler for GT3 CAS, the Helios Community Racing Mercedes, that 362 machine. Big heartbreak we saw from them, losing it at Eau Rouge and smashing into the wall. But back into P16 now. Hopefully they can just kind of get the hammer down. He's got a lot of time to make up. I'm sure they lost a lot of time trudging back to the pits and making a repair, but it does look like the car has been repaired.
Yeah, that's just so unfortunate. Really painful when you crash like that on Eau Rouge. It's just literally the pit exits. So you
Yeah.
can't win from that situation, right? You either need to return to the pits and eat basically, I think it's a 3-minute penalty when you go to the pits, and have to redo the lap that you just started. So you're
Yeah.
effectively losing almost 5 minutes, and that's not counting the repair time. So really, really just unfortunate situation when that happens. Eau Rouge sometimes worth slowing down a bit when when the conditions or you're not so 100% confident into the car, but these things you don't know until they happen. And now Hubble just got to keep his head down and catch up.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like Necrotic has ended up coming out behind Hubble. So Necrotic ended that pit stop in P17. So he lost 3 positions there.
And spun.
And spun. That's really unfortunate. It looks like he just hasn't looked comfortable in that car for the whole race. We'll see if he can get it together and maybe pick up a couple of positions. He does have just under 4 hours to do so. P18 in the other AMG machine. It's the Talksport WRT machine of YPKR 1981. YPKR 1981. That really rolls off the tongue. I love it. But we've seen some consistency from him, even if it's been a little further back than where top pace would place you. But we've seen him consistently hang around the 15th, 16th, 17th mark. So we'll see if he can battle and catch his way up to Necrotic. Only a 4-second gap, it looks like, to that car.
Yeah, his lap times are really not so bad. He's just he seems to be consistent, just a few seconds of the leader's pace. But his last lap was only 2 seconds slower than the last lap from P1. So really, if he can keep on going with this pace, he might be able to catch up to the leading, well, at least the positions ahead of him. Maybe the heavy rain wasn't suiting him just as much, and now that the track is drying and the lap times are tumbling, he might be in a better position to really make up these positions ahead of him.
Yeah, we'll just see. It's all about the mental game, I think, especially coming up to halfway through this really long race. It's all about keeping composure mentally and trying to just keep things as consistent as possible. So behind him, P1 currently in GT4 class in the Mystery Machine Maserati. Remember, no traction control or ABS in this car, and they're doing it in night, in the rain, and they're P1 in class. Big hats off. See Hubble behind him trying to get past. Takes the outside line, and Alicia will let him go. Smart move. So yeah, I'm really happy to see this car doing well. It didn't have the best start to the race. Had a good qualifying battle, and now it's currently leading GT4 class. Great job from them so far. Both drivers, Jacob Alicia and Bingus McBongus.
Where it really shows that nothing comes easy. I know that Bingus and Jacob have done a lot of practice in preparation for this race, because they knew the conditions were going to be treacherous, and especially driving this Maserati around the track, they knew that this was going to be a challenge. So the practice is paying off. They look rock solid whenever there's not a major incident going on around them. And besides, the minor contacts that they've had, they seem to be, keeping out of big trouble, and that's why they're still leading.
Oh,
what did I say?
That was a very well-controlled slide there. That was actually quite nice. Love to see this car drifting, because it will drift, even in the dry.
I mean, and also this livery, I just can't get bored of it. What an amazing job.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Did you see where the fuel filler cap is? It says Scooby Snacks and an arrow pointing to it.
I just seen that right now. Oh, what a great one. And I'm also noticing the fonts and the driver names, they're all great. So one of them is Scooby-Doo, and the other one is that character, I forgot his name of.
Yeah. Big shout out to Transbaconist for that livery. Great work.
A true work of art.
Yeah, high art. So it looks like 37 seconds behind Alicia, so not too far away in the grand scheme of things. It's the Fashkivan, I think that's how you say that. The Fashkivan Alpine 444. Run a good race so far, apart from a couple of nasty spins. I mean, I think at this point everybody's had an off, or everybody's gotten into some kind of, bottom clenching moment. So hats off to them for being able to keep relatively close to the lead car. I mean, they did have the P1 in class for a very long time.
Yeah, and it looks like they're trying to make up time steady as they go, but really at this point it comes down to whoever makes the least big mistakes.
Exactly.
So it's good to see that they're still in the race, and really it's all to play for still. GT4 is not decided. What a shame we lost our third car though.
That's a shame. We will have to find out what happened to those guys at some point. Maybe we'll try and ping them and get them into the interview booth. So P21 currently, Jabes MX in the AKKA ASP team Mercedes. Looks like they're actually got a stop and go 30-second penalty, so that would, what would that be for? It could be speeding in the pits, but
yeah, speeding in the pit lane. Sure. Stop and go is usually speeding in the pit lane or really bad incident. So yeah, one of the two.
Let's see, it's the 420 machine. Oh, it looked like he got a drive-through for causing a collision / unsafe rejoin. So it looks like he got caught up in a little bit of trouble, and that's earned him that 30-second stop-go penalty, which is going to seem like an eternity to him. Because in actual fact, it is an eternity.
Yeah, it means that it was probably not his first incident, and the stewards are cracking down on that kind of behavior. So it's good to see the stewards are doing their job, but yeah, unfortunate for this driver who obviously seems to have got into that kind of trouble.
Yeah, and half the race is flat out pace, and the other half is just staying out of trouble, trying to make the race work for you. So yeah, it looks like he's serving his stop-go right now.
And that's going to be a long one. So I'm going to save us from the pain and go to the next car, who is Jake Hudson.
So Jake Hudson in this Ferrari machine. We haven't seen a whole lot from this car, but that's is 46 laps behind, so P21 is the last position because P22 has retired from the race. That's Mr. President. We'll have to maybe drag him on and see what happened to him. I think he might have had some equipment malfunction, which is just not the way you want to retire from a race at all.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Especially a driver with caliber.
Yes, exactly. He's so quick and so consistent as well. It's really quite sad to see him go out relatively early in the race too. I'm quite sad about that. So yeah, we're on with Necrotic right now. He's caught up in some traffic. He's actually battling Goodman now for P16. Only half a second separating them. McCasey behind them, but a lap ahead and in P8. So I'm sure McCasey will probably bide his time here, not want to rush things. He doesn't want to cause a mistake for the guys battling ahead of him, and he certainly doesn't want to make a mistake for himself. P8, very respectable after almost 3.5 hours as Necrotic gets a little wide poopy path, a little bit twitchy there. And yeah, now you see McCasey flashing furiously, trying to get by. He wants to clear this traffic now, and he will expect to be shown the entry to Blanchimont, but I kind of doubt it. We'll see. I think Necrotic now is going to want to pull out a bit of a gap over Goodman, who's might have had an accident, because now he's 3 seconds ahead as opposed to half a second, so he might have had a little twitch.
Yeah, it looked
and
like
now he's fallen back.
It looked like Goodman went a bit wide on, I think it was the entrance of Stavlo, He just stayed to
Yeah.
the left there, just let him pass. Oh, it's getting a bit dicey at the
Yeah,
braking
yeah.
for bus stop. He's my KC has
yeah.
now passed, and it's all fine. It could have been worse, but now that's a closed matter. I was just going to suggest, Deep Cut, should we talk to somebody else? I think we've got a few drivers waiting in the interview waiting room.
Yeah, let's
I believe
let's
Drew
see
was
who's
first.
around. Yes, we'll pull him in. See what he's got to say. Drew, hello. How's it going?
Bad.
Bad.
Oh, that's just it. Yeah. First lap. I wasn't used to the track yet. That was my first time driving on the wet surface.
Oh wow.
And I kind of spun it, towed it back because I didn't want to risk anyone else's race because I know how it feels from other experiences. I was doing a pretty decent job letting people by because I was a couple laps down from that first incident. Did get loose out of Rouge, but still kept it going. And then the 54 gets loose on my outside, well, technically my left side, almost said right, and just hits us. But my teammate Jake Hudson is doing a pretty good comeback so far. You know, for like multiple laps down. So
Yeah, we were just kind of talking about the recovery drive and how we've kind of seen you guys kind of hang around the middle of the grid, and now you guys are kind of catching back up. As it looks like he's trying to unlap himself there, but so hard to do at this track. So how's the Ferrari feeling? Is it looks quite nervous on entry and exit. It doesn't look like the ideal car to drive in the wet. How are you finding it?
It's kind of like I drove it in iRacing like once, but it gets like really loose, and I do not like it in the wet. Maybe it's just me, or maybe it's, you know, the car. But it's kind of a hard feeling, but it's just, yeah, I overshoot corners sometimes. Turn
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
I mean, trust me, that car in the dry too is very nervous, shall we say? So once it goes, that car, it's gone. There's no saving it. It's kind of very. But if you can muster the consistency out of it, and if you can get the times in, it's a very, very quick car. Got some other Ferraris on the grid too, so it's good to kind of compare those as well. Oh, your teammate there almost taking some. It looks like he took some evasive action from Benjamin. He's trying furiously to unlap himself, which is what he needs to do right now. So
Benjamin earlier, me and Benjamin, well, no, him and Benjamin did have some things earlier, like unsafe rejoin from what we saw, and then just, you know, being, I wouldn't say idiot, but being a bit too aggressive. So I feel like maybe I don't feel like he's trying to return the favor right now, but he's just trying to unlap himself, since, you know, I did get a
I mean, if you're in the position that you're in right now, it's kind of your only goal right now is to try and get on the lead lap so that you have a chance of battling at least. So we just saw Tom Jack there get quite sideways, and it looks like he may be under threat from Kyle Cook. No, he's fine. So anyway, it has. So Drew, did you have any kind of outlying goals at the beginning of the race? Did you want to share with us what your kind of hopes and dreams were for this race?
Well, it's my first race. The only goal I really had was to finish and, you know, be at least decent. Since finishing is all that matters. I knew I wasn't gonna be that quick, since I only had 1 day of practice. Yeah, I got kind of signed last minute, so I only have 1 day of practice. Plus, it was in the dry, so I didn't have any practice in the wet or any time for it, actually. So I was practicing for another event later tonight. I'm not gonna advertise it, but just to finish.
I think for your first endurance race, that's a perfectly great target, is just to finish. Even this one in the rain at Spa at night, 6 hours. That's the longest endurance race we've ever done here. So well done to managing your expectations. It's nice to know that not everybody is like, oh, it's my first endurance race and I'm gonna win on lap 1, turn 1. So nice of you to manage your expectations a bit and kind of come a bit back down to reality. But you guys look like you're on for finishing and finishing not last, which is that's an achievement, you know. So finishing as well as finishing not at the very back. So yeah, congrats so far, man. And I hope your race picks up a little bit, and maybe we'll talk to you a little bit later as well.
Yeah, let's hope it gets drier.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, man. Thank you.
No problem. Have a good one.
You too. Thank you.
You as well. Right.
All right. It was interesting to hear from him. So it sounds like he's been in the wars, it seems.
Yeah, it seems, you know, sometimes you just have a pole race. I've definitely been there. I'm sure you've been there as well, G-Cuts.
Yeah, it happens.
And, you know, on those endurance races, it's even more painful because you have to, you know, bear with it for so long. But, you know, that's the great thing about racing. It builds character. You know, you have this horrible thing happen to you, sometimes through no fault of your own, and you just have to deal with it and keep going and focus and put it on one side of your head. And just, okay, accept that it's happened and instantly find the pace again, because that's what makes you a better driver.
Definitely. And yeah, just I think now coming up towards the halfway point in this race, I think it's going to be very much a battle of wits. You know, who can keep their composure the most. I think fatigue for a lot of these drivers, especially our EU drivers, where it's getting quite late there now. Almost, what is it, almost 9 p.m. for you guys there?
Yeah, 10 to 9.
So, yeah, so a little bit on the late side for a lot of the drivers, so we'll see how fatigue comes into it. As we're with Shari, Luis Felipe Shari.
Yeah, he was very close to the car head, but I think something has happened, and either he's ahead of Necrotic, or he has lost some time to Goodman, one of the two.
One of the two. So hard to tell. It's such a big track, and it's so hard to keep up with everything that's happening at once.
Maybe we could go back to Rob Phillips, who's now just 5 seconds behind Cookie Oosterhuizen, who is in the Bentley, and Phillips is still, you know, rocking the Aston Martin on his now on his 3rd hour of driving on his own.
Wow.
It's really surprising to see the solo drivers, you know, do so well. Or maybe it is not. But, you know, maybe, you know, after 3 hours, maybe after 4 hours, maybe that's going to change. Maybe the focus, you know, is going to start to wear off. I think in real life, most endurance drivers drive 3 hours at a time, right? Or 4 hours at a time. So not that sim racing is equally as exhausting as, you know, real life driving. You still have, you know, the focus that you need to have is very similar. And as Cookie, what happened to Cookie? He's got lost a Blanchimont.
Oh no. And there goes Lovash in the GT4 straight past him, so he's going to have to work to clear him again and lose even more time. I wonder if he just got a little wide and hit the AstroTurf on the exit of Blanchimont there.
Yeah.
And there you go. He clears the GT4 again, so he'll want to make up that gap as quickly as possible. What a shame.
Yeah, and he's 4 seconds behind Rob, so I wonder if we can come back to this battle in a few minutes. We might see some dueling between the two, and I think it'll be very interesting to see, you know, Rob Phillips maybe. In the RP series, it's not always been, you know, the fastest in terms of pure pace, but he's always able to get those great results out of races, and it's really showing here, you know, after 3 hours to be in the position that he's in. And Cookie, you know, just naturally a fast driver, so it will be good to see what kind of battle they can give us, because they are both experienced drivers in Racing Pals, so it'll be good to see that duel. I think it'll be very interesting.
Yeah. And they know each other well too, so they know exactly how much space the other's going to afford one if they decide to make a move somewhere that's not exactly the best place to do so. So further down, it looks like the Helios Community Racing car is making its way back through the grid, just under a second now behind Benjamin, who's in P13, and they are in the same lap. So he's battling for P13 after that horrible wreck through a Rouge. So well done to him. great recovery drive so far. I'm not quite sure if I remember, but I'm not sure if we've seen the other driver for this car yet. So we may see an uptick in pace with their other driver, or a downtick, with all due respect. You just never know who's the quicker driver, I'll say that in quotations, but who's the quick driver in the team and who's the more consistent kind of conservative driver in the team.
Yeah.
But it looks like Ubel now has been, he's been in the car for a considerable amount of time as well, and he's right on the tail through Les Combes of that 91 Aston Martin. It looks like he went wide there to let him through.
Yeah, and if he's in a team, which is what the color on his driver number seems to indicate, and he's been driving for 3 hours, I think I wouldn't be surprised to see a driver change at the end of his next stint. But yeah, good to see how fast he's been able to recover the pace, because I think last time we checked, they were, I think, perhaps on the other side of the GT4s. So obviously,
I believe they were. Yeah, good for him. And 13th, even though that's it's 13th, it's not 3rd where they were battling for. 13th would still be a very respectable finish in a 6-hour race too. So we see Litherland in the pits. That's going to change some things up, as Rob Phillips is still on track.
Yeah, and Romanovsky is also in the pits. And they're right next to each other, and they're in the same lap. So,
this is going to be very interesting.
So depending on where, when Romanovsky has stopped and when Ben Litherland has stopped, one of them is going to leave the pits ahead. But who is it going to be? I think Ben is leaving. Yep, he's just leaving the pits, and he's overtaking Romanovsky in the pits.
Wow.
So it looks like Ben is also been able to catch up, from that previous mistake.
Yeah. And there you see Romanovsky just now being released from his pit box. So he's lost a decent chunk of time there. I wonder if they were repairing damage, which is why what took them so long.
Yeah, or maybe they just stopped at different. Maybe the gap was different already when they came in the pits, and we just didn't see. I guess exactly where they stopped.
No! Well, just saw Romanovsky just.
It's Ben Litherland.
Traffic. It's Ben Litherland.
Oh, he's gone to pit straight away.
Oh no!
Oh, what a shame! He just got out of the pits and then straight away. Was it lap traffic that he hit?
I think someone had spun in front of him, and there was nothing he could do about it by the time he'd cleared the top of Radion. I just caught the last little half second of that, and I only saw Litherland's car spinning furiously in a circle.
Please bear with us, viewers. I'm going to try the replay functionality. It might take a while for us to get there, but
it might take a minute.
Oh, we're good. We're good. So let's see.
Here he is. Pit exit. He's coming out. There's no cars behind him.
What if we can get a different view? Okay, there we go.
So yeah, we'll just do the super unrealistic chase cam.
Nope.
Does he hit the puddle at Camel? Oh, he does! The Camel puddle claims another life.
Oh no!
Oh, and then that's what I saw was the trailing car. I think that trailing car was Dejana. I'm not too sure, but I think it was Dejana in the Lexus, who was currently he was P1. But I'm not quite. He's still in P1, so he must have had enough of a gap. Meanwhile, Oosthuizen and Phillips now neck and neck as they run down towards Eau Rouge. Oosthuizen has overtaken him on the entry to Eau Rouge, and now he's fully expect him to pull out a little bit of a gap. But wow, to make a move into Eau Rouge at night in the rain, that takes some commitment.
Yeah, and indeed, and let's check with Dejna to see if it was the case. I think he might be right. Look at the damage he's got. His hood is baiting open. He's so slow around the track. He's gonna have to go to the pits. He spun!
Yeah, and he got spun again! Oh no, was there contact, or did he spin that on his own volition? I can't quite tell, but there he goes into the pits. He will need to recover that damage. Wow,
what drama!
So this has blown the top 3 GT3 battle right out of the water. It's completely different now. I wouldn't be surprised to see Dejana come out in the pits and have Hubel right behind them for another battle. The two lead cars that have both crashed out might come together to battle again. We will see. It does look like Ubel is about 3 laps down, so perhaps not, but they will probably come across each other's paths at some point. Wow, what drama.
Yeah, well, I can't believe that just happened. So the leader of the race has just crashed into the car that was coming out of the pits of Ben Litherland, and then had so much damage that he had to pit straight away. And when I say straight away, it's the beginning of this new stint, I'm fairly sure. We'll see what that means in terms of strategy. You know, they might save a pit stop at the end, or they might have just the same number of pit stops and that's just 1 pit stop lost. This is something that probably the engineer, whoever is looking at the numbers, well, wait a minute, Dejner is driving alone. He can't make those calculations while he's driving, or maybe he can. It depends, you know, his ability to save some mental power. But I can tell from experience, having an extra person to think of those scenarios, you know, whilst you're driving is really helpful. Because sometimes that extra pit stop is, you know, it's a lot of time, right? So you can save a lot of time doing this. So now, it looks like Oosthuizen is on his way to leading this race.
Exactly, especially with Dejana now falling down. Oosthuizen's in the race. Rob Phillips just under 2 seconds behind, so not a mountain of time to catch, not a mountain of time to make up, but certainly doable. And this would be very interesting now too, with this hour winding down. Oosthuizen and Phillips both on the lead lap, only 2 seconds apart from each other. It's going to be really interesting now to see their pit strategy, and like I was saying earlier, does Phillips respond to Oosthuizen going into the pits, or does he wait about a little bit longer and try and pull out a bit of a gap? It's going to be really interesting to see in the next half an hour or so, as I've just looked up and I've noticed we're at midnight in game time, so pretty much as dark as it's going to get. It's going to be this dark for the next, I would say, 2 to 2.5 hours of IRL time. So yeah, things are really getting interesting, really heating up, as we see Dejana now 3rd place and Rocha 4th place. So yeah, this top 5, top 6 battles in GT3 class is going to get really interesting. Meanwhile, let's have a chat with Martin Nagy, one of the GT4 drivers in the Alpine that's left over, the 444 machine. Let's pull him in and see how one of the GT4 races is going. Martin, hello. Oh, there you go. Hello, how are you doing?
Fine, thank you. I was starting with apologies for other cars, because at the start I gone out of the pits with multimeter. It was a fault of a button in my controller. So that made me a little bit of, how should I say, not confident in myself.
Not great,
the rest and even though I never participated in any endurance race or been in a live stream, so it was a bit of a shock for me, so to start the race like that. So it pressed into the whole race or stint of mine. But I'm gonna be a little bit more careful next time and put back the limiter to auto, because the main reason that I put it out in a button was that I read the rules, and if there is a red flag, that I should have used it. So that made it so. It sucks, but that's racing. So.
Exactly, that's racing. And we were kind of wondering, with the Alpine, what made you guys decide to run that car instead of something, the BMW GT4 is kind of famed for its straight line speed. So we were wondering, what kind of led you towards the Alpine?
So it's a long story, but we tried to drive all the cars,
Mhm.
and this was that we felt confident in rain or dry. So I think that was the whole point, to be confident for 6 hours.
Yeah, yeah,
uh, and the other thing is that the Alpine is really good in rain. I think it's
yeah.
easily catchable.
Yes,
That,
yeah, that was the phrase that was kind of tossed around earlier with it, very easily catchable. And to me,
yes,
it feels like a touring car compared to, the big GT3 monsters like the Bentley and the
yes,
Ferrari.
yes,
It's so light and nimble, so it kind of really
yes,
lends
and
itself
fragile
well.
too.
Yes, yeah, and very fragile. That's right. The lightness comes with a cost, if you will.
Yes.
So it's I was saying earlier, it's so good to see you guys basically on the same lap as GT4, even after 3 hours of racing. You guys aren't struggling to unlap yourself from the only other GT4 car left in this race.
Yes,
So yeah,
we're sorry to hear that the other Alpine is gone, but
yeah, we're gonna try and find out what happened to those guys soon. I think what I heard
I
is they had
thought
a equipment malfunction. I think they had an equipment
yes,
malfunction. Yeah.
and I saw in the chat that they had started from the pits and they gone out. Oh, they disconnected. So
Yeah, that's a bummer. That's a real shame.
yes.
But
And
great to see you guys still in the race.
sorry about saying that, but back to the car.
Mhm.
We tried to optimize the setup by driving it on the rain and on the dry, but the whole point of the setup was that we practiced for the changing weather, so we thought it will change all around the session, and the setup was made to be fast when it's drying up or it's starting to rain.
Yeah, so
So
you've got a bit more adaptability from
yes,
the car. So, and it
yes,
looks like right now that the rain is actually decreasing. So you guys
yes,
might get a huge payoff if the track starts to dry up.
that's what
You
we
guys
are
might
hoping
get-
for.
Yeah. So yeah, that's great, man. It's nice to see someone, in such an I wouldn't say unusual, but you wouldn't necessarily think, oh, I'm gonna, take the Alpine at Spa because it's obviously not the fastest GT4 in a straight line, but it's so good in the wet where it is a good option. So
It's
it's
paying
nice
off,
to see
so
that. Yeah, so far it's paying off, and we've been enjoying watching your battles as well. So it's been quite good. I'm just seeing Lovesh right now being overtaken by a GT3. So yeah,
we're trying. So
and sometimes that's
I
all
think
you
that-
can do.
yes, yes. So yeah, do you guys have any questions or?
Oh, just that was pretty much it, really. We wanted to
Okay.
see how your race was going, and obviously the decision behind the car and everything. So we will leave.
we are enjoying it a lot, and
Yes.
thank you for your thank you for making it possible. This
Oh,
this
yeah.
race is really good. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you for saying
You
that, man.
guys are awesome.
I'm glad you're enjoying it, even if if you're in the walls a bit. So
yes, yes.
maybe we'll speak to you guys at another point later in the race. And it looks like the battle with the Maserati ahead of you guys is going to heat up kind of soon. So yeah, we'll leave you to
I'll be
it
hoping
and
that.
say best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Come in.
Bye.
All right, bye bye. So wow, yeah, interesting to hear their just reasoning behind the car, and interesting to hear their take on setup as well. Looks like they've gone for that hybrid setup, and they're really kind of hoping for some changing conditions, which it looks like we may get, we may not. It kind of changes every 5 minutes. It's so hard to keep up on the weather. So we've got decreasing rain in 5 minutes, but then more rain in 15 minutes. So
Yeah,
We'll see.
Or stabilizing. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it sounds like it's especially with how much rain we're having, it's going to take us a while to get to a fully dry track, even if it, if the rain kept decreasing. But now, and now we can see the forecast. We now have steady rain, so the level that we
Yeah.
have right now is going to stay the same. and the lap times are probably also just going to slowly improve. Right now we are on, so Russia just did a 2:27, which is very quick, 3
Wow,
seconds
yes.
faster. Or am I checking the right one? No, he's on a 2:31. And Cookie on P1 has done 32, and Rob Phillips has done a 36, and Dejna right ahead of him is doing a 30. So, you know, these guys are trying to, you know, go quicker every lap, even though this is an endurance race. And Russia is really not far at all from Dejna. This is a really close battle for P3.
That's right, and then not forgetting too, P1 and P2 currently 42 seconds ahead of this little battle we're seeing now. So P1 and P2, it's kind of theirs to lose at this point. I don't think Russia is so fast that he would make up 40 seconds in, you know, let's say the space of 20 minutes when the next kind of pit window opens. But Rob Phillips up into P2, he has dropped off the back of Oosthuizen a little bit. But, you know, there is a pit stop coming up. He could stand to gain a fair amount of time on that.
I think the mission statement for Rob Phillips today has been, just do your own race, you end up wherever you end up. And look at where he has brought him. In second position, middle step of the podium. Even though he doesn't, by far, doesn't have the best lap time, you know, he's doing extremely well, you know, given the conditions and everything that's happening. So yeah, really great to see what's happening on the top 3 steps of the podium. Also, what I'm noticing, the top 3 are solo drivers.
Yeah, crazy. I don't think we would have thought that that would happen, but here we are. Quite crazy. And we see Phillips coming up on Litherland, so he might put a lap's gap between himself and that and Litherland's car, which would be a mighty impressive feat. I'm not sure if the Litherland car still has damage, but it did go back into the pits. It doesn't look like it has damage, so I think it's okay. But he's caught up to him fairly quickly. So we'll see if he gets cleared. He is being shown the blue flag, so wow, yeah, about to lap him it seems. And that's a really nice gap for him to have. Not only does he have a gap to Dejna and Rocha behind, but there's a bunch of traffic in between too, so now they've just got to learn, now they've just got to get kind of settled. And I think he can pull away with this and just kind of keep his head down, stay out of trouble like he's been doing. And I think P2 is very much on the cards for Rob still.
Yeah, I think so as well. You know, he's just being, if he carries on, keeps that focus like he has been doing, you know, he's definitely in a position to keep what he's already has. And there's so much of a gap now behind some of the cars behind. Not so big that, you know, he has a free pit stop or anything, but just enough for him to take it easy on a per lap basis. And we'll see how he negotiates that overtake just ahead of him of the car of Ben Litherland. If he gets to that stage, he might just decide to, you know, just stay in check. You know, the pace is not so different. I think just Ben is having the occasional mistake, you know, once in a while, which, yeah, there you go, which tends to, you know, make him lose a little bit of time. But I think, you know, on a good lap, Ben is quick, if not quicker, at the moment. So I think it's just a matter of Rob biding his time like he has been doing so far, and it's been working great.
Yeah, and Rob was actually telling me earlier, and I knew this, but 3 or 4 weeks ago he did an 8 hours of Spa along with Ivan Belets, or Mr. President. I believe they shared a car in that, but I know just how much practice they put in for that Spa race. So obviously that practice paying off and carrying over to this race with a very consistent drive from Rob Phillips.
Yeah, and the lap times, I thought it looked like he was going off, but I think he's even kept it on the track. And really the lap times are really close between the top 3. Oosthuizen just did a 31 flat. Rob, slightly quicker last lap with 5/10ths better, a 30.5.
Yeah.
And Dejna, almost exactly the same lap times with 30.4, which is actually almost closer to 30.5. So again, if it carries on like this, if P2 and P3 are slightly quicker than P1, nothing yet is, is decided. There's a very good chance we might see some more battles and the lead swapping once again. I think we've had 5 different leaders in this race, maybe 6.
Something like that. Yeah, a lot of unique leaders in this race. Wow, and if you just go back to Russia is quite close to Dejana.
He's overtaking
and he's
him.
actually. There you go, and clearing some extra traffic for good measure. The back marker there, kindly letting them go through at Les Combes, through Malmedy, and down on the run to Rivage. Don't hit that exit curb too heavy. That's good. Wow. That was a good move there up into Les Combes from Russia in that McLaren. Another one of the unique leaders we've seen. Dejana now only 4 tenths behind, but I think overall his pace has just been waning a little bit over the past, I would say, half an hour. So I think keeping up with Russia now is his main priority. Stay on the same lap, don't lose it, and just try and get yourself as close to that McLaren ahead as possible, especially now with the pit window coming up. A lot of people are going to be diving into the pits, it seems, quite soon. As Gruber, the 28 McLaren, he's in the pits right now, back in P21. And this Dejana-Russia battle has been raging for quite a while. Gruber is still on his way to his pit box as the J. Hudson car gets a 5-second penalty. Let's have a look. Can I see what that was for?
He's now getting into Les Combes. Oh, he just hit, I think that's necrotic.
Ooh,
Oh, and they hit again. And, oh goodness,
no.
they're blocking Les Combes. Okay, they got away.
They need to get out of the way.
Yeah, somebody cut the track perhaps for good reason, just to avoid any unsafe rejoins, just in case what's going to happen. And now Hudson is able to resume. And Necrotic also was able to leave ahead, so the stewards are going to have a look at that for sure.
I think so. And we see the Grossman in that 37 Ferrari machine just behind Hudson, who's come out. That is Kyle Cook's teammate.
Oh, that's news.
He finally makes an appearance.
That's good to know.
So
sorry,
maybe
I just switched to Goodman right now, who just had a major off just before the bus stop.
I did see that out of the corner of my eye. He's going to lose a lot of time there, and he's made up some places too. We were speaking to him, and he was P22, 21. He's now up into 19th, so making waves through the field there. And then it looks like he's currently splitting the 2 GT4s from each other as well.
Yeah, and hopefully he can keep on coming back up. Hopefully he didn't get too much damage out of that incident.
Yeah.
But, and now we're seeing, so back to Grossman, Carl Cook's teammates. Let's see what he's doing at the moment. He's done a 2:35 last lap, which is, I don't know if he just got in, so he might be still on an out lap. But he might be able to, stay about where he is if he carries on with that pace. It's hard to say because the further down the grids you go, the less consistent the lap times usually are. But it doesn't seem to be a particularly big issue at the moment.
That's right, and I'm seeing Dejana as well with a 5-second penalty. Quite interesting. Looks like number is he 29 and 420, so it looks like he had a collision, maybe caused a collision, and has gotten himself a 5-second time penalty. That will come into play with a back marker. So that will come into play definitely. We'll just have to see how he manages that.
So the number 420 car currently driven by Fabio Fantuzzi. I think that's a new driver swap. Relatively recent.
I think we've seen him. I think we saw him at the beginning of the race.
Oh, did he start the race? Maybe I did.
I believe so. Yeah.
So
it's so hard to keep an eye on everyone.
I believe there's 58 drivers in total. So obviously only 24 at the moment driving, but all the teammates and everything. Likely over. I think 58 was the latest number I heard. So lots of drivers, obviously. And as I was just looking at the lap times, Dejner still fighting, even though he's got, you know, his 5-second penalty. He's just trying to fight with the back markers to try and keep close to Russia.
Interesting. So he's still pushing. He wants to make up as much time as possible. Very much fancies himself for a race win, I think, at this point.
Yeah, he definitely has had the pace. He's got a good car for the conditions, and this might even be continue to be a lasting advantage, because as you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, got in 15 minutes rain increasing again.
Oh wow. So even more chaos about to be instilled upon this race. Dejna, I wonder, I kind of might have lucked out with the timing of that penalty, because he's pretty close to a pit stop anyway, it seems. So he's not going to lose the most amount of time. He can still stay pretty close to Russia ahead, at least on the same lap, I would hope. I think he would hope to. But in the waiting room, we have one of the drivers for the number 100 Bentley machine. Let's have a listen. Let's drag him in here. Come on, CPU.
It's the RARG Botley Team Botley King Z, currently driven by Noah Zink.
That's right. Let's pull him in and see how his race is going. Hello. Is this Daniel?
Yes, exactly.
Hello. How's your race going?
Pretty consistent so far. The start was pretty rough, to be honest. I mean, the start to Eau Rouge was fine, but like in the first 2 rounds, we got literally kicked on the side, and then we had one really dangerous situation where a Mercedes was like drifting off and coming back onto the track and kicking us, which literally threw us off. And so we had a rough start. We were driving the whole time with 9.7 seconds on damage. But I must say I was mad at first, but then I thought like I don't give a heck, and I just drive consistently. And we got back from 15 or 16 to 6 until I did my driver overtake. And yeah, I must say I was kind of surprised to actually be in the top 10, to be honest, with all the shit that's happened.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a lot has happened. And it's interesting, we were kind of comparing cars earlier, and at one point the top 6 was, or it's still like that actually, where the top 6 is 6 different manufacturers. So what's the, how is the Bentley feeling? How is the Botley feeling through the through the rivers right now?
Actually, pretty. I had not driven many rain endurance races, just once on Snetterton, and that was pretty rough in the AMG. But I have so many hours in the Bentley. I got a rough feeling about the car, how the track feels in rain, and I was like, okay, yeah, I know how the car reacts, and I literally felt the car, and it's honestly really good. I did also on Campbell Straight at 360 because I spent.
Did the puddle got you, didn't it?
Yeah. No, I was a little bit on the grass, and then I was like, no, don't lose the car. And then I did a 360 and was full on gas going again.
Yeah, so easy to do at that corner. It's almost not a corner, but in the rain, it's just a completely different affair. It's so scary. If you even get, an inch offline, you're instantly full clench. It's not somewhere that you want to end up. And we've seen some cars, actually, we've seen a race leader kind of have the same issue at Camel Corner and spin off and end up being, because you're turning the corner, it's blind. If someone's blocking the racing line, you don't see them until the last second. So definitely not a place that you want to find yourself stranded in. As, I'm sure that must have been quite scary for you. So
yeah, we had also a different situation where we had 3 cars on the no name, where they all crashed there. I didn't know what happened, and I saw it almost too late, and I got really dangerously through there with almost not realizing they were standing 3 cars. So that was really, really dangerous. And I almost hit a GT4 Alpine, on the last corner to the last straight, and I was really anxious of that situation, but nothing happened. Gladly.
Yeah. And just a second, Daniel, because we are following along with Ben Litherland, who is trying desperately to unlap himself from basically current leader. Can you believe it? Current leader Rob Phillips. Oh
yeah.
my word!
That's insane.
Yeah,
that's absolutely nuts.
So Jurgens
I
has
mean,
pitted.
our team. Yeah, our team car. I when I overgave the car to my teammate, I made a mistake of giving him dry tires, and he had to pit again, which threw us off from 6 to 8 right now. But he's consistently doing his rounds, and he's almost driving the same pace. So I'm actually glad that he's doing all right now.
Yeah, you guys seem like you've kind of stabilized after some early incidents, and now you can kind of get your head down and try and make up as many positions as you can. You got just under 3 hours to do it, so definitely not a short amount of time. You've got plenty of breathing room.
But that's true.
Yeah, but thank you for coming in and talking to us. It's nice to hear from drivers all over the grid. We've spoken to some GT4 drivers, we've spoken to some drivers towards the back of the grid, and now you guys in the top 10. So congrats to you, and good luck with the rest of your race, man.
Thank you very much, and good luck on the drivers out there.
Yes, definitely. They're gonna need it.
Definitely.
All right, Daniel. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Here you go. So, even more drama as Rob Phillips takes race lead. Astounding.
Yeah, and the gifts have been unleashed in the chat for
in the chat, yes.
Rob Phillips' lead.
Gods is yeah, he's a driver favorite of ours here at Racing Pals. Very nice guy, very good, consistent race driver, and nice to see him leading a 6-hour endurance race officially into the second half of the race.
So what I'm confused about is, why did Jurgens quit pits? Because I don't think we're anywhere near a window.
Yeah, I think we've got about 10 or 15 minutes. So, maybe he's just trying to pit early, and that's just his strategy. He just wants to pit early. Maybe he had a stint where he had less fuel in the car. Seeing as he is driving solo, he can put less fuel in, maybe get a quicker stint before the rain comes in. Which 5 minutes from now, it's going to start raining even more. So yeah, we'll see.
I wonder if he had to pit earlier before because of damage, but I don't recall a major incident with him, and therefore his whole strategy would be, moved by like, I don't know, 10-20 minutes, or if he just picked up some damage just before he pitted and we just didn't see that. So I wonder what happened. So once again, we have a new leader. Rob Phillips leader. Cross that into your bingo card, and now we've got Rosher in P2 desperately chasing after him. They could very well come back to, near to the lead, because Rosher and his teammate have had splendid pace in Invictus Sim Racing McLaren. So once again, things could very much change in the next 2 hours and 55 minutes. Can you believe we're already at the halfway points, Cuts?
I know, mental. How time flies when you're having fun, right?
I was not expecting us to say that, but you know what?
Right. You think 6-hour Spa race, I'm just going to be sitting here trying to make commentary for the next 6 hours, but really it's so easy to commentate when you've got so much to look at. Yeah. Rosh has just taken out 4 seconds of Rob Phillips on that last lap, so things are going to definitely spice up in a little minute, especially with the rain coming in, but I would say less than 5 minutes now. Wow. Yeah.
And we see now Jack is about 2 seconds away from the 100 car of Daniel's teammate that we just spoke to, Noah Zink.
Yep.
So I don't know if he's catching up, but looking at his lap time, his last lap was 3 seconds quicker than number 100 car. So we could very well see a battle in this. And so far right now, they're the closest car to any other car at the moment. Although looking at the gap between Russia and Phillips, it has come down again by 2 seconds. So yeah, if we do some quick maths, in about 3 laps, no sorry, 8 or 9 laps, we may see Russia closing the gap back to Phillips for the lead.
Wow. So still all to play for here, and as well I'm looking at Oosthuizen in P4. Right behind him, Mark Dizon's teammate in that Flyboys Audi, only 3.3 seconds behind, so not an eternity to make up, but he is closing in. It looks like they might have just pitted to change that driver over, so a fresh pair of legs, fresh tires. We'll see how they can go. Maybe Rob Phillips will be praying for the rain to come even quicker. That might equalize the times a little bit more than now. Even though it's a wet track, it's probably, I would say it's the driest it's been all race is right now. And it's only going to get worse. So I think Rob might be praying for that rain to help kind of slow down that fast McLaren behind him.
Yeah, I think you're correct. You know, the lap times right now are around what we're doing in quali. So obviously the track is better at this moment. That being said, oh, and Cookie Cookie has had a major off. He's got damage, heavy damage.
No.
And Mark Dyson's teammate, CB, I don't know what the C is for, Chris B, has overtaken him.
Wow.
Perhaps.
So yeah, you see it.
Sorry, go ahead.
You see the. Oh, I was just saying. You just see the front of that Bentley. The windscreen doesn't look too happy. I wonder if he'll pit now for damage, or if he'll try and keep it out. It doesn't look like he's getting too unshapely into and out of corners. Please don't let that be a curse. I don't want him to go off again. So he keeps it nice and tidy there. So yeah, he doesn't have a ton of trouble, it looks like, controlling the car, but he is now 6 seconds behind that Audi who just passed him.
Yeah, this is really tricky, because when you have an incident like that at the beginning of the stint, and it's just like cusp of, okay, it's too much damage, I need to pit, and well, it's not that much damage, and maybe I can just lose a bit of time every lap and keep it going. I mean, it's a tough decision to take, especially on your own. So maybe, you know, we're seeing these incidents start to happen. We're starting to see the effects of solo driving for so long. The mistakes start to creep in. You know, after 3 hours of driving, you're looking at the screen for the same amount of time, same arms, same legs, as you were saying earlier. It's getting tricky for these drivers.
Yeah, and we see there the 362 Helios Mercedes. Looks like it's trying to unlap himself past Oosthuizen, which he does. Quite nice. Those guys up into P12 after the big off that they had earlier. Once fighting for the podium, and now up into P12. Very impressive recovery from those guys. Shingis looks like their other driver other than Hubel. So it'd be interesting to see if he does just the last 3 hours in the car. Looks like they might have split the stints 50-50, which could be good, you know. That gives you enough time to settle into that rhythm, get yourself acquainted with the track conditions and the car and the setup. I find that's kind of the problem with doing 1 hour and 1 hour and 1 hour. By the end of the stint, you're just starting to get comfortable, and then you got to hand over the car again. So this could be a good strategy from them, splitting the stints 50-50 like this.
Yeah, I agree. That's usually how I would do my endurance races, especially in changing conditions. This is very rare that, you know, you want to change and then go back in, unless you're doing, you know, a much longer race, like a 24 hours or a 12-hour race. But what I'm seeing here is that Shingis is 4 laps behind the leader, but only quotation marks, a minute and 40 seconds behind P11. And you know, it might sound like a lot right now, but I could say I'm willing to bet that's something they can make up, you know, in 2 hours and 49 minutes.
Sure, not an insurmountable amount of time by any means.
So and then to catch P10, they'll have another lap to make up. So that might be trickier, especially that it's Ben Litherland and his teammate who are there in P10 at the moment. So, you know, not easy, but they could be back in the top 10 positions despite their major incidents. Yeah,
impressive recovery from them. Looking forward to seeing what they can do in the last 3 hours or so. And it looks like Rob Phillips is kind of holding that gap up at P1. 17 seconds the gap, but he's no longer losing multiple seconds per lap. It's over about 2 or 3 laps he's lost 2 seconds, just under 2 seconds. So, you know, for the most part, holding his own up in the lead. Be very interesting to see just how quickly, as I say that, the timing board updates itself and Rasha is now only 16.5 seconds behind.
Yeah,
wow.
Now 15.4. So the gap is coming down. There is a difference in lap time of a bit more than a second, as I'm now just going to move to Noah Zink, who's just right behind Goupil.
Yeah,
and they're battling,
less than a second.
Yeah, battling for P8 at the moment as they just exit La Source and going to Radion and Eau Rouge.
Yeah, these guys on the same lap right now, so they are battling for position. It looks like the rain is holding off, even though it has said for the last 15 minutes or so. You see Osthuizen there coming out of pit lane, and Zink there trying to take the outside line at Kemmel. He'll avoid the puddle. Goupil got a little twitchy there. Oh, just pulls ahead along the Kemmel straight, but now he's given that Ferrari the tow down into Les Combes. Let's see. Oh, he's pulled away quite a bit of a gap. I wonder if the Ferrari had to lift to avoid him there. I know those cars are quite evenly matched in a straight line, but good move by Zink there, taking up to P7. Brave move at the outside of the Kemmel corner there.
What a great overtake! You know, he kept his composure on the exit of Radion, where the car is loose. You know, dirty air doesn't help. So it's very tricky to keep your calm when you're doing 240 something. That's more the drive speed. Maybe they're doing more something like 230 kph. In the wet. Still a considerable amount of speed. You're not walking at that speed. So these guys are really doing quite well to stay this clean after 3 hours of racing.
And just the commitment necessary to overtake there at the top of Radion. It's even though it's a quotation straight, or it's a corner, but it's not a corner, but the composure to stay on the outside off of the racing line in the wet, and the confidence that the car is going to stick as he takes it through. Really commendable overtake there. I think that's one of the bravest ones I've seen this race so far. So good for him, good for that team, the ARG team Boatley Kings, making their way back up to P7, looking very strong right now with Noah Zink at the wheel.
And Cookie seems to have pitted. I saw him being overtaken by a few cars, because obviously he was near P4 I think at one point, so it looks like he pitted and was able to regain his positions. Yes, you can see that his car has been repaired, and he just passed Goupil as well. What happened to Goupil? Did he have a crash?
It looked like Goupil had spun out, and Osthuizen was about to just pass him anyway. So Osthuizen back up into P8, and I did see Osthuizen leaving pit lane as Zink made that move at the top of Radion. So cars repaired. I mean, only 10 seconds to P7. So again, I think Osthuizen has the pace to make up that 6 seconds rather. So he's taking some time out. So he's taking some time out fairly quickly. I know he'll feel really confident now on that fresh car with no damage. He'll be able to kind of grab it by the scruff of the neck and take it around this track as quickly as possible. He does have to clear a couple of cars worth of traffic, it looks like. Nothing he can't handle though. P8 for him. We did see him in P1 at one point. Another one of our many leaders of this race. But 5 seconds now the gap. So he's definitely taking time out of the car ahead, and I don't think it will be very long until he catches up and is able to try and make a move.
Indeed, and who would have known that we had this order at the moment? Rob Phillips still holding his own despite, you know, the slow and steady gaining from Russia in P2. It looks like Russia is 13 seconds behind Rob at the moment, and Deja is also another 13 seconds behind Russia. So the top three within, you know, barely 30 seconds, a little bit more. So I can't believe how close the lead to this race is still at this point, you know, 4 hours later. It's double digits, but barely. And Osaisen, yes, is now catching up. He's now 3.5 seconds. Let's switch to interview as he tries to muscle his way back past the number 100 car, which is not the car directly ahead of him at the moment.
No, he's dealing with, I believe that's Gil ahead. Oh, no, it's Shari. That is the number 20 McLaren machine. It's currently in P15. I believe a few laps off of where Jürgens is right now, so he will be being shown the blue flags, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've just seen one on the left side. Yeah.
So still, even GT3 on GT3, a blue flagged car is not obligated to move off of the racing line and let him pass. It is up to the overtaking car to do to make an overtake safely, which he might try and do around the outside of La Source, going for major style points. He does. It looks like Sherry kind of lifted and coasted to let Oosthuizen through there, and now we're only less than 4 seconds off of the back of Noah Zink. So catching up quite quickly. He'll be looking to make a recovery as Thomas Jack is in the pits, probably making a pit stop as well. So it looks like Thomas Jack might lose some positions on this pit stop as some cars move past him, as he's just coming into pit lane now. You can see those cars on the left on their way down to Eau Rouge. The number 374 wins McLaren team, having a pretty good race so far. Currently P8. That's James Andrews and Thomas Jack in that McLaren machine. They've done really well so far. We've also got P4 coming into the pits. That's the Flyboys Audi. Chris B is maybe going to hand over the car back to Mark Dizon. Maybe stay out for a double stint. We'll see in a couple of minutes. But it looks like he is going to lose some time to the car ahead, which is Nicolas Degener in the 29 Lexus. Meanwhile, a little further back, Jürgens Oosthuizen getting closer and closer to that 100 Bentley. We're about to see a Boatley battle, ladies and gents. It's going to be great. We'll see who can muster this huge car around this track the fastest. So making up a couple tenths a lap, it seems, on Noah Zink ahead. So I think he just needs to bide his time, keep his head down, keep out of trouble, try not to get any more damage, and I think he'd be back on the back end of that Bentley ahead of him fairly quickly.
It's very easy when you're chasing a car like that to think that you can just push that extra bit, because he's been catching up so quickly already. So you can just push a bit more, and then all of a sudden it comes a spin on a slight mistake, you know, touching the curb, and then you lose all that time that you've been gaining. And that's extremely tough mentally. So I hope that Jürgens can keep it together, continue to make the time up, and then they can have a good and respectful battle with Noah Zink, who's also doing extremely good now in P6.
And Cookie now only 2 seconds as he loses it at La Source. Oh no. Hopefully there's a car coming around. Save it. Oh, don't do that. Okay. And breathe. So he's lost a little bit of time there. And Shinggis in the Helios car looks like he's trying to unlap himself again, because he is multiple laps down, but Oosthuizen has just pulled ahead. Into Eau Rouge they go with hot tires. I'm sure those tires have got a bit of temperature in them now if they didn't have so before. But yeah, it looks like he's now got definitely more than he had to make
13
up.
seconds now.
13 seconds.
I called it, but I wish I hadn't. Anyway, so now we're with Corey Appleby, who's about 3 seconds behind Ben Litherland. Ben Litherland and his teammate, who were fighting for the lead earlier, and since then they've been making their way back to P10. So great catch up from them. Sorry, Corey just making steady progress, towards that car and back to the top 10.
And how many great recovery drives have we seen today? Multiple drivers clawing their way back from further down, and as well, Corey has race leader Rob Phillips right behind him too, so he will be being shown the blue flags as they make their way through Camel Puddle. Both cars there getting a little squirrely as they make their way through the water, and it looks like Appleby might brake a little early and let Rob Phillips through, which he does. So every car that Rob Phillips gets ahead of, that's another car for Russia to deal with. So good strategy now for Rob is just to clear all the back markers as fast as he can, put as many cars and as much distance in between P1 and P2 as possible. Great drive from Rob. Great drive from Corey Appleby too. Very consistent. We saw some issues with the special relationship McLaren earlier on the race, but now he's kind of coming back, and he's very much in a battle. Well, not in the battle right now, but he's very much in the running to get that last spot of the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, it's just what you want out of an endurance driver, right? Just the ability to put on solid laps one after the other. Doesn't matter if you're a few tenths or a few seconds off the pace. It's much better to have a predictable result sometimes than, somebody who's trying for an extra fast lap, once in a while. Because guess what? On a 2-hour, 3-hour stints, sooner or later something is going to happen. So it's important to have that discipline, that self-control, to really pay attention to your markers, keep to them, stay off the AstroTurf when it gets really wet, and just keep putting in the laps up until the checkered flag comes.
Exactly. The mental game very much coming into play now as we enter the last 2.5 hours of this 6-hour race. Russia still 10 seconds behind the leader Rob Phillips. Let's see, Hudson, that's another 10-second penalty for that 47 Ferrari machine. I'm not sure if that was one from earlier or if that's a new one. But back up to Russia, making his way into bus stop. Very tidy through there. And a bus stop is a really good indicator of just how wet it is. It's so easy to slide the car on the exit curb. So easy to lose the front end on the turn-in, especially when it's really wet. And now only Rob Phillips in the pits. So Russia will overtake Rob Phillips for the race lead. And we have yet another leader of this race. Oh, it's so horrible to watch the pit lane here. You lose so much time. It's really quite hard to watch sometimes.
Yeah, and to me it looks like an on-schedule pit stop for Rob Phillips.
Yeah,
because
like a green flag pit stop. Yep.
Yeah, because it doesn't look like he's got any significant damage, and I think from the time perspective, where we are, in the total time of the race,
sure.
it looks like a normal pit stop that's on schedule. I don't think he's had any major ops, Rob, at least not any ones that caused him to have to fix damage. So provided that he's able to do a solid pit stop here, it's going to be hard to know exactly where he sits in the actual, grand order of things, because I think Russia might be also moved slightly. So we're not going to know realistically where everybody is standing up until the last 60 minutes.
Yeah, and everybody should just know, just driving this race solo and doing well enough to be, P2 and P3 are both solo drivers, and this far into the race, they are, they're in the hunt for the podium. They are really doing well. Everybody loves to see Rob Phillips doing well, and looks like, it looks like he could make the most of this weather change. So it does say that we're going to have increasing rain in 5 minutes, so fresh tires for that increasing rain will probably help quite a bit. He'll be able to get them up to temperature before the heavier rain starts, which is crucial. Handling the changing conditions here is quite a handful. And that's Dejeuner up ahead. He's in P2. Looks like there's a pretty big gap between Phillips and Dejeuner. And then the gap from P2 Dejaner to the P1 of Russia in the McLaren is about 20 seconds. I think, if I'm not mistaken, P2 and P1 do still need to make a pit stop for this stint. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out for Rob Phillips, if he can make anything from that. Or if it wasn't a scheduled pit stop from Phillips and he wanted to maybe try an undercut to keep the first, keep P1, to keep track position, because track position, getting to the last 60 minutes is going to be so important. It's going to be crucial for the end of the race.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think of, how much time does every driver need to finish a race and how many pit stops. And, well, in order to finish a race, you need at least 2 pit stops at this point, but in fact it would be 3. So right now, Rob has just pitted now, but anybody who pits after the 2 hours and 20 minute mark left on the clock will be able to just do 2 more pit stop once to finish the race. So it looks like Gons here will have a shorter stint in order to finish the race at some point. Whether that's going to play in his favor or not, I'm not sure. But I think some strategic battle is going on here. Rosher, I doubt, and his team, I doubt will pit before that 2 hours and 20 minute mark.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. If a yellow flag somewhere. Oh, it might be actually Rob Phillips who got. Oh, it's actually okay. I thought the worst had happened to Rob then. I hope it doesn't happen. I'm not cursing you, Rob, I swear. Look, I see flashes of yellow and I just get flashbacks to race leaders being crashed out, podium fighters being crashed out. Meanwhile, further back with the Jürgens Oosthuizen putting in some consistent laps after losing it relatively soon ago. It wasn't too long ago that he it looks like he lost it at Blanchimont. He's got Shingis behind him, so it looks like Shingis still hasn't managed to unlap himself from Oosthuizen, so that's going to be very frustrating for that team, especially when they were so close after they made that accident happen. It was at La Source, that's right, Cookie lost it at La Source. Another driver.
And it looks like Jürgen, has caught up about 2 to 3 seconds to Noah Zink now. So he is coming back. He's doing the same thing that he did before. Hopefully he will do it without trouble this time.
Yeah. He's putting in some really consistent times right now. It's got to be hard to do so when you've got that Mercedes all over the rear bumper. And that car, you could see it desperately trying to unlap itself. But if I was behind Jürgens right now, I don't think I would want to overtake him. I think I just want to sit behind, let what happens, and just try and make the most of the stint you have right now, because you don't want to be trying to unlap yourself for a whole stint and essentially losing time every lap because you're trying to make moves that once Oosthuizen goes into the pits, you're free to go. So it's an interesting strategy. I think at this point in the race, the strategy really comes into play, as you were saying just a little minute ago. But yeah, he's 3 laps down from the lead. Shingis is. So yeah, he'll be wanting to make headway as soon as possible, and he is actually closing the gap into Blanchimont. Both of them make it through quite nicely there. And yeah, you see him trying to force his way outside, but Oosthuizen just holds his line. A little bit deep there for Oosthuizen, but he's got it back online for the left-hander. And like I said, the Bentley just has such good traction off the line in the wet, so I fully expect a gap to be formed on the way down to Eau Rouge.
Yeah, and Shingis, looking at the lap times, has got really good pace compared to where he is currently. Appleby is probably an anomaly, but last lap he did a 2:49. Shingis doing a 2:32. But ahead of Appleby, Ben Litherland, who we know is not in a slouch team by any means, is done a 2 minutes 33 last lap, so Shingus really has the potential to catch up here if he's got enough time to do this over the next 2 hours and a half.
Yeah, and there you see Grossman pulling off the side to let these two through. Grossman currently P14, so he's not too far behind these guys, and Shingus goes very deep at Lecom, straight over the safety curbs. And almost catching Grossman on the rejoin there. That was full clench, I'm sure, for the Ferrari of T. Grossman.
Yeah, now as it going to Bruxelles, here the braking can be really, really tricky. You're trying to trail brake into the corner, try to carry as much entry speed, and then be very patient on the exit, and try to not go all the way to the left. So your goal is trying to move back to the right before you enter the left-hander that's downhill, and then you try to avoid the curb. And it looks like Grossman has done the very noble thing to just let Shingus go ahead, not try to cause any more incident, no time loss. Ooh, Shingus gets a little bit loose on the gauche on the inside curb at that speed. That is very easy to do. The rear wheels get on the curb, and the differential mix the rear wheel spin at different speeds, and then sometimes you can't get that effect. Same here on the left-hander of Piff Path, it can get very loose, and now they're getting just ready for Stablo.
Yeah, and the exit curb at Pouhon, double gauche, you have to worry about too, because you're on it and the curb just pulls you to the outside. There's basically no getting back on the track without losing at least a second of time. So Pouhon, I think, a very crucial corner in this lap, especially when you're chasing down a car a couple of seconds ahead of you.
Yeah, and I think we may have just missed it by a few seconds, but I think James Andrews just lost the positions for Ben Litherland, because I believe that a few minutes ago Ben Litherland was P10, and now James is P10 and Ben is P9. But James is not letting it go at all. He's just less than a second away. If it was,
Litherland on the exit curb there. Oh, almost losing it. Oh.
I was going to say, if this was Formula 1, James Andrews would still be just within a second of DRS range, as he gets just a bit wide on this corner, but it's alright, as long as you keep a wheel on the curb, you're still in the track. Also,
that's right.
I'm surprised by how few drive-thrus we have seen, from the top 10, for track limits, I mean.
Yeah, something that we were worried about, something that the drivers definitely struggled with in qualifying. They seem to have it under wraps here for the race, and you don't know, we might have a lot of drivers on 3 warnings, and once they cut the track again and getting an additional warning, once you have 4 track limits warnings, that's it, you must do a drive-through penalty. So I'm just seeing now the number 20 McLaren down in P15. They've got a stop go 30, so another offender of speeding in the pit lane, it seems. But yeah, very interesting. Like you said, no drive-through penalties for track limits thus far, so it seems.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's a bit of game, game limitation in here, where sometimes the track limits are taken off your regular pace or your best lap even. So given they have gone quicker than this just because of the nature of the conditions, it may be that even when they cut off the track a little bit, the ACC does not necessarily take that into account as a track cut and immediately exclude them, as Cherry takes the wide exit of Blanchimont, but he's kept it safe.
Oh, that's nice. That's the one thing you don't want to do on That's the one thing you don't want to do at the exit of Blanchimont, is spin and then find yourself in the middle of the road as there are other cars coming up behind you. So Sherry looks like he's going to take that stop go 30 penalty right now. Yeah, I mean, get it out the way.
He's in
get it
fifth
done.
gear.
It could be. I wonder, yeah, there you go. Now he's downshifting. There he goes. Machine gun downshift all the way to first. So that might have been the issue to get him the stop go 30 in the first place.
But he might get it
have
again.
To be in. That's right. So we'll see once he clears this. Once he gets this stop go. If it still says stop go once he's out of the pits, then we know that he's gotten another one. That you do have to be in first gear to engage the pit limiter.
Exactly. Which is why I was getting to that information. So, yeah, it looks like he was in fifth gear just at the entry of bus stop, and then maybe he just forgot to shift it down, trying to look for the pit limiter, or something that you can very easily do. And now I just hope that after the stop and go 30 seconds, he won't be met with another stop and go. As we see,
Oh, I hope not.
as we see Sam Verhoff battling in bus stop with Goupil. Oh, and Goupil is off. He just spun
Oh,
next to
no.
the bus stop.
Yeah.
I think on his own.
That's right, it did look like it was his own volition. The Team NL Racing Aston Martin up into 6. I think they were down in towards the back of the grid at one point, so another great recovery drive from this team. In the Aston, again, we've been saying all afternoon that the Aston is just so good in the wet. It doesn't matter what track. If it's raining, the Aston is strong. Really showing its colours here as he's up into P6. And the next car ahead of him, position-wise, is Jürgen Zesthuizen in the number 12 Bentley machine.
Wow, what a race so far. Darkius, are you having fun?
I'm having so much fun. This is, I mean, I can't believe how close it all is. There's less than 2.5 hours left, and we're this close. Both of the lead cars are on the lead lap. Which is, I think, I did not expect to see that, if I'm honest. I thought we'd get to the 3-hour mark and, P1 would be ahead and the gap behind would be multiple laps, but it hasn't happened. Been a thrilling race, as we've said. So many different unique race leaders. I think, I get a feeling that there's more to get. More unique leaders to come. M. Marlowe, who's in the 805 Flyboys Audi, making up some time. In this team putting in a really good drive. Another car that we saw further down the grid. And I'm just looking now, P16, the number 20 McLaren of Shari, still has a stop-go 30, so he must have gotten another one from when he entered the pits from his first speeding in the pit lane infringement. So that's tough, that's rough. He's going to lose a lot of time, but it does look he's got a quite sizable gap behind him, and it looks like they switched drivers too at that last pit stop, so Gil in that car rather than the other driver that we saw earlier. Crazy.
Alejandro Gil now taking the reins of this nice white Republica 1810 GG McLaren. That is also a mouthful. We hope they can get back to some kind of regular pace, because you get a stop and go, then you drive a swap. Wait a minute. So they stopped and they switched drivers, but that's not a stop and go.
So they didn't clear their penalty because they just didn't. You cannot. Am I right in saying that when you have a stop-go 30 penalty, you cannot take a pit stop? You cannot change tires or fuel. You just have to sit there in the pit box for 30 seconds.
Yes.
And it takes you. It already takes you almost a minute either side to get to your pit box and to leave your pit box and be able to get out of pit exit. So they are going to lose a lot of time.
So what that means, probably, and at least I hope so for them, is that they did not get a second stop and go penalty, because I think they did, they would have been disqualified on the spot. So
so looks like maybe they'll take it now. Yes, heading into the pits he is.
They just overtook a car on the entry. Did you see that?
I did. Very impressive. That's James MX behind him, so that's the number 420 AMG car that's currently sitting in P21.
Indeed, yeah. Trying their best to keep the car in check. They are several laps down, but they're still going, and that is what counts at Racing Pals. These guys, they may not be leading or being in the competition for the podium, but they're getting some really, really valuable experience to race further and to keep improving.
And I'm sure that's kind of the operative word here is experience. I think if you could say that you've survived a 6-hour Spa race that's raining and at nighttime, you're pretty much ready for anything at that point, right?
Exactly. That is baptism by fire, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, very brave for a lot of these drivers to do this as their first endurance race. I think my first endurance race was 4 hours of Laguna Seca, and it was dry the whole time. And compared to this, I'm sure it was a walk in the park.
Yes, I can speak to this because me and my teammate, luckily, we won that race.
Yes, I remember.
So, so in the dry, it's definitely, I mean, there's no comparison. It's a completely different set of skills, in my opinion, especially in Spa-Francorchamps, which does a decent job, in my opinion, of simulating, you know, real rain conditions. I think it does a lot of things right, especially compared to other sims. It's still got a bit of work to do, but I really hope, by the way, that, you know, ACC improves its physics when it comes to rain. I think there's plenty of good things it could do, and I hope that's going to come in the future. But I just wanted to pull our attention back to Noah Zink, who is now P8, and I'm wondering, because he was being chased by Jürgen Oosthuizen just a few moments ago, and looking at the delta, he's either pitted or has had a major off.
Had an off, yeah. The car ahead of him is headed into the pits, and he's staying out. Noah Zink was in the car, so I don't think it was a pit stop, because they haven't changed drivers, and they seem like they've been handing over every pit stop. I could be wrong, but that does seem to be the case, so it does seem like he's had an off somewhere. He's got 22 seconds to make up to the next car ahead of him.
Yeah, and I think you're right, and look at that. Just after the 2 hours and 20 minute mark, Luke Hospitting, our top 2 drivers. So I think Rob, unfortunately, getting the short end of the stick here because of the strategy. But Dejna and Roscher, I think, are in to be comfortably in P1, P2. So even if Rob overtakes them now, he still has 2 pit stops to go, from what I understand. Unless my math is wrong.
Yeah. No, I think you're right there, because he did take that early, it seems, pit stop.
Yeah. So maybe he didn't have a choice, you know. Maybe this was just, you know, what he was running out of fuel because he pitted a bit earlier or later, something along those lines. So nonetheless, Rob, even if where he is right now, you know, he's in a good position to stay within the top 5. He's got a lot of margin. He's been driving clean all race long. Just splendid driving, really, from this driver.
Yeah, I've been enjoying watching this bright green McLaren romp around the track. As he gets very, very sideways at the camel puddle, cold tires will do that, and it looks like that's not Dejna behind him. That's okay. I took my eyes off the screen for literally 1 second there, and the next thing I know, our race leader is sideways through the camel corner. Wow, good save. He did take a little bang, it looks like, and it looks like he has some damage as he's sideways at Lecom as well. Oh, it looks like he's struggling a little bit after that off. He will have some grass on his tires. It will make it quite treacherous as the slick tires try to get a grip on the slick track. That is a mouthful, but I said it anyway. There you go.
It's an alliteration and a half.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, looking at his steering, it doesn't look like it's bent, so he may have gotten away with it. We'll see with his lap time. His lap time, I think before they pitted, was around the 32, maybe 31 mark.
Okay.
And he stayed in the car, so it looks like he will be able to do that again, although the rain is increasing. So we'll see how the damage is affecting this at the moment. So yeah, he's gotten well and truly ahead of Rob Phillips, who's about 35 seconds behind, and Dejna.
So he's also, Rob Phillips also gaining a position on Dejna while Dejna made his pit stop. So looks like that may have kind of paid off for him after all.
Look at this massive accident on the exit of Camel Straight.
Oh no, that's exactly what we didn't want to see.
That's involving Marlowe, and who is that behind him? What car is, I couldn't see what number of car it was, but what a fortunate incident. It seems like this exit of the pits, you know, cold tires plus the puddle, that's killing a lot of people.
That's right, it's causing a lot of issues, and there's some more treachery happening, it seems. I think we're okay, actually.
think we've gotten away with it. Again, you know,
Yeah.
they're not going so quick that I think the damage is massive, but still, you know, you never want to have that kind of sideways hit, you know, where you can bend the steering. Let's have a look actually if there's any bend steering on Matthew Marlowe's car. It looks okay, I want to say. It's always better to check on a straight line. I think we're good.
I think he's okay, yeah.
Okay, good for him.
Really unfortunate, yeah. But he's now up into P4. He looks like he made up a position on Jürgens Oosthuizen. So yeah, a very, very good race from him. And it looks like he's not too far away as well from Dejener, I believe.
Yes, indeed.
Let's see, yeah, he's just ahead of that back marker ahead of him. So I know Marlowe will want to clear that white McLaren in front of him as soon as possible so he can get back onto the rear and fight for a podium this late into the race. Can you believe it?
Podium battle with 2 hours left to go. Yes, please. And
Yeah.
it's not over. It's not over because Rob Phillips has 2 more stops, which means that Marlowe, depending on, you know, how long that stop takes for Phillips, Marlowe might still get in the podium even though he might not overtake Deschner. And then we have the next one will be Jürgens Oosthuizen, who's currently 1 minute and 15 seconds behind Marlowe, so not currently straight away in range, but anything can happen as we've seen throughout this race.
That's right, and you know, 2.25 hours left. That's a long time for anything to happen. And I'm sure things will happen. Ball in there getting a little bit squirrely on the entry to Rouge. Marlowe taking Reddy on nicely, cutting the curb as much as he dares. You don't want that track limit. The puddle, you just see the puddle upsetting the car a tiny amount. So it's going to rain more in 5 minutes. So I'm sure that puddle's only going to get bigger as we wind into another pit window for a lot of these drivers. So like we saw with Russia, these drivers are really going to have to take care on their outlaps after pit stops because it's treacherous through Kemmel Corner. Marlowe now making his way down through No Name, keeping it very tidy.
Yeah, and this puddle really that we've seen throughout this race, it's giving us a lot of trouble, but I'm not complaining because it's making for great viewing experience for each of us.
It's throwing a wrench into this race every time something happens there.
Yeah.
So keep it up. I want more puddle.
I wonder if in real life the same puddle exists, especially after
maybe
the resurfacing, you know, at Spa has happened.
Yeah.
You know, with the latest deluge that has happened at Spa. So really, we're on brand. You know, this is a realistic simulation of Spa these days. You know, this weather, given the last events that happened over there, just in preparation for the race.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. It's a track where obviously changes are going to come to it quite soon with, you know, ongoing safety and everything. Rouge Radeon, that's a whole, I feel like we could fill another 6 hours with just talking about Rouge and Radeon and why it should be changed, why it shouldn't be changed. But don't forget, these ACC tracks are laser scanned with LiDAR data, so they are pretty accurate down to the millimeter, which is quite insane. So I would be willing to bet that that puddle exists in real life, because even in the dry, when you take that corner, you do feel a little bump as you go through Kemmel Corner there.
Yeah, and you're right. You know, this is, you know, the level of fidelity, if I can get the words out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Gives us, you know, with laser scan tracks for Spa. I think, you know, this is now the benchmark, right, for sim racing in general, to have this kind of levels for tracks. And this is why probably, and unfortunately, we haven't had the same the updates for the tracks that we wanted. What has happened here? I see two McLarens.
Two white McLarens. It looks like Gil there took a liberally wide exit and chose to take the grass instead of the tarmac. Interesting strategy. But is he a lap down? He's not a lap down, so he did just lose track position because of that. That's unfortunate, but nicely saved. To keep it on the outside at Camel, and have the confidence to keep your foot in it, because it's so easy to spin once you hit the grass here.
Yeah, and interestingly, Borland has turned off his inside lights. This little blue light. I wonder if it's to keep the drivers awake at night.
Well, the blue light is for that's when you have like the high beams on, essentially, so the drivers on the inside know that they've got the correct light on. So if we went to the inside of any other car, I bet you it would be blue. That kind of lets the driver know that they're on the right. There you go, you can kind of see it. That lets the drivers know that they are on the right settings for their lights. That's pretty much what you want to be on. I would say that you want to be on the high beams right now, especially with the spray in front of you. You need to see as far ahead as possible. So let's see if he changes that, or if he's even... Does he notice? Does he not notice? Is it on purpose? Is it by accident? Does he have front end damage where his high beams don't work anymore? Be interesting to know which is which.
Yeah, and it's not something that you see usually, because I think most people in ACC run the auto lights. So it doesn't actually you don't actually have to do anything, because most of the time, as soon as it gets dark, you put full beams and that's it. And just as I was paying attention to the top 5, it looks like Marlowe has pitted.
Yes.
And Streisen is now P4, and Marlowe is now P6.
But Streisen still to make a stop, I believe. He did stop fairly, well, not too long ago. So he's got some time left on this stint, I'm sure. That's one of the things I wish we could do in ACC, is see other racers' stint timers, and then we'd be able to predict the pit strategy a little bit more. Jürgen's getting a little twisty through Piefpath. It looks like he's got it all sorted as he heads down into Stavolo.
I think Racing Pal should call AWS. Maybe we can get something.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're listening, Mr. Bezos, hit us up. Join the Discord. The link's in the description, bruh.
Help our modest league. Oh, and I see somebody is off. Is this Michael?
Oh.
Yeah, I think Mike is off, but he's...
It is Mike, yep, it's Goodman. He's gonna let him by.
All good, okay. All is
Okay.
well.
So, Oosthuizen now has to make up 44 seconds to Dejanot, which is... That's running out of time, but still plenty of time for anything to happen.
It is possible, but I think at this point we're starting to enter the realm of a mistake has to be done by somebody ahead, because they are fairly similar in pace at the moment. So I think now it's all about, okay, if I don't crash, for the rest of the race, that is the best way for me to gain a position, as opposed to let's push, and try to get that podium and snatch the victory, which is very easy to do when you're so close to the podium.
That's right.
Taking it very carefully, but very good into your Rouge and Radio. Oh no!
Oh, the pedal! No, it's happened again. Oh my goodness.
Why do I say such things?
I saw him on the entry of a Rouge take all of the entry curve on the left-hand side, and you could see the car bouncing up and down as it made its way up the hill. So I'm sure that kind of rattled his brain a little bit. And another puddle takes another victim. And with the rain getting even heavier, still getting heavier, I'm sure that puddle has more contributions to make to this race.
I can't believe that happened again. No,
you should almost stop talking.
Okay, I will stop watching Jürgen from now on, because I don't want to do this to him.
Yeah,
okay.
Just keep an eye on his times instead.
Yes. Meanwhile, Sam Verhoff is catching up as a result of this. He's about 2 seconds behind and catching in the beautiful Netherlands colored car, and with the orange lights, as you would have it.
Nice.
As you do. So I'm not surprised, and they keep just doing, we keep seeing, in the top 10 order, the cars that are doing well are just the teams that have been homogeneous in terms of driver level, kept the car on track, and just kept on trucking the whole race.
Yeah.
And soon
Yeah.
we're going to see some sunlight as well. So
That's right. I'd say about another hour of in real life time, and we'll see the sun start to come up. It doesn't necessarily make things any easier, the sunlight, because you still got all this rain, you still got just as many cars, and like we've kept saying, by that point the fatigue's really setting in. Even if you're a team, a team entry with only 2 drivers, both of you have done at least 2 hours of driving at that point, and you've got more to go. So it's definitely going to be something to look out for. But I wouldn't expect lap times to start tumbling because the sun has come up.
Indeed, and sorry,
yeah.
go ahead.
I was just saying, Oosthuizen is pitting right now. He's gone into the pits, so he's kind of given up that battle with the Team NL car, and he's. I would say that was just a green flag scheduled pit stop.
Maybe aided by the puddle, but still on schedule.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether he does it now or in 30 minutes, he will still need to do another one after. So may as well do it now. Keep the best life in the tires as much as possible. And I just switched back to the GT4s here because Nagy is closing the gap to McBongus because McBongus just exited the pits as he just went past the puddle of death, as it now shall be named.
Yeah.
And at this stage, they are only 18 seconds apart.
Wow. So, and Jacob Alicia now at the wheel of the Mystery Machine, the Maserati. Oh, it looks so good with the rain lights too, the blue auxiliary lights. That's very cool. I'm going to go ahead and say it. That's my favorite livery on the grid today.
I think that is a safe bet. All that's missing is smoke coming out of the inside of the car.
Yes, a little bit of smoke. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but yeah, good to see the battle closing down. It looks like Alicia is pulling away a little bit. 23 seconds now, the gap between those 2 GT4 entries.
Yep. Yeah, so I think this is a situation now. So yes, it's not big as McBongus, you're right. It is not Jacob Alicia who's driving the car, and wondering if he's going to keep it for the remainder of the race as he goes loose and off the track. He's recovered. He's slowed down.
Where is that? That was Lefan.
Yeah, and he's kept it. You see there, this is the marker, of somebody who keeps his cool in those kind of situations. He saw he was going off, and he saw he was going to the grass, and what he did, he just braked. Is he?
No, he's letting somebody go by. That's an interesting place to let somebody by there. In between Stavelo and Corbeil-Paul Frere. Not a lot of time there to let someone pass, and that was big, very brave of him to move away all the way onto the AstroTurf, especially in a car with no traction control. Oh. As he gets a little bit sideways through Blanchimont, nicely held, and again, a little bit of tail out on the entry, but he's got it all under control. Rob Phillips now right behind him. He'll look to clear the GT4 as fast as possible, and does so up the inside of Bus Stop. Nicely done, cleanly done. That's the way you want to overtake a slower car. Nicely done, Rob. And and seeing more great saves from both drivers really of this Maserati. Had some big moments from both drivers, and they, for the most part, they've kept this race together. They're currently leading their class, so they're doing really well, but they've been sideways everywhere. It seems like we pan over to them and boom, they're sideways.
I can't believe they're still doing this. I saw this slide and I thought, oh god, they put on the slicks. That's literally what I thought. And that's why I was like, oh, what is happening here? And then obviously seeing they're driving now, it just seems that the tires were cold, which is fair enough, and as they just were, because he was going straight there before he got loose, and then he started braking, and the car was getting loose just as Rob Phillips was making the overtake. So I bet that now that the tires are a bit better, Jacob is probably breathing a sigh of relief. At least I am.
Yeah. He gets a little bit wide there at Les Combes.
The curbs.
Oh no, and then I was just thinking maybe that's their tire warming strategy, is to just drift the car everywhere and get some temperature into the tires.
You're
It's
right.
got quite cold now. It's 17 degrees Celsius ambient and on the track, which is the coldest we've seen it all night. But the good news is it's only going to get warmer from here. So 3:15 in the morning for these drivers now. So yeah, about half an hour or so, and we'll see some light begin to peak up over the valley and down onto the racetrack. But yeah, big kudos to the Mystery Machine Maserati car. Best livery and best drifting today, so very happy to see those guys on track.
Yeah, you know, that gamble, I mean, sure, there's not too many cars to compete against, but that gamble, you know, this is a very cool story to say, you know. I mean, it was a hard decision to make, you know, at the beginning of the race, well, before the race, say, right, we're going to do this endurance race in the rain for 6 hours in a Maserati. I mean, who's ever said that sentence? Nobody. So it's definitely very courageous. It's paying off, because I think these guys, when they finish the race, crossing my fingers that I'm not cursing them right now, they're going to have a big smile on their face.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you did say when they'd finish the race, not if they finish, so
It's already
the right vocabulary, the good vocabulary there, the correct vocabulary, because they will finish. I believe in them. We all believe in them. It's just a matter of holding it together, and he has pulled out a pretty sizable gap. He's now almost 22 seconds ahead of the Alpine. The last remaining Alpine in the GT4 class, as Rob Phillips, he's going to try and make up a move at the inside of Jacob Alicia at turn 1, and he makes it stick quite nicely, but now Alicia is right on his bumper, and I think he lifted a little extra just to let Rob Phillips get away there. So he'll be happy. I think they'll be happy. I think the quality of the GT3 overtaking the slower cars has been pretty good today. Granted, they have many less GT3s to deal with. GT4s to deal with, but for the most part, it's been pretty clean. There hasn't been any egregious overtaking of slower class cars, so I'm quite happy to see that that's all coming together quite nicely. As we're with Rob Phillips now, he's holding a nice P2. What's his gap to the car behind? He's got about 12 seconds to Dejana behind him. It's pretty close, but there's only 2 cars in between Rob Phillips and Dejana for him to clear. So I would expect for Dejana to catch up within the next 3 or 4 laps or so.
And just looking a bit further down in the top 10, and P6 is now Noah Zink. He has overtaken, who is that? Frederick Goupil in the 360 by Bytown Express Ferrari. Goupil is now gone into the pits, but just before that, there was just a few seconds of space between them. So Zink, teammates with Daniel, who we talked to earlier, they keep doing good. They keep, you know, just keeping a consistent pace, and now they are well in contention for that top 6 spot. Yeah, I mean, top 6 in a race like this is kind of really what you aim for. So the guys battling within that top 6 are now going to know that, oh, you know, I've only got less than 2 hours of this race. Don't bin it. That's what they're going to be saying to themselves, because it's just so hard to keep it together for 2 hours, let alone 6. So I sincerely hope that I didn't curse anybody there. But things heating up. Things are still very close, even though we have officially we're 2/3 into this race already. Mental. Yeah, what a great one. And I think we can probably pull somebody new to the interviews. Maybe just check your direct messages, and I'll be able to pick that up if you would like.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Maybe it's better let's take a small break, and then I'll just pull Mord Fustang here in the chat for a little interview. So we'll see you soon, Deep Cuts. Okay.
Yeah, see you in a minute.
Hello. Hi there, Mord Fustang. Hello. How is your race going? And also, what is your name on track? If you can just pull to your car.
Currently, I crashed one of my teammates at the moment, the 47 Ferrari.
The 47 Ferrari, yes. 47 Ferrari. Is that the necrotic car? Oh, sorry, the iCrash car. Yep, 47.
Yeah.
Currently in P22. You guys are keeping off last. That is the first objective. So well done for keeping away from that. How's your race so far?
Not been great. It's, you know, especially with the weather getting worse and worse and it getting later, they're very hard to get temperature into the tyres, so it's just spinning quite a lot. Especially up Eau Rouge, that corner is a nightmare to get right, especially in the Ferrari.
Yeah, I think you're not the first one to tell us this about the Ferrari, which is interesting because in the dry, the Ferrari is an amazing car here, probably one of the fastest. It's fast everywhere in a straight line. It's got the front arrow to, you know, keep turning, even though you turn down the aero setup to, you know, try to gain as much speed. But in the wet, it seems it's really hard to get the setup worked out correctly. Did you guys do work around the setup, or were you just expecting a more dry weather?
Just thought to be a bit drier than this, but like you said, the rain keeps on getting worse and worse each lap, so yeah, it's getting trickier and trickier out there, but
right,
gotta stay motivated.
And what were you aiming to get to, you know, before the race? Is this
Probably a top 15 finish, but that's a bit far now.
Yeah, and this is the thing, you know,
Well, that was the original.
And what about the incidents on track? Did you guys witness or were involved in many incidents, or is it just the fact that, you know, you're trying to get the best out of the car? As I can see, your car's just getting very loose on the entry to Lake Holm. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, it's been very loose here, especially with this McLaren that's now ahead of us. Oh no, it's not this one, sorry, it's a different McLaren. I'm not going to point the names out, but there's a few cars that have annoyed us a bit, but mostly just being stuck at the back, that's stressful.
Yeah, and
Quite
that's
hard to get the last ball.
yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes when you get stuck, you know, behind other cars, and you know you have some pace to unlock, it's very hard to, you know, stay patient and try to be understanding of cars that perhaps are not being as respectful as it should be. So, completely understand where you're coming from. That being said, is this your first race with Racing Pals?
It's not my first race in Racing Pals, but it's my second endurance race. I previously did a 10-hour Silverstone race for RCI.
Right.
That was in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, that weird like little cup car thing.
But that's courageous. And did it rain there as well, or is this your first sort of endurance rain?
This is the first wet race we've had. It was completely dry at Silverstone. So.
Yeah, not probably not very common in, you know, in Silverstone, but yeah. What do you think of Spa in the rain then? I mean, I don't know if you had the chance to practice it a lot before. I know you say it keeps getting more loose and loose, but what do you think of the driving in the rain with these cars?
It's certainly difficult. I mean, if I wish we went for something like the McLaren or someone gets big crash there.
What a big crash here! I think it was Necrotic that got involved. He seems to have recovered.
Yeah.
No bend steering, but that was quite unfortunate. And I think right ahead of him was Deschner. I hope he got away of that safely. Oh no, that's not him. It was another Lexus that was on the track. Right, so let's go back to your car.
Yeah. So. Yeah, it's definitely difficult. Like I said, I wish we went for a McLaren or an Aston Martin. They seem to be the quickest cars here and probably the easiest to drive out of them all.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, for 6 hours race, it's one thing to have pace, but it's another to stay out of trouble. That being said, I don't know if you've seen, our leader in GT4 right now is a Maserati of Jacob Malaysia and Bingus McBongus, and they drive without traction control and ABS, which is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
How did you find racing with the GT4s on the track?
They're not really got in our way, to be fair. They've been dead respectful. Like, we'll have to say the Alpines a few times. Not really encountered the Maserati, oddly, but yeah, we've seen the Alpines a few times, but they have moved out the way for us. So yeah, they are respectful drivers.
Well, that's always good to hear. And so what about the strategy here? Did you have to sort of amend your plans because of contacts or incidents, or did it sort of go all pit stops as scheduled?
I mean, our strategy was to just do a stint each. So I do a stint, he'd do a stint, and you know, so on and so forth. But it's quite tricky to manage that when you have to pit like halfway through a stint because it resets your stint time. It doesn't carry your stint time on, so that can be annoying.
Yeah, and
But
also
yeah, we're trying to do it every hour.
yeah, and also doing the driver swap sometimes every time it's always prone to, you know, errors or whatever. So
Yeah.
sometimes they can be quite adrenaline inducing.
Yeah.
Right then,
Actually,
are you going
it's
to
been my
be?
teammate's first race, doing an endurance race, so he's quite new to it. He's kind of struggling a bit, but he's getting there.
As you say that, he's kept it
Yeah,
out of the
as he
wall
goes
though.
out.
He's kept it out of the wall though, so that's
Yeah,
always good.
comfortably.
That is what matters in endurance race, really. You know, as long as you
Yeah.
not have damage to fix, that is what you want. Are you going to be getting back into the car at some point?
I'm not entirely sure yet. Depends on how he's feeling after his stint. He might do a double stint, or I can hop in the car for the last stint. I'm not sure yet. We're gonna work it out.
All right. Okay, well, it was good to catch up. Anything you want to mention before you leave?
Nothing much really. Just good luck to the leaders that keep on changing every lap.
Yeah, be sure to transmit that if they have the mental capacity. But yeah,
Yeah.
thank you for passing by, and yeah, wishing you a great rest of the race. Good luck with both with your teammate and yourself.
Thank you. See you later.
See you later. And we're back. Okay, so if we go back to the leading battle, Russia seems to have created a lot of space with Rob Phillips in second place. Dejner, however, has gained a lot of time and he's now only 5 seconds behind Rob Phillips.
Yeah, he'll be catching quite quickly if we look at the pace that Dejner has been setting for the majority of this race. I don't expect it to be a lot of laps until he catches him. As there you go, the 420 machine making a nice wide line so Dejner can get through under blue flags. Interesting to see that the rain has stabilized, and it looks like in 15 minutes we're due to get slightly less rain. So we may still see a drying track towards the end of this race if the rain starts to decrease a little bit further. But 6.3 seconds now, the gap between Dejner and Rob Phillips, as Dejner makes his way down the Camel Straight. Well, I should say up the Camel Straight because it's quite uphill. It gets the back end loose quite. The back end quite loose there. And there's a car going over the runoff behind. It was one of the white McLarens. I wasn't sure who, didn't quite see who, but Dejner putting together a very composed drive for this stint. He's made up a lot of time, it seems. Still battling it out for that P2 spot as he runs a little wide over the inside curb, runs over the inside curb at No Name, which is one of the few curbs you can actually take quite easily, even if it's raining. I think it just kind of line, you can kind of drive straight over it. At least in the Aston, I'm not too sure how the Lexus takes curbs, but at least in the Aston I know that's one of the few curbs that you can actually take in the wet on this circuit.
Yeah, and often, you know, in the rain, it's really about, is your car already pointing straight before you go onto the curb? In the dry, you can really afford to be turning, and then once you hit the curb, you're still turning and you're still basically cornering. For example, turn 1 at Brent's Hatch comes to mind. It's very much a corner like that where you're turning, you hit the curb and you're still very much turning, and in fact it helps you to turn. In the rain, not so much something you want to do. You want to be completely, you know, done with your turning, not have too much side momentum, otherwise exactly like we've just seen with Dejner here, you want to straighten that wheel. And somebody was off on the side, and I'm not sure who it was, barely missed that by a second. I think it's a Ferrari. And they're pitting now, so we're going to know very soon as it's going to display, and it can't be Barrage. It is McKeezy.
Yes. Interesting.
Who is now pitting, and he was just behind Oosthuizen, and right behind him is is Timothy Grant. I don't think we've seen his name so far, have we?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't believe we do. It's the 54 Shocking Jockage Aston Martin machine. Still a great team name. Yeah, it looks like he's doing really well for himself. We'll see how much he can push on this lap and see if he can make up a place over McCasey. It'll be close, I think. Just from how much time you lose in the pit stop. And whether McCasey's got damage that he chooses to repair too, that's all going to play into things as Timothy Grant makes his way through Rivage and on through to No Name. Do we see him take that curb in the Aston? No, we don't. So maybe a little speed for him to unlock in that corner if he's brave enough to take that inside curb like we were talking about. Down into Puon, nice and close to the curb, actually on the inside curb there, which is very brave. And he's kept a nice line all the way through there. So, you know, looking at his driving right now, I think he would deserve to be in the top 10 of this race. And you just see in the background, that's Rob Phillips behind him, a couple seconds. And the gap from Rob Phillips to Dejana down now just to under 4 seconds. So it's coming down fast. And I'm sure we'll see a battle for P2 overall and in GT3 class quite soon.
Yeah, definitely this order of the top 4 I think is going to swap out, because remember, Rob still has to make an extra pit stop compared to at least what I think Sam Verhoef in P4 currently would have to do for Team Netherlands Racing. As somebody's coming out the pits, I think it was
McKesey, right?
Yeah, from before. Yeah, exactly. He was not coming out in P8 just behind Oosthuizen. I think no major change here.
He's actually, he's planned that pit stop really well, actually, to come back outside, to come back out of the pits pretty much in the same position that he went into the pits in. It's kind of, we haven't really seen that this race so far. So a well-timed pit stop from McKesey in the Ferrari.
And he's got a gap on both sides, right behind and in front of him, and that's really the best thing you want to do, you know, for keeping your laps out of trouble. Obviously, Sam Verhoef has to avoid a car.
Yeah, that was Dushoshov in the number 17, that orange McLaren. Looked like he had gotten himself.
Rob Phillips is in the wall.
Sideways. Oh no, Rob Phillips in the wall! I just saw that.
No way.
The puddle claimed him, it seems.
Okay, well, he still can pit now, and then it wouldn't change that much for him, I think, because he's got 2 extra pit stops to do, so he could pit now, and then pit within the 1 hour and 10 minutes. So he's just losing time for that crash, obviously, and let's see how much damage there is. But I assume it's a decent amount. It looks like a.
I mean, it looked like a substantial shunt. And at that speeds, to just lose it around the Kemmel corner at the puddle, you're never going to walk away cleanly. You always will have some amount of damage to deal with. So just how much does he have? Dejana has now pulled out a 10, almost 11 second gap already within the space of about half a lap. So yeah, I would expect Rob Phillips to pit this lap. I would imagine.
Yeah, I think so.
It
as
looks
well.
like he's taking it really easy through Puon. It looks like he's taking it very easy. So yeah, it looks like he has some amount of damage, and he'll look to get that rectified as soon as possible.
Yeah, and it looks like, I'm trying to see, it's still quite dark. I don't think I see any damage on the rear, but there might be very much some see some small front damage and maybe some side damage. Yeah, I think he's a little bit banged up all the way around. I think right side and front side, that's what it looks like. So maybe not that much damage, but still he's got nothing to lose for pitting now, unless obviously he gets into another incident, but we hope for him that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, the fact that he's currently running around the track with his hazard lights on, to me, tells me that he knows that his car is a bit of a hazard right now, so I'm sure he will pit. Let's find out as he enters bus stop. Oh, he brakes very deep just got the line, and yes,
There he goes,
he's
yeah.
going into the pit. So
Also, about the
Okay.
indicators, what else would you expect from the road safety car?
right. Of course, the safety car. I like they have the QR code on the top. Rob Phillips has told me, if you are watching, please scan the QR code. You will be pleasantly surprised from what I've heard. But let's just get this out of the way. This Racing Pal stream does not take responsibility for anything that may be shown by scanning Rob Phillips's QR code on top of the safety team Aston Martin machine. So I don't think it's anything not safe for work, but just in case it is, it's a possibility. But I know Rob isn't really in that vein. But you know, how crazy do you have to be to put a QR code on the top of your skin and encourage people to scan it?
I'm very
Luckily, he's
curious
in the
now.
pit lane. Yeah. Luckily, he's in the pit lane, which is slightly illuminated, so we can at least check that out. Meanwhile, here we are with the AKKA ASP team AMG Mercedes. It's being chased down right now by current race leader. Fully expect. Oh, he's gone wide at turn 1. That's very scary to do that yellow sausage curb on the outside. Likes to buck the wheels up into the air, and as soon as the wheels make contact with the ground again, they like to spin. So I don't think that he planned on going quite wide, and he's wide and shallow through Radeon straight over the top. That will be a track cut, I'm sure. As P22, the car ahead of him, that is Eric Gruber, I believe. Oh, Ike Gruber, taking a drive-through penalty right now. I wonder what that was for. That was probably for track limits. Cool livery though. I really like that livery.
Me too. It looks very good with the shape of the car. I mean, I'm not surprised at this stage of the race that we are seeing some drive-through penalties. In fact, I'm still surprised that we haven't seen more. Again, might be down to the kind of racing and changing conditions that's perhaps affecting the way the game takes into account what is usual pace and what is time gained. That being said, I think it's probably best for the driver because you make a lot of mistakes in the rain and you can easily get off track. So whenever if you had a track cut for each time you left the track because you slipped in a puddle, the drive-throughs would have been very abundant today. So perhaps it's for the best.
Yeah. So he's just leaving. He's just served his drive-through, and Rob Phillips is out of the pits as well. And the car behind him, the Team Netherlands Aston Martin, is also in the pits right now. Marlowe in the 805 Flyboys Audi has just overtaken him. So I would look to see a driver change from these guys. It looks like Verhoef's been in the Aston for quite some time, so whether we'll see another stint from him is yet to be seen. But Marlowe now, only 10 seconds separate him and Rob Phillips for P3 overall. Interesting shuffle at the pit window. Again, strategy really coming into play here.
Yeah, and I think we are getting closer from what looks to be a post strategies unfolding order, if you know what I mean. I think it's becoming very clear now that most teams from this point onwards are probably going to have just one more pit stop to go. As a reminder, again, there's only 70 minutes of stint timer, meaning that each driver must have had at least one stint, and that stint cannot exceed 70 minutes from the moment they leave the pits, from the moment they enter the pits once again. So knowing that Rob has taken that extra pit stop that was, I would say, looming over him, he's just got one more to go, and he's basically the same stage as everyone, and he's still on the podium as of now. But Marlowe is certainly gonna come for him, and the Flyboys car has got a decent chance for the podium.
Yeah, they looked strong all race. They didn't look too strong in qualifying, so their race performance has really surprised me, actually. They've been super consistent and just able to close gaps whenever there's one ahead of them. And he's closing now, only just under 8 seconds to Rob Phillips, who just pitted as well. So it looks like Marlowe will make a stop soon-ish. But But yeah, it's all for the last podium spot is all up to Rob Phillips. Can he keep the gap ahead? I've seen a lot of traffic at Eau Rouge ahead on the track map. It looks like some cars battling up through the Camel Straight as Marlowe takes a good, nice line through Radion there. Puddle's okay. Looks like he went a little bit wide there. I think by this point, a lot of the drivers are fully aware of where that puddle is and just how bad it can make your race. So Marlowe catching up nicely just at the end of the Camel Straight. He's pulled over a second on Rob Phillips. Just under 6 seconds now, the gap to P3 for him.
Oh, and somebody's gone off right in front of him. I think that was either Phil, Gill, or Necrotic if he's back in the car. No, Necrotic is in the pits. There's another white McLaren, which has just spun right in front of him. As I go back to Marlowe, who's chasing, now just exiting No Name Corner, getting to Pouhon. Probably one of the scariest corners, in the rain. Personally, driving the Porsche, this corner is just a horror movie in itself. Every time, and I can't imagine it in the rain. So, well, actually, I do imagine because I've done it a few times. But these guys are really doing well to keep it in check in that corner, and also in Piff Path.
Yeah.
This left-hander can get very loose, but sometimes it can also help you turn. So, this Audi. One of the few Audis, if not the only Audi out there, say, in this race.
Yeah, the only Audi, yep.
Yeah.
Lone Audi.
Doing very well at this moment. The Audi fell a bit out of popularity some time ago, it seems, but it still seems to be a very good racing car.
Yeah, it seems like a strong choice in the wet. I mean, Matthew Marlowe kind of putting testament to that right now. He gets a little wide on the exit of the first part of Blanchimont there, but he's got it all squared up. It must be, it takes some amount of concentration to drive a mid-engine car in the rain. As he brakes a little bit too late for bus stop, he'll just cut the chicane. Nobody saw nothing, and away he goes to start the rest of his lap.
And none was the wiser. I mean, in these conditions, he probably hasn't given much time. If he would, the game would definitely give him a penalty for this kind of cut. The game tends to be very good at picking those kind of cuts on the bus stop chicane. Sometimes even if you try to cut, in preparation for a quali lap and you're exiting the corner too quickly, the game picks up on it on your corner.
It knows,
and
it knows everything.
not that I've tried.
Right.
But now, Matthew Marlowe still closing the gap, 3.8 seconds at the moment. The goal is in sight. He can see the car ahead. Yeah, and he does have, it looks like Benjamin in front of him in the radioactive Aston Martin. He'll have to clear him as soon as possible to be able to get onto the back of Rob Phillips. Just going back to Pouhon real quick as we're coming up to it. It's in the wet, I've learned that the braking point is pretty much the same because you don't have you have a much lower entry speed than the dry. But it's so hard to trick your brain to braking at the same point in the wet. You think you want to always brake earlier, but you can, if you take the right line, you can really carry the momentum through, really kind of cause problems for the car ahead of you. As Marlowe now looks like just over 4 seconds is the gap for him to Rob Phillips in P3. And it looks like Marlowe is having a little bit of trouble clearing this radioactive car, the Aston Martin of Adam Benjamin in the 91 machine. Yeah, he's getting closer. I would have thought he closed the gap. Yeah, I would have thought he closed the gap a little bit quicker, but it looks like Benjamin is kind of holding his own. And now you kind of see the speed difference as Adam closes in towards Blanchimont, and I'm sure that Benjamin will move aside at some point. Rob Phillips up ahead. He's making his way into bus stop. And the gap now between P3 and P4 is just under 4 seconds as Rob Phillips has gone a little wide into bus stop. Benjamin has cut the chicane at bus stop. It's all kicking off. So Rob Phillips losing even more time to the blue Flyboys Audi. That's unfortunate, but it's so hard to keep it together
The braking point to the bus stop chicane is difficult on the best of days. So in these conditions, it's changing every lap. It's moving forward, moving backwards. But I have just looked up, and we've seen decreasing rain for the next 15 minutes.
Indeed, the lap times are going to come crashing down for the last hour or so, at least if the rain continues to decrease. Well, that might mean a little more tire wear, but also people trying to take more risk as they try to explore the track to find more pace, and maybe, just maybe, make some more overtakes before the end of the race.
That's right, and Marlowe now finally clearing Benjamin as Benjamin goes wide again at Lecom, taking the escape road through the middle of the chicane. Marlowe now only 2.2 seconds off the back of Rob Phillips, and it looks like he only has one car between him. It's the number 20, the number 12 McLaren, the special relationship orange McLaren. So Phillips making his way past Jacob Alicia there in JT4. Oh, a little bit wide at Pouon, but he's got it sorted again. Ooh, into Campus. Hooked up the line nicely there. No brakes on the transition between the right and left-hander, and he's gone a little bit wide. Kept it together though. That curb on the exit is so dangerous. It likes to spin you around as soon as you touch it, and it looks like he took a little bit of entry curb at Stavelo, and that actually helped turn the car around for him, so kudos to that. And just under 2 seconds now the gap between Rob Phillips and Matthew Marlowe. So yeah, just under an hour and a half of the race to go, and these guys are less than 2 seconds apart, fighting for the last spot on the podium. Oh, as it goes, Rob Phillips very wide at the exit of Blanchimont there. Into bus stop, he had a little bit of trouble here last lap, and it looks like he's kind of sorted it out now.
Yeah, he's just trying to stay off the curbs I'm seeing on the exit there. Trying to get the car pointed in the right direction, point in squirts, trying to point straight, get as much traction as you can, especially in the exit of that corner. Bus stop is all about the corner entry speed in the first corner, and that's why you can see so many people getting loose on the entry, trying to eke out as much performance and lap time as possible on the entry. And now here comes Eau Rouge into Radial. There's no introduction to this corner, and he's going wide.
A little slide, and he's held it nicely. A little wide on the exit there. Another curb that can end your day. They go too wide through Kemmel. Puddle catches out no one, but I think Rob Phillips comes off worse. Yes, he looks like he kind of caught the puddle a little bit. It unsettled the car and allowed Marlowe to run through. That's a shame, but I can't say that I didn't see it coming.
Yeah, I think Matthew has just been showing some tremendous pace. He's been, on a slow and steady, a fast and steady rather, comeback to get into the podium positions. He's done it, and it is not to take anything away from Rob, who's been driving an absolute stellar race. Meanwhile, Benjamin is just right behind Duvilschaft in the radioactive Aston Martin that we saw earlier. I think they were involved in that little slight incident or side-to-side contact we saw earlier at Les Fagnes, and now it looks like they've been stuck around this gap for a while, but it's a good battle because we're seeing again the sort of two main actors of this race, the McLarens and Aston Martins, having a battle, but a bit further down the order for this 12th place.
Right, and that's still a respectable finish by any means. I think even just finishing this race as one of the drivers who we spoke to earlier, it was Matthew, I believe. But he was telling us, just to finish would be an achievement. So to finish P12 in this race would be fantastic. I think they would be really pleased with that result, as they're just now catching up to Lovash in the other Alpine GT4. So seeing as they passed Alacia not too long ago, I would assume that Lovash is a lap down from Alacia, which is a shame because they were battling pretty closely. And Benjamin goes very wide there at Blanchimont. He's coming up to bus stop. Get it together. Okay, he's managed to get the car stopped in time, and he's still on the back of Duivelshoff.
Yeah, and now breaking into last source, this is the critical stage, because if he can stay close to the car in front during this section, there's a good chance you might get in a good position for the break into Les Combes if you have the draft through the Camel Straight. However, if you're too close in Eau Rouge Radillon, you get a bit of dirty air, and sometimes that can get you to go straight into the wall.
Yeah, it's hard when the dirty air spoils what little aero is on these cars already. So always he goes straight over Radillon, Benjamin does, behind Duivelshoff. Looks like people are beginning to struggle again with Eau Rouge despite the decreasing rain. Lots of cars getting very loose. You see lots of cars cutting the track at the top of Radillon as Duivelshoff makes his way into Les Combes. And he is sitting quite comfortably in front of Benjamin, just under 7/10 ahead. We can see the rear wing of Duivelshoff now, and you can see just how close the Aston Martin gets at the braking zones. But the McLaren look like it's coping with the middle corner balance a little bit better than the Aston Martin. Nice line on the exit there, and he'll be nicely set up for Pouan with a nice little 7.5 tenths gap to the car behind. So again, Pouan critical corner, getting that quite nicely, and Benjamin, they look very similar on pace through there.
Yeah, and it looks like when you're just seeing that camera from behind, the Aston Martin behind is not as good getting out of the corners. Obviously it's a bit of Constantine effect, but the traction of the McLaren seems to be a lot better in the rain. That being said, we know the Aston Martin is stable and steady through a lot of these corners, especially under the raining conditions here. So nice to see the difference between those two cars actually amount to a very similar lap time.
Yeah, and the special relationship McLaren now just pulling out a little bit of a gap over Adam Benjamin in that Aston Martin in 1.5 seconds the gap, and climbing. It's Benjamin very wide there at Blanchimont again. So I wonder if there's a puddle on the entry that's causing people to go wide, because we see a lot of people going wide at the exit of Blanchimont. And again, you don't want to touch the AstroTurf on the outside in these conditions, because it does like to spin the car.
It's tricky because the entry of Blanchimont in the dry, you want to be as much as possible on the AstroTurf. But doing that under the rain can get very dicey. But if you don't, you're missing an important bit of space on the track, to enter Blanchimont. And then again, on the exit of Blanchimont, in the dry, you have barely the left wheels on the curb to try and keep the car within the track limits, but still to go as quick as possible and maximize your cornering speed, which depending on the car can be from 250 kph to 255, even more for some other cars. In the rain, obviously they're going a bit slower, but these guys are really trying to push as much as possible of those fast corners, which can easily turn into a crash at the speeds that they're going.
That's right, and Duivelshoff right now, he is trying to clear. That's Mike ahead of him. 4 positions down and 7 laps down from the leader is Mike Goodman. And I'm just now looking at the rear of Duivelshoff's car. See if I can get another angle. Was there some damage? No, it's okay. It was my game being weird, but he doesn't have damage on the back, but he does have a little damage on the front of the car, as we can see now as he enters Pouan. He got a little wide there, and you just see, as I said, the outside curb dragging him further outside, and he's unable to get the line, and that's allowed Benjamin to actually cut the gap in half as they enter Les Fans.
So Marchese at the moment and Jurgens are also having a battle for P6. Marchese seems to have closed the gap, or Cookie may have made a small mistake, or Jurgens as he's otherwise known. And they're both going wide in Blanchimont, but the gap remains the same. Is he gonna make a move on the entry to the bus stop? Not yet. They're just very close, but no move yet. Jurgens is taking a good line on the exit of bus stop, has got solid traction, and he's heading towards La Source, still in P6.
That's right, and I think if I'm correct that McKeezy now is trying to unlap himself from Ustreisen, so
They are
he'll want
fighting
to get
for
by
position.
as.
Oh no, you're right.
Oh,
You're
are they?
right.
Yeah, no, yeah. McKeezy is 1 lap down, so he is actually looking to unlap himself. But it doesn't really detract from. You still want to get by him as quickly as possible, even though you have, 2.5 minutes more to make up after you pass him. Just being on the same lap as a car is just a world of help, especially with pit stops coming up for the final time. Oh, Jürgen's getting a little bit twitchy at the puddle at Kemmel, and they both now head down towards Les Combes.
Yeah,
Big
you're right.
braking zone.
There's one complete lap, one exact lap between the two of these guys, and as they come into the last part of Les Combes, Sargent is giving a bit of space, but McKeezy is not taking it just yet.
Yeah, and I wonder if Ustreisen would just find it better to let him go rather than to try and keep him behind, because you've only got so much time now to make up an entire lap. So it could be in Jürgen's best interest to just let him go at this point. But again, purely up to the driver as Hudson. Oh, it looks like he had a bad exit out of No Name and almost collects Ustreisen with him. That was a big, scary moment, and it looks like he is. Yeah, Hudson is now rejoining the track, and big moment from Cookie there.
Sorry,
And
just at the same
McKeezy
time,
is passed.
and just at the same time, Benjamin has done the overtake on Dujveshov. So,
Oh, nice.
just for P12, Benjamin has been able to secure that position for the radioactive Aston Martin racing car. And he's got a lot of buffer between himself and P11 over 2 minutes, which is almost a whole lap here in these conditions. So he's probably not going to aim for that position straight away, but he can definitely look to secure a top 12 position, which is very respectable given the size of the grid today.
That's right, and he's got a couple of seconds gap to the number 17 McLaren already within the space of about half a lap. So he'll look to increase that as much as possible as he goes into the next lap here. Let's have a look. Noah Zink in the pits. I see P5 overall in that number 100 Bentley. So that looks like... I don't know if that's a good idea. Oh, no, we're fine. Oh, are we? No, because
no,
you
you're
have
right.
the 70. Yeah, you have the 70-minute stint timer, so they will have to pit
Another
one more time. So they've essentially given themselves an extra pit stop. So whether that was through pit stop error, where they didn't fuel the car enough to make it through this second to last stint, or if something's gone wrong and they've been forced to pit. I didn't see a penalty or anything, so I think it's either a scheduled pit stop or they might have had damage or something. But yeah, lost a little bit of time in there, but it does look like oh, come on.
Yeah, and Jürgen's Ustreisen has gained a position through this whole ordeal, so he's probably rubbing his hands right at this moment.
Yeah, he's and they have to pit again too. They have changed driver, so Daniel Laura in the car now for what will be the second to last stint for the number 100 Bentley. Back up with the number 12 Bentley of Jürgen Ustreisen. 5th place, solo driver, 5th place. The 3rd highest placed solo driver after Rob Phillips.
Yeah, I still can't believe
Dejana in second. So well. Yeah. So yeah, Dejana in the only Lexus in the field, currently in P2 overall. And it looks like the gap from Rob Phillips to Ustreisen is about 13 seconds or so. So we'll see how much of a dent he can make in that in the coming minutes.
Dujveshov still not giving up though. He's only just 2 seconds behind Benjamin. If things go as they were before though, the gap might widen, but he's definitely ready for the pouncing if Benjamin makes a mistake ahead of him. So he's still definitely in league for these top 12 positions. Meanwhile, Daniel Laura has gotten back into the car, replacing Zinc, who we spoke to earlier. He's extending Blanchimont,
right.
seems to be the norm today.
Yeah, that's the line today. Yeah, make the track as big as possible.
Yeah.
Carry as much speed. He breaks a little deep into bus stop, but it's all right because he's got a nice little gap behind him, it seems. But yeah, I've seen good things from this number 100 Bentley so far. We'll see how their final pit stop comes together. But within the next, after this current 5 minutes, I'm sure we will see a lot of final pit stops from these team entries with the 70-minute stint timer.
Yeah, and this is where all the cards will unfold, all the strategies will become apparent, and ooh, I mean, he's almost using the left wall as a curb.
Yeah.
Ooh, and the puddle is almost taking another life, but not today, Daniel says, as he wrestles the Bentley just around the track. He's got quite a big margin behind Koki. I don't think he'll be aiming for that position just yet, although he's only 12 seconds away, so he's definitely still in range.
Yeah, and more than an hour to make it up too, so bear in mind he will have to make an additional pit stop before the end of the race.
That is true, and the car behind him is Mackenzie in a 24 car, Ferrari of, I think it's a 360 Barbiton Express Racing Team. Yes, it is. Right now the gap is 2 minutes, and knowing that the pit stop is about 1 minute 45 seconds, depending on how this next thing goes, it could very well be a battle for this P6 position in the next few laps.
Yeah. So yeah, McKeezy, another driver who's put on a really good performance so far, very consistent. Another guy making up a big recovery drive, seeing himself a little further down the grid, but now potentially going to be battling for P6 after the Bentley makes the final pit stop. As Dweebleshoff, we've murdered that, so I can't improve on 0.
Apologies.
Yeah, apologies. But yeah, he has caught up to Benjamin now. Less than a tenth they are wheel to wheel. He's made the move into Blanchimont. I think Dweebleshoff knows that Benjamin likes to extend. Blanchimont, so he's done it. But now they are nose to bumper at the braking zone for the bus stop. Don't outbrake yourself like that. Oh, and they'll be neck and neck as they come out onto the straight, I'm sure. Can he cut it back? Nice attempt, but again, the traction of the McLaren off the line really paying dividends for the special relationship McLaren there. Battle's not over. Benjamin's still fighting. Try and get that position back as he takes a little bit of a shallower line through turn 1. And on the run down to Eau Rouge, just got to stay close enough to try and get the draft down the Camel Straight into Les Combes. 3 tenths now the gap as both of them through Eau Rouge. A little 4-wheel drift from Benjamin as he goes straight over the top of Radion. That's another track cut, I'm sure. Benjamin getting a little squirrely. Dweebleshoff taking the wide line around the Camel Puddle and kind of loses out a little bit. Benjamin's got the run on him down to Les Combes, side by side, almost as they go in. There's a little bit of contact. Rubbin's racing. Benjamin forced to go across the track there, and he slowed down quite a bit. I think he's wary of an unsafe rejoin. He knows he's got Rob Phillips behind him. There he goes, clearing him through Malmedy. Rob Phillips now 20 seconds off the next car of Marlowe. Dweebleshoff now ahead of Benjamin, but only just for now. That was a good little battle from there, despite the side-to-side contact they had into Les Combes.
Yeah, I think whenever you have those incidents of that magnitude, you know, even if there's a bit of contact, it's not that bad. Both drivers are able to drive away and still keep going, and they're still racing. I'm also seeing the gap is coming down between Gijberts and Andrews.
Yeah.
P9 position, and they're now getting into Eau Rouge Radio, and he's stuck behind a GT4 car, and they're coming close, they're nose to tail. And there's 3 cars.
go,
One
there's-
is noticeably
yeah.
slower. This is a puddle. Oh, and they're
Yeah.
so close at this moment.
That's Lovash in the GT4 that they've just cleared. The puddle there wreaking havoc. They are side by side almost. Andrew's just ahead at the braking point to Les Combes. And he takes a nice wide line, actually, carrying some momentum. He'll be a little slower on the exit. And Gisbert's looking around the outside at Malmedy. Has to back out of it. And still behind as they head into Bruxelles. He's looking a big lunge at the inside. Doesn't quite make that stick. It looks like, again, the mid-corner balance of the McLaren looking a lot better than the Aston Martin. There you go. There you see him taking the curb at No Name. Exit curb 2. Oh, he's getting a little squirrely onto the grass. He'll definitely lose some time on the road down to Pouhon, giving Andrews a little bit of some breathing space. Looks like just over 3/10 the gap right now. So they head into Les Fans. Critical braking point. Try and keep the car as straight as possible on braking. Don't use any brakes in between the right and left. Balance the car by lifting, and as soon as the car is straight, pin it. There you go, nicely avoiding the curb on the outside. So I think a lot of people have realized just how treacherous that exit curb of Les Fans, the second part of Les Fans, is. As Gisbert's now is going to have a good run down towards Blanchimont. He's looking to get the toe into the left-hander. Just saw Alicia there braking on the entry to Blanchimont, trying to let them by, and he's split the 2 GT3s as they go into the fast left-hander. Oh, somebody taking a bit too much curb. That's Gisbert's. Alicia also flirting with that inside curb, and it looks like he's going to stick to the racing line, maybe brake a little bit earlier and let Gisbert's through. Nicely done, Jacob.
Oh, and Andrews headed to the pits.
Well managed traffic. Oh, Andrews does go to the pits.
Which closes this battle before it even
That does.
got too heated. And now this is going to be their last pit stop for the race, as they are now well under the 70 minutes timer. Now whoever gets in the car next will be finishing the race.
Yeah. And so it looks like as well, it looks like Alicia has just lapped Lovash again. So they do have a fairly commanding lead over the 2-car GT4 field, as Andrews now making his way around the turn 1 that's inside the pit lane, and he's still yet to come to a full complete stop. So it's going to be interesting to see where he comes out over the field. And like I said, now that we're into the last 70 minutes, pit stops will happen as we see the race leader heading into the pits as well. That's the 677 McLaren machine, who's had a pretty, I won't say dominant victory, but he's had a pretty strong, convincing lead for the last couple of hours, as we see Andrews there just pulling into his pit box finally. De Gena also into the pits behind him. Those guys are on the same lap. So it'll be interesting to see if any of these cars need to repair any damage. But it does look like Russia will get out ahead as he is released from his pit box. The Invictus Sim Racing. Is that a watermelon themed car? I can't quite tell. It's green and pink, so I'm just going to associate it with watermelons. But they have changed their driver. Marcus Ettrich now driving in the Invictus Sim Racing machine. He gets out. Cold tires at the puddle, seems to deal with it okay. And Rob Phillips there looks like is he unlapping himself? Is that for position? I think that's unlapping himself. So
correct.
Good for him, but I'm not sure that he will be able to hold the McLaren behind him for too long. I think Rob Phillips, his only worry now should just be the Flyboys Audi machine that is ahead of him right now, but quite a fair gap between those 2 cars, I believe.
Yeah, and with the added pit stop, I mean, I think he's going to stay wherever he is at the moment, unless Cookie has got one less pit stop on him at this point of the race, Cookie being Jürgen Oosthuizen. So it will be all to play for, I think, between those 2, unless they have a pit stop difference between them, which I don't think is the case. Also in P2, Nicolas Dejaner is also stopping at the moment in the Lexus. He's able to come out of the pits relatively unhampered. He's got Matthew Marlowe a good 45 seconds behind him, a bit more. So he's got a considerable margin to get out of the pit safely.
Yeah, nice work. I think he's timed that pit stop to perfection. He doesn't have to worry about his stint timer now. He doesn't really have to worry about fuel, I hope. He doesn't really have to play tire pressure simulator as he gets ready for his next pit stop. Track getting a little bit warmer. We've just seen it tick over to 18 degrees Celsius. It's now past 5 a.m. and you can just see a little bit of light heading into the atmosphere. So things starting to lighten up here in rain and in visuals. So we'll see if Dejaner can just kind of get his head down, close out this race sweetly, and just kind of carry it through to the end now.
Yeah, and as we go back a little bit, just looking at the car from Gary Otero, I don't think it's a driver we've talked about much. He's just made the overtake on Michael Goodman, who I believe is just pitting at the moment. He's currently sandwiched between the two GT4 cars and he's catching up to Jacob Elijah. He's about 35 seconds at the moment. So likely one of the cars that were initially sort of delayed back and had to put on multiple laps behind the first few cars, but he seems to be now making his way back up.
Yeah, it seems like stabilized a little bit and he's kind of able to get some good pace out of the car. And yeah, closing in on that GT4 of Alicia quite rapidly, as to be expected. How much slower would you say a lap is in the GT4 versus the GT3? About
it's about,
I don't know how much it is exactly.
It's about 20 seconds.
Okay.
I can see the GT4s have been lapping in a 240 range. Jacob Elijah has just done, well, his best lap is actually 243, whereas the leading cars, their best is around a 227 mark. So so it's about that range. So it's actually, I think, a bit less than the difference would be in the dry. I think in the GT3s have got a bigger difference of power because of how much aero they have and also engine power that they have in the dry that they can really put to the ground, and I think the difference really decreases or is not as important in the wet.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the timing sheet right now, and Stuyven has just made his final pit stop, it seems, and he's been released from his pit box. Rob Phillips also in the pits, making his final stop, I would assume. So final pit stops all kind of coming into play now. Further down we see that 427 McLaren of Necrotic also in the pits, and Gisbert's also in the pits too. So top 10 might see a little bit of a shuffle around as we enter the final hour of this 6-hour race. Rob Phillips finally released from his pit box and he makes his way to pit exit, and I'm hoping that he can deal with the puddle at Kemmel with cold tires, because that's the last hour of a endurance race is not where you want to make things more difficult for yourself, as he's through quite cleanly there, and he's got Lovesh, the second place GT4, right behind him, but I'm sure he'll pull out a nice gap from him.
Yeah, and it looks like he's able to, with all those pit stops happening at the same time, actually he's conserved the position quite well. So with no pit stops left, at least I would assume, he's still in P4, which is very respectable. Yeah. He's got a relatively big gap with the car in front, which is all that means, and the car behind as well. And all that means is that as long as he keeps it safe and going without many major crashes, he's looking at a good P4 for this race, which I think would be testament of his ability around the track today.
I was about to say I think definitely he gets my vote today for driver of the day, to not qualify and set a time and start in, I believe he started P19, P20, maybe even P21. I can't quite remember. 6 hours seems, or 5 hours seems like such a long time away now. But yeah, really commendable charge through the field to end himself P4 going into the last hour of this race. He makes his way through Stavolo. A little wiggle of the hips as he puts the power down, riding the curb on the entry. That's very scary, but he's got it all kind of tidied up on the run down to Blanchimont.
Yeah, and those tires are warming up. I mean, the rain is staying steady even as the sun rises here. The temperature is going to continue to increase as he goes slightly wider on Blanchimont. I mean, just a bit of slip angle, but nothing that hurts anyone. And now he's getting just on the back of the GT4 cars of Jacob Elijah, our GT4 leader.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing directly the car directly behind Phillips right now is Marlowe, who's a lap ahead of him, but he has just gone into the pits. So Phillips, with a good push lap here, might be able to close the gap to Marlowe. He was about a lap down, just under a lap down. So with Marlowe in the pits, I'm sure Phillips now will want to get the hammer down and close that gap as much as possible. We could see a battle for the final podium spot heading into the last minutes of this race, as Rob Phillips is alongside Alicia and gives him plenty of space around Camel Corner, and he'll just say thank you very much, see you in an hour, mate. Pulls ahead quite nicely, but the Maserati actually keeping up quite well on the straights. The Maserati actually pulling power out of its road car engine to be GT4 legal. So it just shows you how much power that car has to begin with. So with no traction control to keep it on the road, it's very brave of them to go the whole 6 hours. Officially last hour of the race, as we see the 54 Aston in P7 getting a drive-through penalty. I'm sure that's for track limits. This late in the race, it could only be track limits. So, like I said, watch for the top 10 to shuffle around a bit. And if we continue looking at the top 10, into P9 is the Helios Community Racing Mercedes up into P9 after spilling it from battling through P3. They've made an excellent recovery to battle now into the top 10 of this race. They've got a good gap to the car behind them. I think McKeezy ahead of them is a little far off to try and go for that position, but commendation to the HCR team for managing to get themselves back into the top 10 after that earlier accident at Eau Rouge. Looks like T. Grant now taking his drive-through penalty. And it looks again like McKeezy is a lap down from Grant, but might be able to make up a gap. It does look like he won't make up the position, but he has closed the gap considerably. Same with Rob Phillips on the car ahead of him, the Flyboys Audi. He's made up some time, but I don't think it's close enough to fight for position just yet.
Yeah, it looks like the pit stop took the blue Audi, the Flyboys, that's currently driven by Chris B. About a minute and 15 seconds. The gap was around 2 minutes between them before the pit stop, so it looks like a minute 15 seconds and mid 20 seconds is about the time that it takes to do a full service around Spa. And one thing to point out also with what happened to, I think it was Timothy Grant when he took his drive-through, not only you're losing time by taking the drive-through, but you're also losing time by just the tires cooling down as you're going through the pit stop, especially in a place like Spa where the pit stop is so long. Yes, the brakes keep the tires somewhat hot just because of virtue of not driving fast and the air just circulates around the tire. But in a track like this and with the rain that's cooling down the tires and the brakes all the time, it definitely doesn't play as much of a factor in keeping the tires warm, and I think he's probably lost a little bit more time they would have wanted to do a drive-through process.
Yeah, and I did hear a lot of drivers complaining in practice about going through or starting a lap and braking for turn one and getting a nice amount of heat into the brakes and tires there. But by the time you run down to the Kemmel Straight, which is so long away, the brakes are cold again. So it's really, really tough to judge your braking marker when your brakes are at different temperature every single lap. But yeah, as you said, Grant there, I think losing a little more time on that drive-through process than he wanted to.
And it makes you wonder.
Oh, as he goes into the pits again.
Oh, yeah.
He's pitting again.
Oh, he still needs to pit.
Interesting. So it looks like McKeezy will make that position back, only being 30 seconds behind right now.
And Shingus. And possibly Jack.
And Shingus. And possibly Jack. And Verhoef in the Team NL car might also get to bump up a position once Grant finishes this pit stop. Oh, I'm just seeing Goodman having some issues at the bus stop. I'm looking for that Team NL car. There he is, coming up towards. Is that, yeah, that's Leifania he's coming towards. So he's very much in the running to take that position away from Timothy Grant in that 54 Aston Martin. We'll have to see how that pays out for him. He's also got a big cluster of cars about 2 corners ahead of him. So I'm sure all of those cars would love to take another position as well. As he gets a little wiggle on the exit of Stavelo there. And then through Paul Frere. T. Grant still in the pits.
Can well and truly call this now daytime. As you can see,
yes.
the lights are almost not needed anymore. The track extensions are the same, however.
Yeah.
It looks like Blanchimont and Radion Rouge seem to be the most the favorites for eking a bit more time, and it's understandable, really. You know, these corners are quite tricky already to do in the dry. Sometimes you can go straight, and if you're not gaining time over what you would do usually, fair enough. I don't think these guys are doing it really truly intentionally, and any sort of major offenses are either picked up by the game or the stewards. So it's good to see that these guys are at least staying out of trouble and not having major incidents. And as T. Grant should be coming out of the pits right about now.
There he is. You just see him there, just being released from his pit box, and it does look like McKaysey got past him, Shingus got past him, Thomas Jack got past him, and I think Verhoef also got past him. So he's lost a considerable amount of time on that pit stop. I will not be happy with that, especially if it is their last pit stop of the race.
And it looks like they've switched drivers as well, so it's not Timothy Grant driving the car anymore. It is now Conor Galbraith, who was one of our unique leaders at some point of the race, some 5 hours ago. So nice to see that they've been able to make their way back up as the car gets very loose as it comes straight out of the pits. It's very cold.
I'm just looking at the outside of Galbraith's car, and there's a lot of damage on all 4 sides, front, back, and left and right sides. Lots of damage, especially that right side of the car. One would only hope they probably have hit the wall at the Kemmel corner. That might have been from their earlier escapades with the puddle.
And so they've chosen to not fix the damage, perhaps thinking they could stay ahead of Sam Verhoef in P10. That hasn't played out well so far, but they are only, air quotes, only 16 seconds away from Verhoef in P10. So there's still a possibility of them catching up. And in fact, this whole field of P9, P10, and P11 are all within 10 or 15 seconds of each other. So it could be close. And Shingus is now losing positions virtue of being in the pits.
Yeah, I wonder if we have seen Shingus in the car for a while. So I think when I said that they split their strategy 50-50, one driver taking 3 hours, the other driver taking the final 3 hours, it looks like that's what they've gone for. So this looks like it will be their final pit stop of the race. Will be interesting to see if they switch drivers or if they keep the same. some GT3s going past Shingus in the pits, unlapping themselves there. Let's have a look. So I think Thomas Jack behind will look to take that position back. Galbraith now, maybe his teammate has told him that Shingus is in the pits and to push and try and get that position back. I think this last pit stop is all about track position on pit exit. So if they can have it, that would be very much appreciated by those drivers. So we see Verhoef getting a little bit wiggly there through Les Combes.
Yeah, it looks like Shingus is in the pits for an extended amount of time.
Yeah, I wonder if they. It didn't look like they had damage, but I wonder if that's why they've, decided to pull in and fix damage. But it also seems a little late, as Verhoef's trying to. It looks like he's trying to clear the GT4 of Lovash ahead of him, and Galbraith now about the same gap to the car ahead. So it looks like that gap is going to stay quite consistent between those two Aston Martins at P9 and P10. I will be back in 1 second. Hold on.
No problem. Let's go back to our team leader, or rather our race leader from the team Invictus Sim Racing. Marcus Etrich currently in the car, his teammates being Elias Rusher and Danny Romaniowski, pulling on a masterclass of endurance racing in the McLaren with the watermelon colours. Currently leading with a very, very comfortable lead of 1 minute and 21 seconds, whereas perhaps several laps earlier the gap between the top three was not as great. Right now there's definitely a big buffer between this top three, so I would be surprised if we saw a position, and I'm only saying that so that maybe the gods of racing make something happen.
Well, you can't ask too much from those guys. I think they've given us a pretty good event to spectate so far, so let's not ask too much of the gods. We don't want to upset them. As it looks like in 15 minutes we will see increasing rain again. So, wow, we knew it was going to be raining, but I think a lot of people were hoping for a dry spell maybe, or at least the track to tick over to damp. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So we've had rain for 6 hours straight, which I think is great. That's kind of how we kind of designed this event when we started talking about it in the first place.
Yeah, and with the randomness that we cranked up, in the practice server, you definitely had all kinds of scenarios. You had some completely dry practice sessions for 2 hours on straight, but it looks like in this case, the setting started in the rain range and it just went up and down, but still remained in the rain. So I think we had vastly different levels of rain, and the track at some point, especially I think in quali and nearer to the middle to beginning of the race, we had a really drying track, but that's gone now, and it looks like we're going to get some rain increase again in 15 minutes.
That's right, and really full light now. Light's really not necessary. And interestingly enough, P5, the number 100 Bentley machine, Daniel Laura, who we spoke to earlier, they have picked up a 5-second time penalty. I can't quite see how far back Jürgen Zeswiesen is, but that could come into play at the end of this race. If they don't take a penalty, 5 seconds, like if they don't, because they're not going to pit again, so will 5 seconds just be added to the end of their race time?
Correct. So once they finish, they should get 5 seconds added to the total time, which, if things currently stay as they stand, so Jürgen Zeswiesen is about 43 seconds behind Daniel at the moment, so may not make a massive difference. I wonder what kind of penalty they would pick up for 5 seconds. It must have been a very minor contact, because usually Usually, you know, penalties can be a lot higher than that. So I think it was just a minor thing, and Daniel is just able to get away safely and still focus on his race and finishing in that really strong 5th position.
Yeah, really impressive. As looks like Thomas Jack has unlapped himself, and that's a big cut through Radion for Daniel there. That will be another track cut, so still track cuts will come into play. I will say I have been the unfortunate recipient of a drive-through penalty for track cuts on the last lap of the race, and it's almost as bad as not finishing the race in the first place. So drivers now will be looking to prevent that from happening at all costs. As Laura makes his way down into Ravage, and ahead of him is a battle between Goodman and Jack, but they are on separate laps, so Goodman lets him go. Jack is through, and it looks like this race is starting only now to just settle down as people enter the final 45 minutes. Nobody wants to have an accident so close to home, so drivers now will begin to bring out their conservative side a little bit more.
It only took 5 hours and 15 minutes for the race to settle. Deep cuts.
It seems like it. I mean, just now it seems only now people are winding down a little bit, but some battles still happening, still going on.
Yeah, and what we can see looking at the timetables, really where the battles or the position are still likely to change or possibly can change, at least looking at the gaps alone, is around the P8 and P9. So with Conor Galbraith chasing Sam Verhoef in P8 in the Team Netherlands Racing.
That's right, and Verhoef only 13 seconds behind Thomas Jack in that 374 McLaren. So all to play for the back end of the top 10. Verhoef clearing a back marker pretty quickly there through Blanchimont, and Benjamin still extending Blanchimont behind him quite widely, so clearly his preferred line through that tricky fast corner. Verhoef back onto the start-finish straight, and let's just have a look at the gap. It's like 16 seconds to the gap behind him, to Conor Galbraith behind him, and not an insurmountable gap in front of him to Thomas Jack. So yeah, all still to play for here.
And Hubble is now just 10 seconds behind, is it Frederick Goupil in a 360 Baton Express Ferrari, number 24. And Hubble, as we know, again, another ex-podium contender, now currently in P11. They've been, since then, sort of keeping around that position. It seemed to fall around that natural pace, but I don't know if it's just a matter of pace or whether they had some small mistakes here and there. But right now he seems to be well in contention for pulling back that P10 car. Just looking at their lap times, yeah, it looks like they have very similar pace to a P9 car of Conor Galbraith, so it just comes down to whether one of these cars will make a mistake, because if not, Hubble might be in contention for that P10 position.
Wow. And yeah, what a great recovery from the big accident they had at Eau Rouge. It'll be really great to see if they can muscle it back into the top 10. And yeah, 10.5 seconds now the gap in between P11 and P10, and falling. So this is going to be really interesting. 40 minutes, not a lot of time to make up positions now. It's getting really down to the wire here for a lot of these drivers. Galbraith and Verhoef looks like they've swapped positions, or am I? No, I'm not. That's not true. P9 for Conor Galbraith, P10 for Grupel, and 8 for Verhoef. 15 seconds the gap between P8, P9. 13 seconds the gap between P7 and P8. So really interesting end to the race for the back end of this top 10. Galbraith he's looking like he's settled into this stint a little bit more. He looked a little shaky at the start, running very wide at Kobe full threat, and that's why you don't want to run wide. Oh, I cursed him. I did. I did.
We've done it again. No.
Oh,
Connor, sorry, Connor, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I have been saying this whole race. That's not a place you want to get onto the exit curb of, and he flirts with it a little too closely and really pays the price there. He clawed back a lot of the gap to the car ahead of him, but it's kind of all for nothing now. As that big spin.
And luckily, the car behind it, Frederick Goupil, is still a few ways away. He's got 35 seconds of buffer, so luckily he didn't lose any positions, and I don't think there was any damage also in that little escapade, so good for him. No harm, no foul. Now he just needs to stay where he is and hope for finishing in this strong 9th position. Just going back to this battle that we were looking at earlier between Hubble and Goupil. The gap right now is still staying at 9 seconds, but the last lap from Frederick Goupil was a 2:34, whereas Hubble did a 2:31 in the last lap. And that is not to say that will stay the same, but if they carried on at this rate, you know, Hubble could be in striking distance, as they would say in another sport that we should not
another
name.
well-known racing series, yes.
Within just a few laps. So and now he's on a 33.3 as it just went over the line, so not so much of a big difference. I wonder where that 31 came from. Maybe he just had a not so good lap, Sylvain Hubble, in this one in the Helios Community Racing car. They had a very good beginning of the race, didn't go so well in the middle, but now they seem to be claiming back some time. Will be enough to get back into the top 10. We have 38 minutes to see.
Yeah, and the rain now set to increase again in 15 minutes, so the end of this race will be very wet indeed. You see just now on that shot just how much rain is falling on the Camel Straight. There's puddles all over the place. Hubble keeping it nice and composed, actually, choosing not to take the inside curb at Malmedy, and he's heavy on the braking down in towards Rivage. And keeping that nice and tight to the line. Some people like to V that corner, but I think the front end of this car really lends to keeping to the inside as much as possible. As the gap now to Goupil is only just under 9 seconds, so he's still gaining on him. And it looks like there's a GT4 straight ahead of Hubble. That's Lovesh in the 444 Alpine, and Goupil 8 seconds now ahead of him is the gap.
Yeah, now Lovesh has got about a 1 minute 10 second gap, I would say, doing some very quick maths between himself and the leading GT4 car, otherwise known as the mystery machine of Bingus McBongus. I mean, that is just a combo of things that I like to say, really.
Yeah, that does roll off the tongue.
It really very much does. In this splendid Maserati, which we can see in full glory now in the daylight. Again, what a great livery, and great to see that he's finishing in with such a strong result.
Yeah, Bongus now, it looks like he's going to finish off this race. Someone I would definitely trust to close out a race quite cleanly. Very consistent driver, really loans himself well to this game, or to this sim, and really enjoys it too. So I know he'll have a big smile on his face as he comes across the line with about a third of a lap's difference between him and the other remaining GT4. So another stellar drive from that team. We've seen them sideways all over the track as Verhooy finally clears him down into Pief Puff. And yeah, what a sound, what a livery, and what a drive from these guys. We'll definitely have to pull both of them in post-race and ask them a bit about the the nightmare roller coaster ride that they've just been through. So
definitely. And also something to mention is that Bingus McBongus is one of the architects of this event, if not the grandmaster of this event, as he's able to manage the servers and really been putting the event together, working relentlessly to get people to come in notifying everyone of any changes and all the information that's been done. So really, this is thanks to him that this event has been happening, and a lot of the RP endurance events actually. So great job for him, and really good for him also to come back with strong results, because in the past few races, you know, he was always driving strong, especially in GT4 cars. But finally, this time he's getting, you know, a very good result. I mean, the best result you can get in the race, really. And that is not to say that, you know, he's not been driving strongly before, but I think this pairing as well with Jacob Elijah has been really strong, especially given the conditions in the car they've been driving.
Yeah, and I've seen them in the server quite a lot, and I know just how much practice they've put into this. So they'll both be very happy. Yeah, like you said, big thanks to Big Gus McBongus for being able to cobble everything together and get all of these endurance events going, really. So without him, we couldn't really make them happen. So I'm really happy that we have him around, and I'm looking forward to the next endurance race already. If it's anything like this, then it's going to be a brilliant watch or a brilliant race. So if you do like driving GT4 cars and you're struggling to find some good multi-class racing, follow the Discord link in the description of the stream, join up, and yeah, let's get a big old GT4 grid for the next one, because I know Bongus would love to see more GT4 cars on the grid at these endurance races.
Indeed, and actually I think we can make a very quick announcement for the next endurance race, because we do know where it's going to be.
Oh, very nice.
The next endurance race will be end of November. I think the date is to be confirmed yet. So let me double check. I believe it's going to be the 27th of November. I want to say the 20th. It's one of these 2 weeks, and it will be taking place at Paul Ricard, and it's likely going to be a 4-hour race. Weather to be announced.
Very cool.
So please watch this space at Racing Pals. Have a look at the description and the link on there. All information is available on Racing Pals. And then we got a battle, I believe.
Interesting. Yeah, another battle. It looks like Hubel has finally closed the gap to Goupil ahead. Frederick Goupil in the 360 by Bytown Express Ferrari, under a lot of pressure from Hubel right now. And like we said, last half an hour, and it's all to play for that final top 10 spot. A couple of cars behind as well. We've got the 17 McLaren catching up to Adam Benjamin. We'll get to that in a second. But this battle here has been brewing for quite some time. And it just looks like Goupil is able to keep the gap a little constant. He goes a little wide through Pouon, and does he give up the space? I think he has. He's given the position to Hubel by going wide at Pouon. That's really unfortunate. And as one of the first things I said about this track is, do not touch the exit curb at Pouon. It will ruin your day. And it looks like Goupil is going to have a lot of work to do to catch up, to get back ahead of the HCR Mercedes car.
Yeah.
Good little battle. Yeah, I liked that.
It has been unfolding slowly, but it's finally come down to what we thought would happen. But it was, you know, surprisingly, I would say, I wouldn't say they didn't struggle that hard against each other. I think Goupil, you know, tried to take it easy, and now he's trying to push hard to try and catch up.
Yeah,
but it looks like Hubble is going to try to run away. Yeah. So
I think of these two drivers that we've seen today, Hubble has looked a little bit more comfortable in these conditions. So I wonder if his mentality now is to just buckle down and try and keep that Ferrari behind him.
Yeah, and it's a great feeling as well to make it into the top 10, you know, with just 30 minutes left to go in the race. So I think you'll be fairly happy with that result, despite, you know, the beginnings of that race. Sometimes, no matter where you were, you know, if you've been happy with your performance and you've done the best that you could, given what you've been given, that's all that matters. And I think Hubble can take away from that race, provided all goes well till the end of this race. He can leave that race happy.
I think, really great job from both those drivers, really. And a little further up, we see Verhoef is only just under 12 seconds from the car ahead of him. So he's clearing the back marker ahead of him in the form of Thomas Jack in the 374, and then a little further back from that, as he just saw Reigns trying to keep on the back of Benjamin. But this Team NL car that that just cleared Jack, doing very well today, doing a really nice job of pulling themselves back into the race after the not so perfect start to the race. I don't think anybody's start to this race was perfect, but yeah, a lot of people winning out more than others.
No, in fact, I'm willing to bet that if you went to any driver and said, did you have, you know, a perfectly clean race, I don't think anybody has not gone off track at least one time, or
At least once, yeah.
or even had, you know, some kind of contact with something or someone. So
Yeah.
so it's, you know, and it's what you expect of these endurance races. You know, it's not just your pure pace, but also the sum of how consistent and how off the trouble that's been happening around the track you are trying to stay away from. So these guys have been really pushing hard for 6 hours, but in the rain there's only so much you can push. You also have to have a little bit of a margin of safety. You can't be threading the needle all the time, otherwise that is how you end up doing these kind of things.
Whoa.
Especially
Yeah.
on the track like Spa.
Yeah, definitely. And he'll find the entry into Puan a little bit wide, running a little bit wide on the mid corner too, and through the exit, wide all the way around. And we're back to Benjamin, who is, I mean, another racer that's had a bit of a roller coaster race, and you see the damage on the front of his car now. His bonnet is bouncing up and down. I wonder if he'll make a late pit stop. He
And there you
does.
go.
He's into the pits. Okay. And then the car behind him is also in the pits.
He just had an off, I think, because the reason I jumped to him is because I saw Reigns overtook him, and I'm willing to bet that Benjamin had an encounter with Barry R, not to steal streamer jokes. And this is exactly what I think is leading him to go into the pits with so few minutes left in the timer. However, looking at the timetables, it looks like he will still come out ahead of YPKR, which is the car that's behind him, and yet that is in the pits, so he's definitely being safe enough.
Yeah, I think he's safe there, yeah. And then it looks like further down the grid, a 5-second penalty for ball-in and a stop-go 30 for the AKKA ASP team number 420 Mercedes car. So another probably incident for that car. I did happen to see a little thing on the track map of some cars getting a little off track, as Ball-in there gets a little squiggle through Camel Corner. Very scary. And Verhoef coming up behind him. You just see him in the distance there with that orange rain light. Ball-in's got some damage on the front and the back and the sides, but doesn't look too severe. So I think he will look to close out this race in P20.
Yeah, and this is what happens. Sometimes you can get a bit of damage everywhere from light contacts all around the car, but as long as you haven't lost, especially the rear downforce, I found it to be really dangerous to lose. If you damage the diffuser, it becomes really hard to keep any kind of speed in those dangerous corners that Spa has, such as Orange Radio and Pouhon that we're just about to get into. Sometimes a bit of front end loss is not such a big deal, and as long as you don't have bend steering, most of the time you can get away with it.
Yeah, and you just saw him getting onto that exit curb at Pouhon. You saw how much it drags the car wide and slows you down, and you see the gap to Verhoef. Even though Verhoef is a couple of laps ahead, he's still not going to want to have a faster car on the back of him at the end stage of this race. But you just saw how much time he lost just through riding that outside curb at Pouhon as he makes his way around Paul Fred. He's got a big moment, manages to save it. Ooh, good save.
Yeah, that was
It's,
close. It looks to have
Verhoef.
quick reactions on the steering wheel, even after so many hours.
Yeah, and Verhoef now is right on the tail of Borlin. It'll be interesting to see if he just lets him go. Does he? He's kind of pulled off a little bit. Verhoef forced to go outside. He moves inside. And there, yeah, Borlin kind of outbreaks himself a little bit, and that'll allow the NL team car to slide on through. So Verhoef still only about 11 seconds from the car ahead of him. And we're going back a little bit to Reigns in that number 17 orange McLaren. There he is. Yeah, decent race from him. We've kind of seen him all over the grid. We saw him towards the back, and now he's kind of clawed their way. They've kind of clawed their way back into a kind of mid-table finish. So yeah, hats off to them. The McLaren, I'm sure, is not an easy car to drive around here in the wet. So yeah, all of the McLaren drivers doing a fantastic job. Not without saying our leader, also driving the 677 McLaren watermelon themed car. There it is. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing if Verhoef can close a bit of that gap to Thomas Jack in the car ahead. Maybe make up one more top 10 spot while he's at it.
Yeah, and this is a close battle really between these guys. They've been switching places. It's obviously hard to say with the pit stops coming into the middle and putting themselves in between. But Verhoef has been doing a 2 minutes 30 seconds 0.9, so almost a 2:31 last lap. Whereas Jack has done a 2:32.4, so over a second and a second and a half of time between them per lap. Given that there's a gap of 10 seconds. And we've got what, let's say 10 laps left.
Yeah, I could go right down to the I could go down to the last lap, last corner even. It might just be a braking battle into the bus stop, if my math is correct. As we see, yeah, under 11 seconds now, so he's made up about half a second in the time that we've just been talking about that gap in the first place. He does have a car behind him, but I don't think it's close enough to worry about. Yeah, man, what an ending to this race, that people can still make or lose positions so close to the end. It looks like Borlin further back, who has that 5-second penalty, is choosing not to pit and take it. He will just add it to their time, so he's trying to make up a position maybe, if he can. He'll need to make at least 5 seconds gap between himself and the 28 McLaren of Vernet to make that happen. But Verhoef right now, how far? 10 seconds is the gap, so it's staying about the same. So it looks like Thomas Jack is able to keep it together. I'm sure that both of these teams will be in each other's ears trying to talk about, oh no, and Verhoef is collected by a back marker. That is, I crashed.
Somebody.
That is, yeah, Archive Racing. I think that is the car shared with Jake Hudson. So, oh, what a shame, because he was on a charge to catch up to Jack. 15 seconds now the gap, so he's lost about 6 seconds trying to negotiate the back markers, and it's always a risky run at these endurance events. What a shame.
What a shame. That has definitely stifled Verhoef's progress towards the next position, and it didn't look like a small crash either. It looks like the car, as he goes straight towards the wall. It seems that also iCrash may have had some damage onto his car.
I think so, yeah.
Which is causing him to not be able to stay on the track as well as he would have hoped. You can see he's definitely juggling with the wheel quite a bit. There's been corrections going on.
Does look like his wheel is slightly to the left. I have been told by some fast Ferrari drivers that seesawing the wheel in like that is quite a good technique for the 2020 Ferrari. allowing you to just kind of manage understeer and oversteer. So whether he's doing that or he does have damage, it does look like he has a little bit of damage actually. So yeah, I mean, so hard to keep it together even when your car's not damaged, but when it is damaged it's even harder. So he'll be in for an interesting final 20 minutes of this race. So you see him just, oh my goodness.
As Borlin and Vernert fighting for position for P19, so a little further battle, but these guys are fighting like it was P1.
That's right. And it does mean, the 5-second penalty does mean that Borlin will have to pull out a 5-second gap if he wants to retain that P19, should he overtake Vernert at any point. Vernert there covering the inside at La Source. Very smart move, because you really want to take as much of that corner as you can. And Borlin actually getting a better exit out of the corner on their way down to Eau Rouge. They are going to be nose to tail on the entry here. This is going to be very interesting to see who comes out on top. It looks like Borlin just lifted off and backed out. Vernert goes a little wider Eau Rouge, and both of them straight over the top at Radion. And none of them quite tangling with the puddle there, but I'm just looking up the timer board and I've just seen that Jürgens Oosthuizen has gotten a 10-second time penalty. Not the time you want to be getting penalties in the last 20 minutes of this 6-hour race.
Yeah, what a shame. Luckily he's got quite a lot of margin, but I imagine he's had a contact likely with a car, either back marker or something along those lines. Perhaps a misunderstanding between two cars, because I don't think he would have gotten an accident with Rob Phillips, for example. They're still quite a ways away. He's got a lot of margin with everyone around him, so likely some issues with some lap cars just around him.
Yeah, I've actually just seen the steward's announcement for it, and number 12, which is Oosthuizen's car, and number 444, which is the Alpine, the second place Alpine of Martin Nagy, who we spoke to earlier. Looks like Oosthuizen picking up a 10-second penalty and a warning for causing a collision, so maybe some issues clearing back markers for him in the last part of this race. Both of those drivers running over the first curb at Les Fans. Interesting line through there. Nose to bumper again at the braking zone. 2 Stavolo and 2 McLarens duking it out for P19 here. And even though if Borlin gets past and doesn't get 5 seconds ahead, he's still got bragging rights for Trek position, which is what it's all about, really. And Vernert going very wide through Blanchimont there, and almost letting Borlin through. Second part of Blanchimont, he takes the inside. Borlin looks like he might get the aim. He's gotten the inside for bus stop chicane. Who's latest on the brakes? Looks like Vernert braked a little later. That's smart. Actually, he's got himself inside for the second part of the bus stop. A little bit of rubbing there, but that's okay. And they are still side by side, almost as they run down to T1. Only 17.5 minutes left. Borlin diving to the outside. Can he carry as much momentum through? I think he will carry a better exit out than Vernert. So again, side by side, they'll go through Eau Rouge. Who will... who's going to lift a little bit first, because you going too wide. Yeah, it looks like Vernert just kind of backed out and let Borlin have the position there. If you're smart, you know that Vernert will know that Borlin has a 5-second time penalty, so letting him go also would not be the worst case scenario for him, but he will want to keep him within 5 seconds so that he can finish P19 overall instead of P20. So we'll see now if Borlin can pull out that gap. Right now it's standing at about
1.5 seconds.
Yeah, so I mean, he could do it, he might not. We'll have to see. I don't think he's obviously not going to pit and take that penalty. I don't think Oosthuizen's going to want to take that pit and penalty, obviously, so these guys are just going to run it out to the end of the race and have those times added to their final race time. Vernert now back behind Borlin. It looks like one of those cars split them. They're back into Pouan, and there's a little group of 3 cars here that's going to make things interesting, running over the inside curb a little bit, and that will definitely upset the balance. We see Galbraith just behind him as well, catching up, but I don't believe, yeah, Galbraith is a lot further ahead than these guys, so Galbraith, another driver who'll want to just keep it nice and steady for the last 15 minutes of this race. As Vernet goes wide at Stavolo, he'll lose some even more time there, and Borlin could very well pull out this 5-second gap at the end of this race to acquire P19 overall. Wow. And I'm just looking a little further up. Galbraith is still 20 seconds away from Verhoeven, so I don't think he's going to catch up anytime soon. And there's a little bit of argy-bargy from Borlin on Goodman, who is ahead. Looks like by a lap or so that Goodman is up on Borlin, so Borlin looking to unlap himself right now.
And create that gap to Vernet.
Yeah, so putting cars behind him. Oh, there you go, side by side through turn 1, and yeah, Borlin's got the traction to make it happen. So yeah, not only putting 4 seconds of time between them, but putting 2 GT3 cars, one of which, who we know is very fast in Conor Galbraith. So Vernet has his work cut out to him to keep that gap under 5 seconds and keep the race position at the checkered flag, which is less than 15 minutes away now. Can you believe it? Only 15 minutes left of this race.
It has flew by. I don't even understand. I thought I barely had the time to drink or eat in this whole time, but to be honest, I was so focused on what has happened that it's not even necessary. Honestly, I had so much fun, and it's been great to see these drivers duking out till the end. I think a few drivers have left us at the beginning of the race, unfortunately, but otherwise everybody has stayed, no matter where they were, and they gave us battles all the way to the end.
Yeah, and the rain has definitely been as interesting as we wanted it to be, and it looks like for the finality of this race, it's going to stay the same. So yeah, no drying conditions as we're a little further up ahead now.
Wait a minute.
Chris B
is only 10 seconds behind P2 of Nicholas Deschner.
Interesting.
What has happened?
Yeah, he does have Etrish, the race leader, is 2 cars behind him at the moment.
Yeah.
But only 10 seconds separating P3 and P2. But Deschner is a lap ahead of Chris B. So Chris B would be battling to unlap himself.
Interesting. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now, because because last time we looked at the timer was the gap was almost 1 minute 30 seconds, I think, something along those lines. So okay, so good to see that these positions are locked, well, more or less locked down. So all these guys need to do is to keep their cool in these last few moments of the race. Interesting to see also that the top 3 is not 3 solo drivers anymore. We've got 2 team drivers in P1 and in P3 with the Invictus Sim Racing car and Chris B Fly Boys car in P3, and Nicholas Deschner, who is on his own and has no team name, I just noticed.
Oh yeah, no team name, so just
nameless
Team
Lexus.
Nicholas Deschner, yeah. Team Nicholas Deschner, driven by Nicholas Deschner. He's just kid the back marker in Jürgens Estreisen, and I'm sure that Jürgens will be quite sad, really, about getting that 10-second penalty so close to the end of the race. But Deschner putting in a fine performance today. Great qualifying performance from him, and then just a fantastic race stint from him. All 6 hours, he's been very consistent. Hasn't been overly aggressive, and haven't seen him have any accidents or anything that was out of his control. So yeah, hats off to him. And just coming behind, making his way through La Source now is the car in P3, so that kind of gives you an idea of just how big that gap is between them. Meanwhile, we're back at this battle with ball in. He just clears Nagy. That's maybe not the best way to clear someone going on the outside curb at No Name there. Here he is into Puon, and the gap now from P19 Ballin, who has a 5-second time penalty, remember, is more than 5 seconds. It's actually 7.8 seconds. So very comfortable. He's essentially got a 2.5 second gap, or 2.8 seconds gap to lose, essentially, if he wants to not finish P19, but I'm sure he would like to finish P19 as he gets a little front end loose there through Stavolo. He's onto Paul Frere, and we've seen the exit curb cause havoc here. I think he's okay. Full clench moment for him through there. It looks like the front just got away from him under braking. And here he comes up to Blanchimont. He's missed the apex by a considerable amount. He's off very wide. He's got a lot of work to do, and the gap now closing to 3.8 seconds to Vernet. So he's got some more work to do if he wants to keep hold of P18.
Yeah, and it looks like if he ends up finishing ahead of Vernet, he would end up finishing 17th in class due to McBongus being ahead of them still at this moment.
Yes.
Incredible to see these GT4 drivers being so consistent that they're able to finish ahead of a considerable field of GT3s, but that is the way endurance racing goes. Sometimes there's big gaps between cars because of just how many laps there are, due to incidents, and especially at Spa when you end up staying at the pits for such a long time. No matter the pace that you have to catch up the cars ahead, 3 laps is 6 minutes, so if not more. So it's a lot of time to catch up. Meanwhile, Nagy has just overtaken Vernet, meaning that Vernet has had a serious off, because now he is 13 seconds behind Borland.
Yeah, he must have had an incident. I did see Vernet very close to Nagy coming out of bus stop chicane onto the final straight. Maybe something happened at La Source that we quite missed. He takes a lot of curb there at that first corner.
No!
Oh, and he's just gone wide. No. Yeah, that's a part of the barriers that you do not want to hit. The only flat bit of the barrier that will stop you instantly. And he's on his way down to Rivage. It looks like quite a bit of damage on the front end of that car. So it looks like Borland has a comfortable lead over Vernet now to finish off this race. Now just ticking over into the last 8 minutes. Badat, back on track, Mr. President. It looks like he...
No way.
He's coming back, but he is 120. He's 100 laps behind the next fastest car. So it looks like he will finish the race, just 100 laps down.
Well, I think it's just ceremonial at this point. It's just the president who must finish the race. You must show example.
Yeah.
Even if it's a little bit behind, 126 laps, but only 3 seconds gap behind Fantania.
Yeah, I think he's got a bit more than 3 seconds to make up if he wants to grab P22 for this race. Good on him for getting back out and just enjoying the last minutes of this race. I think he's smart enough to stay out of people's way. And there he is. There's actually, you can see how close he is now to Fantania. So maybe we'll just see a move purely for bragging rights. You just got a glimpse there of just how damaged Fantania's Mercedes is. And there he goes. Oh, Nagy there. Very wide at Blanchimont and taking a very risky line. Badat clears him down through the braking zone to the bus stop. And yeah, he's cleared Fantania, so he's got bragging rights at least.
I've never seen this before, but I can't say I don't like it. I think this is great. This is great. Absolutely great that Barrett has decided to stick around for 5 hours, since the time he decided to stop in the pits. And just, I suppose he was watching the race, maybe doing something else in the meantime, sign a few autographs as the busy man that he is. And now he's able to finish the race in style in the black limo Aston Martin. Under the rain. What a great finish.
Yeah, I mean, who cares if you're 100 laps down? I'm sure he's having fun right now, and I'm sure he's smiling. And yeah, lots of people in the chat are big fan of Mr. President, and I've just noticed the blues and twos on the front of his car as well, so it's very good. Maybe he should. He could have turned them on and could have been our official safety car in the end, but
I sure hope those work.
it doesn't look like they do. That would be really cool, though.
I'm just gonna think that they work.
Yeah, and I would be willing to bet that the car in P19, Lucas Vernet, has some damage because he's had that GT4 car of Martin Nagy right behind him for the past couple of seconds, it seems. And Vernet there, yeah, able to pull out a little bit of a gap now, but we've seen him struggle to clear the GT4 traffic. You can kind of see Fontana also struggling to clear Nagy, so maybe Martin Nagy getting a bit more grip through the corners. I say that as he goes wide through Pouon, but he's still kept that GT3 behind him, which is mighty impressive. Just goes to show just how much grip that car has in the corners and in the wet. And it looks like Vernet will eventually finish P19 overall. P18, sorry.
No, you're right. P19 overall, but P18 in class it will be.
In class, that's right.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I was just looking at Nagy because it looked like he was off for a few corners, but it seems like he has regained his composure now as the car of, I believe that's Nicholas Deschner, just overtook him.
It is, yeah.
It looks like a plane versus a train, really, in these conditions. Mighty impressive cornering by this Lexus in these conditions. We know, the Lexus is getting the rain, but still, it takes some hands to wrestle a car like that around the track. Great to see a different car, once in a while. We haven't seen any GTRs, though we've seen them before, so that's not to say we'll see them. And I think there's a bit of contact with the car behind. Yeah, I think it's been given a small nudge.
Yeah, and it does look like Fontana has a lot of damage. We see the race leader weaving between the two of them, trying to clear both of these slow cars, and he will go ahead to start his 137th lap of this race. I'd say about 2 more to go, and that will be that for the 6 hours of Spa RP endurance race. Yeah, I think Fontana really struggling with the car right now and trying to clear that GT4, or maybe just taking it easy and just biding his time because he knows he won't be able to make up the most amount of time right now.
Yeah, and I think some of these drivers are still learning, the ways around RP endurance, and you can see, giving some space to the cars incoming, knowing that perhaps they should not be picking this fight at this stage of the race. Let's not ruin, somebody's race who's much further up the order. Good behavior, good respect between the drivers. Oh, as there's some maneuvering.
You can call that maneuvering.
Between the car of Nagy and the car just right behind him.
That car is. Let's see what we've got behind Fontana. We've got Usthuizen, and then the HCR Mercedes clearing them as well. You can just see Usthuizen in that bright green Bentley behind, and Nagy now just praying, hoping that nothing bad happens as he goes wide at Pouon again. Jürgens Usthuizen, he's also through, and he's right onto the back of that red Mercedes.
Yeah, and Usthuizen was really making some gains back to Rob Phillips, but it looks like he's gonna run out of time, obviously, with 2 minutes left to go. He's probably just going to look to clear this Mercedes car in the safest way possible. He's done that job now, and is looking to secure a strong 5th position. Just a few laps behind the leaders. To be honest, the leaders today were a league on their own once the race has sort of once 5 hours passed in this race.
Once it settled down. So a pretty strong performance from that Invictus team, who are all newcomers to RP Endurance, so really putting their stamp on the endurance races from the off. Great first showing from them, and we just heard the race engineer telling us that this will be the final lap of the race. Wow, 6 hours over, and here we are. Marcus Ettrich with the Invictus Sim Racing 677 McLaren machine coming through on his final lap to take the win with more than one lap to the car behind him. So a pretty dominant display from those guys today. Hats off to them as he's looking to now get past McBongus. Further down, we see Verhoef closing the gap now to Thomas Jack. They will have this. They are just about to start their final lap of the race. 4.5 seconds now is the gap for Verhoef from P8 to P7. We'll see if he's got one last Hail Mary play to try and get that Team NL Racing car up one more position for the end of this race. And yeah, they will be battling for position. They are on the same lap still. So Verhoef coming into those problems a little earlier on, catching some trouble with the back markers, but it looks like he's taken out about 11 seconds in the past 20 minutes alone. So I don't think he has enough time to try and make up more than 4 seconds, but he'll certainly try, I'm sure, as he runs very wide there at the exit of Radion. Oh no, and Kemmel Corner almost claiming another victim on the final lap of the race. That was a big moment. Galbraith only 23 seconds behind, so they do need to be careful that they don't lose anything. He's just taken another 4 tenths out of Thomas Jack up the Kemmel Straight despite that spin. So you do see Thomas Jack up ahead having to battle not necessarily for position, but with Alejandro Gil, who does let him go through around Rivage. Thomas Jack now going across, and we see the Invictus Sim Racing machine win the 6 hours of Spa. He's wiggling side to side. I'm sure that team is going off in their VC right now. Congratulations to those guys winning the race. Ubel, the HCR car, also clearing the finish line to finish P10 overall, and Dejana coming up now to the where I can't even tell where he is.
I think he's actually getting to Lake Home. Dejna was just right ahead of Etrish, so he's not going to finish for another time. But Oosthuizen just finished the race as well, and now Chris B coming in P3, finishing the race for Flyboys Audi racing team. What a great performance from this team.
Yeah, really, really strong, consistent performance in the race from them. Thoroughly deserved third place. Again, I think Chris B, I think, is a newcomer to RP Endurance, and Dizon, I think, perhaps maybe did the last endurance race with us. But
RP Series as well.
Yes, RP Series as well. But great to see the only Audi on the track getting a P3 as we're riding along with Bingus McBongus, who's lost it a little at Lacom.
He's celebrating.
That's okay, but he's just celebrating. Yeah, good win for them in the Death Machine. Oh, I should say Mystery Machine. Sorry, got that a bit mixed up. But seeing those guys sideways for a whole 6 hours, seeing them wrestle the car as well as wrestle the other GT4s. There's Martin Nagy. He's going for a crazy burnout too. All the cars celebrating at the end. Gotta love to see it. And yeah, it's a shame that the other GT4 had to drop out, but seeing 2 GT4s in this race both finish on the same lap. Oh, Nagy was a lap down actually. So yeah, and Rob Phillips, a super respectable P4 in the end. We saw him leading the race at one point. We saw him start the race at the back of the grid almost, and yeah, climbed his way back up to P4. Great race. Behind him, Jürgen Oosthuizen in that number 12 Bentley machine. He finishes P5. P6, Noah Zink, closing out the number 100 Bentley's race with a very good P6, last of the top 6 spots there in the ARG Team Boatley Kings machine. And wow, what a race! That was just 6 hours of complete drama. I didn't think it would be that busy for 6 straight hours, but sure enough, here we are at the end of an epic 6 hours. And let's just walk through the grid real quickly. So P1, your race winners. Etrich in that Invictus Racing machine. Number P2, Nicholas Dejener in the Lexus. P3 is the Flyboys Audi. P4, Rob Phillips. Jürgen Tweezen. P5, rounding out top 6 was Noah Zink and Daniel Laura, who we spoke to. Thomas Jack and James Andrews, a very respectable P7 for those guys. And Verhoef looks like he didn't actually manage to close the gap just enough, but a good P8 from the Team NL car. Connor Galbraith just behind him, P9, and rounding out the top 10 with a stellar recovery drive is that HCR Racing machine, the all-French driver pairing of Ubel and Shingis. P11, that Ferrari we saw of Mikhazy and Gupil. P12 was Reigns, Appleby, and Dwizeljoff in that orange 17 numbered McLaren. Andy Benjamin in P13, another solo driver. And then we had the, I can't remember their team name, but the number 72 AMG machine in P14. Alejandro Gil and Sherry in that one of the white McLarens in P15. And then P16 overall, but P1 for their class of GT4 is Bingus McBongus and Jacob Alicia in the Team Mystery Machine Racing. Behind them, P17 overall, Mike Goodman, we spoke to him earlier, the solo McLaren driver. P17 overall, very respectable for a solo drive. Borlin and Necrotic, the other white McLaren that we kept seeing on the track, behind them in P18. Werner and Gruber in the other 28 McLaren, behind them in P19. And then second place for GT4 class on 20th overall was the Alpine of Nagy and Lovesh. We spoke to Lovesh earlier, I believe, or it might have been Martin, I can't remember. Behind those guys, Jake Hudson and I Crashed, P21. Fontana in P22 with the rest of his AMG 420 2020 car. Timo Grossman and Kyle Cook, looks like they didn't end up finishing the race. Looks like they only completed 109 laps, so they were 29 laps down. Frederick Schöblum, another DNF, that was the other Alpine GT4 that didn't finish the race. And Mr. President, who did finish the race, it seems, just 100 laps down, 125 laps down. He will round out the back of our long grid here at the 6 hours of Spa. Let's see if we cannot get a hold of our race leaders. Let me tag them real quick and see if we can't get our overall driver from our overall race win team into the voice chat here. So what do you think of that race, Darkius? How did you like our first ever 6 hour rained out race through the night?
Well, I didn't think it would go the way it has gone today. I mean, we had non-stop racing from, I would say, the beginning to the 5th hour. We had multiple changes in leaders. We had a good number of incidents, abundant track cutting, but also a lot of close battles, all the way from the front of the grids, battles for the leads, battles for P20 and P19, side-by-side action, contacts that did not necessarily result in major offs, some major locks and mistakes due to the wet weather, strategic battles and pit stop action. we just had a bit of everything, and I just can't believe that it was, you know, a lot of people, a lot of the racers here, it was their first race with Racing Pals, and I just hope that this race was a good representation of what they can get. I think it was definitely on the dicey side compared to the many endurance races we had so far. It was definitely chaotic at times, but that's what you expect for a Halloween race. It was definitely spooky as much as you would expect.
Definitely, and I think from the chat, it seems like a lot of our drivers thoroughly enjoyed today's race as well. Just waiting now for someone from the Invictus Racing team to get in the waiting room. But while we do wait for them, let's pull in the main man himself for GT4, Mr. Bingus McBongus. Hey, there you go, Mr. Bingus McBongus. Congratulations on your class win for the 6 hours of Spa. How was your race today?
Exhausting.
Yeah, I bet it looked exhausting.
It's honestly the Maserati is not that bad to drive in the rain, but you cannot get comfortable with it because if you do, it will remind you that it's a Maserati. And you might have seen that a couple of times. It doesn't understeer as badly as some of the other GT4 cars, but it's, you know, it handles high-speed turns well even in the rain, but it's you have to be 100% focused all the time or you're going to bin it.
Yeah, and you know, to be honest, a lot of times we did pan over to you, we did see you completely sideways through some corners, so it was some very impressive car control from you guys today. We kept hammering home the point that car has no traction control, no ABS, so to do it in the rain at night with none of those driver assists is quite something.
Sideways through a corner is a legitimate racing line.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was a warm up the tire strategy and just drift it through Eau Rouge to warm up the tires.
Yeah, no, I don't want to give away my secret, but I guess it's that obvious.
So yeah, and your first time racing with alongside Jacob, who we all know is a really complimentary or a really confident and I think he kind of complements your driving style in a way. So how was it racing with Jacob for the first time?
It was great. He's a fantastic teammate, and we're about the same pace. So it's not one of those situations where, you know, you kind of feel bad because you're not up to the same pace or or whatever. It's, you know, we're pretty much the same pace. So it's he's, you know, we're both pretty consistent. I think he a little bit more than I am, but yeah, it was great.
And it's so great to see the Mystery Machine livery. I think it's a fan favorite and certainly a commentator's favorite too. Just loved seeing that livery all around the track. So big hats off to Transbaconist for putting that together. I know he spent quite a bit of time doing it, but yeah, great to see it on track and great to see that livery doing so well on its first time out.
Yeah, it very nearly didn't make an appearance, and I'm glad it did. We almost decided that there wasn't enough GT4s, and we decided to drive the Maserati anyway. I'm glad we did because we had a great time.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you did. We certainly had a great time watching you wrestle that car around a wet track. So do you think that car will make another appearance in a future endurance race, or are you going to finish it off with a strong 100% win rate?
That's a good question, and I think it strongly depends on the track. There are certain tracks where it's very strong, and Spa is one of them, and certain tracks where it's not. For instance, anything like something like Paul Ricard with that long straight, it's not going to be very good. It doesn't have that high of a top speed. But anything with high speed corners, it's fantastic. So
yeah,
we'll definitely consider it. It depends highly on the track.
Yeah, so the next track is Paul Ricard, so maybe we won't see that livery for the next endurance race, but I do hope we see it soon. Even if it's not a Halloween themed race, I would love to see those colors drifting sideways to more corners. So congratulations again to you and Jacob for a pretty dominant performance really in GT4. I think once you guys hit the kind of halfway mark, you guys were off and running. So yeah, big hats off to you guys. And I think we are going to try and drag the GT3 winners in now. So yeah, Bingus McBongus, thank you for your time, and thanks again for putting this amazing race on. I know everybody in the chat is quite happy for you to have these, for you to put these endurance events on. Anything you want to say to the internet?
First of all, thank you for having me. But yeah, I put a lot of thought and effort into these, and this was supposed to be more of a mixed thing, but RNGesus said no, we're getting medium rain all day.
Yeah.
So I was hoping it was going to be more varied, but there's not much. You know, I set the randomness to 5. There's only so much I can do there. So
yeah. 5 is high enough, it seems.
Yeah, it's very high. It's out of 7. So
yeah.
But anyway, yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, thank you. We really appreciate it, and we'll see you soon, I hope.
Oh, no doubt.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye. And now with us in the chat, Matthew Marlowe, Mark Dizon, very strong performance from you guys, finishing P3, was it, overall? In GT3.
That's
I
correct.
have just exited out of my game, so I no longer have a timing screen. But yeah, we kind of watched you guys for sporadically throughout the race, and we're just kind of taken aback by the skill of both of the drivers for the Audi, and the fact that the only Audi on the field did so well, and the car looked really planted, and you guys were able to pull off some really good times. So congratulations to you two. How was it? How did it go?
I guess I'll go first. No, it went well. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Matt and Chris. So Chris, Bruno, and Matt pretty much did a lot of work with the setup that we can all use, and that what's made our race, I think. So, but yeah, the first part of the race when I started, it was pretty eventful with the rain and all the traffic. But overall, my whole thing was just to get in the top 10 and have Matt and Chris bring it home.
Great. And then for you, Matthew, how was your race? I know we spoke to you a little earlier, and you were having fun. So I'm glad you had a strong result to back up all the work that you guys put in for prepping for this race.
Thank you. Yeah, we're really just grateful to Racing Palace for putting on a great event and great stewarding and great stream. So we're just happy to be a part of it. And like Mark said, it's really just a team effort. So, and thanks to everybody on track, because, you know, in those conditions, it's tough. Doesn't matter what you're driving. Special shout out to that Maserati, because, like, if you ever driven that thing in the rain, like, that's a handful. So for him to bring that home, that's amazing. So just thanks to all the cars on track, because I think all of the, you know, manners on track and the way that the cars were predictable, I think were really well. So I know there are times where it's hard to control your car. I think we had a few of those issues. So apologies to any cars that maybe got surprised by what our Audi was doing Audi things. But, you know, we did our best, and I know everybody else did too. So thanks to you guys, and thanks to everybody else on track. We had a great event. Thanks to Racing Palace.
Yeah, thank you, man. We really appreciate you coming. So, I mean, we wouldn't have these streams if it wasn't for people signing up and racing. So, big thank you to you guys. And you gave us some fantastic action to watch too. So I'm really happy that, the lone Audi can get a decent result. And I always love seeing one-off cars on the grid do well. So, yeah, congrats again to you guys. And hopefully we will see you for the next one at Paul Ricard. You guys have a pretty good rate right now. So one race you've entered together and you finished P3. So great work. And yeah, I'm sure we'll see you guys try and defend, maybe even push for P2, P1. Looked like you guys were really confident in that car today. And the Audi is good pretty much everywhere, especially in the rain. So I do like the Audi at Paul Ricard. It's a fairly strong choice. So yeah, thank you again, you guys, for signing up. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
No, yeah, thank you very much to everybody in Race Palace for putting this together.
All right, cool. Well, thank you guys, and congrats again on your podium finish in GT3 class.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
And I think next up we're going to try and bring in
The Invictus
P1?
sim racing guy. Yeah, because I don't think Niklas Deshner is available. So I think we'll be dragging Danny Romanowski, Russia, and Itrich. If you want me to do that.
I've got it. Oh, hello, Invictus Sim Racing. How are you doing? Congratulations on your first place finish after that mental 6-hour race. One at a time, if you will. There are 3 of you, the first 3-man team we've had into the commentary booth. How was your race overall? We saw you kind of jumping all over positions in that top 10 in the first half of the race. So tell us a little bit more about the race from the driver's seat, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And first of all, we are from Germany, so our English is not the best.
That's fine. That's okay. We've got plenty of different nationalities, so we're quite used to having a multinational crowd in here. So just go ahead. I can understand you quite well. So.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was a quite intense race, and the rain was not so easy, but yeah, we had some incidents, but I think we did our best, and yeah, it was controllable all the time, and yeah, I think it was okay, and we had lots of fun.
Yeah, you guys certainly look like you had some fun. It looked like you guys managed the lapped traffic really well, and that's kind of what gave you the edge over the cars behind. Even though you were a bit behind going into the last half of the race, you guys managed to pull it back with a really solid performance. And this is all of your first time racing with Racing Pals, correct? Yeah, so
first time, yeah.
Yeah, so congrats on your first outing, first win. I think that's really impressive. And you guys had a pretty dominant display in the second half of the 6 hours, so that was a joy to watch. You had some good battles there and some upsets, so a pretty perfect race for you guys for first time racing with us, and you've just come along and really put your names up there. So congrats to you guys. Well done.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and then one last question before I let you guys go. Can we expect you guys to return to kind of defend your honor, as it will, in our next endurance race? I'm sure a lot of our viewers would love to see you guys give us a good battle for P1 again.
I don't know. What's the next race?
Next race is actually Paul Ricard. We just announced it during the stream, so it'll be Paul Ricard at the end of November, the last Saturday of November. So anyway, you guys can find out about it more in the Discord channel, and we would absolutely love to have you back because, you guys race fairly, you race cleanly, and you guys obviously have a fair amount of pace. So again, congratulations to you guys on P1. Another dominant performance in an endurance race from our P1 leaders. So anything else you would like to say before I let you go?
Thanks to you guys. I think it was a nice event, and yeah, it was a lot of fun for us, and nice drivers on track, and yeah, a nice evening.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Please do come again, and congratulations one last time. Thank you so much, guys, for coming in for an interview, and we will see you soon.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. Bye,
Nice
guys.
evening.
See you guys.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
And I think Subdicut's next. I think we actually got Niklas Deshner, who's available.
Great.
He's in the other voice channel, so I'll let you
we'll
drag him.
We'll pull him in. Yes. Nicholas, hello. Congratulations on a strong P2 finish. How are you? How was your race?
No, I'm fine. Race was so far good. One a little problem, I say. We had issues with the brakes a little bit. We had to change the brakes. I don't know what happened. We have the brakes too for the endurance for 12 hours, but they turned orange.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And then they don't work, so we had to change them like in the 4th pit stop.
Yeah,
A
that
little
will.
bit unlucky, but after that the brakes functions back again. So yeah.
That's good. That's good. And do you have a highlight of the race? What was your favorite part of the race today?
Ooh. Our favorite part was around 3 hours where we fighted to P1, where the Finnish P1 the race leader had some problems. I think they got 3 times in 2 hours into box, like with damage.
Yeah.
So we had some happiness around. So we are happy about that. That we get first and hold them. But around 20 minutes later, we crashed after Rouge. There's one Aston Martin around the track, and we can't dodge it.
Yeah,
so,
we did catch that. Yeah, that was very
that
unfortunate.
was so unlucky. I tried to get around, but he got me on the back. So we had 1 minute 20 damage to repair. Yeah,
that's a lot of time to try and make up. But like I was saying with the guys in P3 in the Audi, it's nice to see the only Lexus on the grid finishing well. P2 for your I think this is your first race with Racing Pals as well.
That's the first race. We a friend said yesterday there's a race around 6 hours, and we got in with 2 cars. One car is finished at 6 from our team, and me myself and on the P2.
Nice. So you kind of sistered with Noah and Daniel's car in the BMW. The Bentley Continental. So that's very cool to see you guys kind of all coming together and having a sister car. It's a very cool idea. Not something we see a lot around here at Racing Pals. Something I kind of wish we saw a little bit more of. So hats off to you guys for running a sister car as well. Also finishing in the last spot of that top 6. Another strong performance from those guys. So before I let you go and talk to a couple of other people, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, I said it was a really, really cool race. The other drivers, played well with me, so they make good space. 1 or 2 situations, were really close, but I managed it really well. So it was a really cool race.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to get through 6 hours of racing. You're never going to get through 6 hours of racing with no incidents. So I feel like a lot of the race is just kind of minimizing that as much as you can. So hats off to you for that really strong P2 finish. Congrats again, man.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay.
All right, and who do we have next?
And to finish off, we can have a few people who have volunteered for interviews. I think we've had Appleby is one of them who finished P12, and perhaps a few people who finished in various places down the order. So I'll drag them in here as a group.
Sounds good. There they are. So in with us, Corey Appleby is in here with us, as well as some other guys, and we'll get to them in just a second. But Corey, good race from you today, on a little bit of a roller coaster ride, it seems, kind of jumping up and down the field. How was your race today? How did you find it in the changeable conditions?
For us, it was very interesting. This is our first endurance race at all. And 2 of us, we've only been playing ACC or sim racing in general for less than 6 months. So doing this was a challenge. We're from a small community that we do races also. But we figured we would give this a try. We only started preparing for this on Tuesday.
Okay.
So it was amazing. You guys are amazing. I've loved every minute of it. It was terrifying, exhausting, but so much fun. So I just want to thank you guys for putting that on for us. For all the changeable conditions and stuff like that. I was hoping it would be dry a little bit, but it decided to rain all night and morning.
Yeah.
So
I think I touched on that in the commentary. I was saying that I'm sure a lot of these drivers are going to, hope for some dry running at some point, but it looked like on the forecast it might come, but in the end it was just wet all the way through. So, difficult conditions for everybody. But glad to see you guys in the top 12, rounding out the top 12. How did you find the McLaren today? A lot of McLaren drivers looked quite nervous with it, so it'd be interesting to get your take on just how it was during these 6 hours.
So, believe it or not, this is the first race that I've raced with the McLaren.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I only picked it up on Tuesday.
Okay.
I normally drive a Porsche, but my other two teammates drive the McLaren.
You got outvoted then.
Well, no, I volunteered. We could have changed and stuff like that, but so it was difficult getting used to the car in such a short amount of time. But Joran, he's like our experienced guy. He kind of helped us with our setup and working for it. So we decided instead of like sacrificing a dry setup to help in the wet, we would just go like, let's focus on the wet and we'll deal with everything in the dry, So
that seemed to be the play today. That kind of got you through to the end with as much comfort as possible. So hats off to you guys for getting a lot of prep in the space of 5 days and pulling it together for P12. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Sure. I just want to shout out ACC Belgium and the two guys that I raced with today, Aaron Rains and Joran, and I cannot say his last name.
Don't worry, we can't say it either. So don't beat yourself up too hard about it. But that was let me try and find the name written down somewhere.
Duvelshoff.
Duvelshoff. I'm sure.
But we look forward to the next one. We should be there. So we hope that the competition is going to be there as well. And I don't know, being the first endurance race I've ever been a part of, and the team as well, this was amazing. Something like 6 hours of racing you just don't get in like the other sprint races that are around the community. So I think this is really like my favorite format. So thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you for signing up. And it's definitely a different beast to just 1 hour sprints, 45-minute sprints, or even 20-minute sprints. It's a completely different ball game. So hats off to you guys for keeping it together, and we'll see you next time. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
Bye, Corey.
Bye.
Okay, and next we've got Drew Schultz, who was known as I Crashed in the game. Hi, Drew.
Hello. I'll speak for my teammate for now until he comes back. But basically, how the race started for us. Hi, Jake. Basically, how the race started for us. Really good run. I'll just talk about my stints. He can talk about his. But my first stint, I had a couple spins. Just a learning curve with the car. It wasn't a good car. We're probably gonna choose a different car next time around. But yeah, I feel like it was a great learning experience, but my first lap, actually, I spun on a Rouge, so that wasn't fun. Yeah, I towed the car back because I didn't want to crash anyone. My second spin, I believe it was just a minor spin, able to keep it going. I really don't remember much from that first stint because it was really short. My second stint, I was just driving, just to be there and, just try to not to hit the maximum drive time because one of our teammates didn't make it.
Oh, that's a bad time.
Yeah. Anyways, our final stint was really fun. We were gonna try to catch 20th, but he was gonna hit Jake was gonna hit the maximum drive time, and his he just started hurting, I think. So and gave
my
it the
hands
car.
were sore. I've got blisters.
Yeah, my reaction was very good. Yeah, it was I was very happy to finish my first endurance race, let alone being with a car that isn't that best, really bad, and it just being Spa in 6 hours, and with the rain going throughout the way. Like I've done some iRacing short races like 30 minutes, but this does not compare.
Oh, sure, yeah. It's like I was just saying to Corey, it's just a completely different ball game, and just being able to manage yourself over 6 hours is such a huge task mentally as well as physically. Jake, it sounds like you've got some injuries to your hands after 3 hours of racing.
Yeah, I need to get some gloves.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, you should have done what I did. Wear gloves.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean,
fun.
my longest race before that was the 10-hour race at Silverstone, which I mentioned before.
Yeah.
But that was in a Lamborghini Cup car, and that thing was dreadful to drive. It was constantly being lapped all the time.
I think we can both conclude that Italian cars aren't our thing.
No, yeah. I mean, it seemed like I was saying to some other drivers earlier. It just seems like the Ferrari never quite settled onto the track. It looked nervous, kind of everywhere.
It took a good 5 or 6 laps to get it up to temperature.
Yeah. Even then, you had to have the TC higher, else it was gonna spin. Like I kept spinning with 7 to 8 TC when I was working good for Jake. Like when the track was actually pretty decent temperature. Like 4 a.m. I feel like that would have been a really cold time to put that, because I think 4 a.m. is actually the coldest part of the night. So
it looked like it dipped down to 17 Celsius. So quite low there.
Yeah. So I just kept it at like 8 to. Well, it got better. I mean, tires were better, but I kept it to like a 9 to 10 TC. And for that final stint, I actually ran, I don't know, like 8 TC. So
I think it was 8 or 6.
Yeah. It seemed like you could either take a wet setup or take a dry setup and slam the electronics. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's a big compromise, this whole 6 hours, especially in the rain. Where do you lose time? Where do you gain time? How do you gain time? So congrats to you guys for finishing the race. I think just finishing a 6 hour race at Spa in the night in the rain is an achievement in and of itself. So anything else you'd like to say before I let you guys go?
I think it makes. I think what's difficult is the fact that ACC doesn't have the best force feedback like ever.
Yeah.
So it's especially in the rain, it's very hard to feel when the car's about to get loose or anything.
Yeah.
At the end, so it's very hard to keep the car stable.
I don't know how to say that.
Yeah, the feedback in ACC is definitely a little different to like Assetto Corsa, for instance. So it does take some getting used to, and I think like you said, just feeling where that limit of grip is quite difficult, especially in the rain. So, but again, congrats to you guys for making it all the way to the end of the race. Good job, and we hope to see you for the next one.
A couple things I'd like to say before. One, I was decent at saving the car. I mean, the teammates that couldn't make it just joined for the end of the race to watch, and he saw me save it at a Rouge, so that was pretty cool. And I think I mentioned this earlier, like the 3rd hour. For my first endurance race, that was a pretty good experience. So hopefully I'll be better on dry.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the next race has a good chance of being dry. So, and then maybe you guys can pick a car that you're a bit more comfortable with. But congrats again for making it to the end. And we'll see you next time.
It was great.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. Have a good night.
See you later.
Good night.
All right. I think that's going to wrap it up from Darkius and I. We have been live for a number of hours, I think.
Probably close to 7, I think, something along those lines. I think we're coming up to 8 hours, actually. So, crazy. Fantastic 6 hour race. I mean, I can't believe just how many battles were going on throughout it. So, I really enjoyed commentating it. I hope you guys enjoyed watching it.
Anything you want to add, Darkius?
I just want to thank you, Deep Cuts, for doing this feat of human strength that you've just achieved of speaking almost 6 hours straight. Really, that is something worth framing and celebrating. So Deep Cuts, on behalf of Racing Pals and as director of Racing Pals, I just want to thank you. And I think it goes without saying that every driver and every staff member would thank you for the stuff that's happened today. Great job. And I just want to say to anybody watching the stream that if you want to join Racing Pals, we are a friendly community. What you hear in those streams and what you see on the track is what happens usually. We like to race, we like to go quick, we like to joke around a little bit. We also really like spicy liveries, so if you're interested into any of those things, do join and we'll be glad to have you. Just join the Discord link in the description of this video. Like, subscribe, do all this good stuff that we do for YouTube channels. We don't really care, but it really helps us if you do. So just thank you everyone who's been watching, and thank you Deep Cuts for the commentary.
Yeah, thank you, man, and I really appreciate you joining me too. It was nice to have the director of Racing Pals himself, not racing for a change, and able to just kind of step back and observe things and watch the madness unfold as the night grew on. So thank you, and I think I might have to do this again because this was a ton of fun to just again sit back and watch some action unfold. So myself personally, I'm not the biggest fan of Paul Ricard to race around, so maybe you guys will see me back in the commentary booth for that race. But for now, from everyone at Racing Pals, Darkius and myself, Deep Cuts, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for racing. Again, if you're interested in joining Racing Pals, you want to come and do some racing, you want to come and chill out and learn how to make spicy liveries, click the Discord link in the description. Come join us, come pop in and say hello. We would love to have you. From Race Control and the commentary booth, that is going to do it for tonight's behemoth stream. 8 hours and 17 minutes. 7 hours and 43 minutes, I should say. I got my math wrong a bit there. But been a very pleasurable way to spend a day for me. And from everyone here, thank you so much for watching and good night.
Thank you.